Chapter 282. The more Xiao Han listened, the more confused he became. ZBZ. It was hard for him to imagine that there was a great mission that would affect the rise and fall of the relationship between the human clan and the demon clan that required a small role like him to complete. Heh. Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh at himself. Senior, I, Xiao Han, am definitely not someone who would belittle myself. However, I know my own strength well. I am merely at the 5th level of true Qi and have yet to start expanding my meridians. Relying on the occasional fortuitous encounter, I am able to hold my own against an early-stage talisman-shaping realm cultivator. The talisman-shaping realm is the 7th level of true Qi. Above that is the 8th level of true Qi, then the 9th level of true Qi. In fact, there are even the legendary immortals. In the Xianxia realm, starting from the expanded aperture realm, each realm was more profound than the one before it. The gap between each realm was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Frankly speaking, if I were to face a cultivator at the 8th level of true Qi, I could say that I would die with just a thought. There was no room for resistance. Senior, for an existence like me to complete such a mission that concerns the survival of the human race and the demon race is no different from being cannon fodder. These words had to be said out loud, so Xiao Han said them out loud. Moreover, his mind began to think quickly. Could it be that the plan of the higher-ups of the Wuxia pagoda is to arrange for me to complete a deadly mission after I obtain this ranking? At the thought of this, Xiao Han's heart was filled with anger. Young man, Xiao Han, are you angry? The voice sounded high and mighty, and there was a faint smile on it. The psychic fluctuations that came from that voice were extremely sensitive. They could clearly see through Xiao Han's emotions. Even the slightest bit of Xiao Han's happiness, anger, sorrow, or happiness couldn't escape his eyes. Everything was crystal clear. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat and he secretly exclaimed in his heart. A trace of darkness flashed across his eyes, but the emotions in his heart were deeply restrained. He had become even more cautious now, and within this cautiousness was a deep sense of vigilance. The mental fluctuation was silent for a few breaths. Then, yes, Xiao Han, I won't fool you. There is indeed such a mission, and it concerns the rise and fall of the human race. Moreover, you do need to complete this mission. Frankly speaking, you are the only one who can complete this task in the entire Devil Hero realm. The 8th level, 9th level, and 10th level of true Qi that you mentioned are all not up to par. Even the top 100 giants on the Hex ranking would definitely die if they wanted to complete this task. However, there was always a chance of survival for everything in the world. This chance of survival is you, Xiao Han. A drink and a peck. All predetermined. You've risen like a comet in recent years, and the speed of your growth is so fast that even I'm flabbergasted. Sometimes, I wonder, Xiao Han, could it be that your appearance is the will of the group of immortals, a chance of survival, so that the mission that seems impossible can be easily solved? Xiao Han could tell that the supreme voice was very serious when it spoke. It didn't seem like it was trying to trick him. Impossible. With my cultivation, how can I complete a mission that even an ancient giant must die for? However, Xiao Han still found it hard to believe. Ha ha ha. He laughed out loud. Xiao Han couldn't help but take a step back. Young man, this is a private conversation between me and you. It's very confidential. Even the people from the Elders Guild won't know the content of our conversation, the voice said meaningfully. Elders Guild. Xiao Han's eyes turned, and a thought flashed across his mind. From the words of this voice, it seemed that his position in the Devil Hero Tower was even higher than the Elders Guild. Who exactly is he? Xiao Han, I've personally scanned you before and found out an earth-shattering secret. Heh, the voice said indifferently. Moreover, there was a subtle change in the voice. If the attitude contained in the voice was still amiable at the beginning, then now, there was a faint majesty hidden in it, a trace of giving orders. Supreme and overweening will spread out in the room, exerting pressure on Xiao Han. It seemed to want Xiao Han to willingly surrender and become a puppet. In the face of this unparalleled mental pressure, Xiao Han's willpower seemed to be affected in an instant, and he was completely subdued. However, all of a sudden, the demon egg in his heart jumped a few times and sent out a hazy thought. In the blink of an eye, it dispersed the thought that was trying to suppress Xiao Han. You're the spiritual wave that wanted to infiltrate my heart before this? Xiao Han finally spoke out in shock. A feeling as if he was facing a great enemy tightly gripped Xiao Han. It was like a thorn in his back. Yes, because of this, I know that you, Xiao Han, have an earth-shattering secret, and this secret is related to the demon race, the voice said with certainty, as if it had already grasped everything. Xiao Han, I've scanned your bloodline and life genes. You don't have a special bloodline, and your root bone is also ordinary. The reason why you have today's achievements is closely related to the secret in your heart. Its contribution cannot be ignored. This secret is related to the demon race. Xiao Han took a few steps back. His mind was like a tide. What should I do? The higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower have finally broken through the window paper, and are discussing this secret with me face to face. What should I do? Let him punish me? Or fight back with my life? However, he is too powerful. He can easily kill me 1,000 times, 10,000 times with just a thought. How can I resist? But I, Xiao Han, am not a person who will sit and wait for death. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, don't panic. This spiritual wave obviously sensed Xiao Han's uneasiness and anxiety. He smiled proudly. Xiao Han, perhaps even you don't know the secret of the demon race in your heart, right? Then today, I'll tell you that there is a ball of demon race's origin energy in your heart. This ball of demon race's origin energy surpasses everything, and it even surpasses the life genes of the demon race's emperors. It is absolutely extraordinary. Surpasses the life genes of the demon race's emperors? Xiao Han's heart tightened. Without a doubt, once this ball of ferocious demon race's origin energy grows up, it will bring unimaginable disasters to the human world. To our human race, it is bad luck and inauspicious. It is a great source of calamity. Logically speaking, we should kill this source of calamity in advance. However, I also noticed that this ball of demon race's origin energy has fused with you, Xiao Han. It has been refined by you without any reason. So, if we want to get rid of this demon race's origin energy, we must destroy you, Xiao Han, together with it. That voice seemed to be devising a strategy and talking cheerfully. The heavens have the virtue of cherishing all living things. Although you, Xiao Han, have committed a great sin in your body, you, Xiao Han, are not guilty. We also feel that it is inappropriate to implicate you. Moreover, we cherish talents. You are like an exquisite ornament carved by nature. If you were to be destroyed like this, it would be a reckless waste of God's gift. We can't bear to. Hearing this dignified and eloquent voice, Xiao Han's mind was filled with thoughts. The demon race's origin energy in my heart is even stronger than the demon race's emperors. Yes, this is right. Back then, I was able to successfully refine the demon race's palms because of the demon egg hibernating in my heart. This ball of energy is definitely more powerful than the demon race's emperor. Once it explodes, it will indeed be a disaster for the human race. Now, the senior members of the Xianxia Pagoda had already understood this. However, they don't seem to want to destroy me immediately. What do they mean by the heavens having the virtue of cherishing all living things? What do they mean by not being cruel? What do they mean by being merciful? They might be able to fool a 3-year-old, but they won't be able to fool me, Xiao Han. The world of the Xianxia Pagoda was extremely cruel and selfish. The Xianxia contest had already fully demonstrated the survival of the fittest in the world of the Xianxia Pagoda. In the Xianxia contest, the motto of the Xianxia Pagoda was to step on other people's heads to get to the top. The Xianxia Pagoda didn't believe in mercy at all. Moreover, when facing the demons, there was no mercy at all. There was only killing. Of course, this was understandable. For example, when I was in Ah Chao's family, I encountered a few demon heroes. In order to hunt down the North Mystic Demon Monarch, they did not hesitate to massacre the entire city. They did not care about the lives of ordinary people. They only wanted to exterminate the demon race. They would rather kill 10,000 innocents than let one go. These senior members of the Xianxia Pagoda have experienced countless killings in their lives, so they don't care about anything else. It's impossible for them to give up on destroying the demon's origin energy in my heart just so that I won't be implicated. In fact, they went through a lot of trouble and set up many traps to trap me, which makes me very confused. With my current battle prowess, they could easily crush me to death. Why didn't they do that? Instead, they beat around the bush? Soon, Xiao Han pointed out the crux of the matter. Xiao Han's soul shackles had been broken, so his mind was very active and he had all kinds of bold ideas. Why didn't the senior members of the Xianxia Pagoda just kill me and the demon egg in my heart? That would have been the end of it, But instead, they schemed against me? Why is that? Why exactly? Suddenly. Right. I know. The demon egg in my heart must be very powerful, which made the senior members of the Xianxia pagoda hesitate. They were also afraid of being devoured. Yes, that must be it. Before this, the soul wave wanted to enter my heart to see what was going on, but it was completely crushed by the demon egg's will and demonic energy. It's not that they don't want to kill me, but they're afraid that the demon egg in my heart will lose control and go berserk. The demon egg has been refined by me and is in my body, so the situation can still be controlled. Once they kill me, the situation will be hard to say. That must be it. It's not that they don't want to kill me, but they don't dare to. Finally, Xiao Han figured out the crux of the matter. I've said it before, everything is predetermined. When looking at things you have to analyze it from two perspectives. Xiao Han, you're like a double-edged sword now. The demon's origin energy hidden in your heart is a potential threat to us humans. However, because you have such a secret, you have the chance to complete that mission. That mission? What exactly is it? After analyzing that the senior members of the Xianxia pagoda did not dare to kill the source of him immediately, the fear in Xiao Han's heart gradually subsided. There was a feeling of being barefooted and not afraid of wearing shoes. It could be said that he had something to rely on. His emotions slowly calmed down. Xiao Han, you have a strong will, and you are indeed blessed by the heavens. It is beyond my imagination. It seems that I need to re-evaluate you. The voice muttered a few words, but it did not seem to mind. It continued. Xiao Han, do you know who the greatest traitor in the history of humans is? Ha! Xiao Han was stunned. My dear Yan, the greatest and most outstanding alchemist in the history of humans. He used to be a demon hero. Tens of thousands of years ago, he betrayed the Xianxia pagoda and defected to the demons. The voice was suddenly filled with anger. My dear Yan? I've heard of this name before. Besides, I know that all the divine medicine used by the demons to shield the demonic qi was made by my dear Yan. This. Oh right, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor consumed this kind of saint elixir. That's why even Li Fanming, who was an ancient powerhouse, couldn't see through him. Xiao Han blurted out. I really didn't expect that Mr. Yan was once a demon hero. He's a traitor among the demon heroes. Scum. Unforgivable. He betrayed the human race and defected to the demons. This is the greatest humiliation in the history of humans. The voice slightly lost its composure. My dear Yan's betrayal has affected the balance between the human race and the demons in this world. Oh. Hearing that, Xiao Han pricked up his ears and seemed to be very curious. There are countless human realms in this universe. The world we're in is just a drop in the ocean, the tip of an iceberg. It's just an ordinary human realm. In every human realm, the eternal theme is the battle between the human race and the demon race. Some human realms have already been lost and completely turned into demon realms. All the humans were either killed and eaten by the demon race or became slaves and laborers of the demon race. Of course, there are also human realms where the human race killed all the demons, making the world a paradise without any worries. The human race didn't have to worry about the demon race's scourge and thus lived in peace and contentment. In our human realm, the human race is also dedicated to killing the demon race. That's how the profession that specializes in killing the demon race was born. Demon hero. Tens of thousands of years ago, our human realm once achieved an important breakthrough in the war against the demon race. Many great demon emperors died in the hands of our high-level demon heroes. This greatly damaged the vitality of the demon race. According to this development, our human realm might be able to eliminate all the demon race in thousands of years or even 10,000 years. Xiao Han, I can tell you that the immortal realm and the immortal realm both exist. However, there are too many human realms like the Eternal Sands, but there is only one immortal realm. So, not every mortal dimension was able to receive the favor of the immortal dimension. However, if the human race wins the battle between the human race and the demon race in one of the human realms and eliminates all the demon race in this world, then the immortal realm will definitely know about it. The immortal realm will bestow rewards and enlighten this human realm. Is that so? Xiao Han tried his best to digest these words. Originally, our human realm was going to uproot the demon race and eliminate all evil, so that our human realm could obtain the favor of the immortal realm. The favor of the immortal realm. However, everything was destroyed by a traitor. My dear Yen, He actually defected to the demon race, so that the demon race could get enough supplies and breathing space from the state of being at death's door. In our human realm today, the human race and the demon race are in a state of balance again. Xiao Han thought. It seems that tens of thousands of years ago, the demon race suffered a setback and should have gradually been eliminated. However, because of my dear Yan's betrayal, not only did the demon race not die out, but it also recovered after tens of thousands of years of development. Now, it is able to fight against the human race as an equal, making it difficult for the human race to eliminate the demon race. My dear Yan, you changed the situation of the human race and the demon race in this human realm by yourself. This is really unbelievable. Xiao Han said doubtfully. Does my dear Yan really have such a skill? To be honest, my dear Yan's talent in concocting medicine and pills is almost unprecedented. Not only in our human realm, but also in other human realms. He would be an invincible and almost legendary existence. It is no exaggeration to say that if he is given enough materials, he can probably concoct immortal pills. Ha! Xiao Han's body trembled. Not only can my dear Yan concoct medicine that can shield the demon qi, but, Xiao Han, you also know that in the realm of the demon race, there is a difference between the mutated and non-mutated demon race. Although the demon emperors that don't have mutated bloodline are also cruel, they can be easily hunted by the great demon warriors of the human race. However, the mutated demon emperors are extremely terrifying. Their demonic power is as deep as the sea, and they can easily set off a bloody storm. Every time a mutated demon emperor is killed, a large number of demon warriors have to sacrifice their lives. The price is very heavy. However, the bloodline of the demon race is very special. Most of the high-level demon emperors can't mutate their bloodline in their lifetime. In fact, it is very rare for a demon emperor to have mutated bloodline. However, my dear Yan can concoct some secret medicine that can greatly increase the probability of a normal high-level demon emperor's bloodline mutation. Ah! I understand now. In other words, my dear Yan can rely on the secret medicine to create a large number of mutated demon emperors. Ordinary high-level demon emperors that can't mutate their bloodline will have a high probability of mutating after taking the secret medicine of my dear Yan. After the number of mutated demon emperors increases, the comprehensive strength of the demon race will greatly increase, and it will be more and more difficult for the human race to exterminate the demon race. Besides, what's more terrifying is that as time goes by, my dear Yan can create more mutated demon emperors. In this case, the demon race will grow stronger, and one day, our human world may evolve into the realm of demons. Xiao Han said in shock. Yes, Xiao Han, as you said. When my dear Yan first joined the demon race, he could only create 1 or 2 mutated demon emperors in a few decades. However, in recent years, probably because his medicine concoction skills are getting better and better, according to our intelligence, he can currently refine an ultra-quality medicine every 5 years, which can cause a terrifying mutation in a high-level demon emperor with an ordinary bloodline. It's extremely terrifying. It's very likely that my dear Yan's medicine concoction skills have improved again, and he can create mutated demon emperors every year. If that's the case, the demon race will launch a counterattack against the human race. A large number of mutated demon emperors, high-level demon emperors, and even demon emperors will form an army and trample on the human race's territory. The entire human world will be plunged into darkness, people will be plunged into misery and suffering, the heavenly Tao will collapse, and the human race will be destroyed. Xiao Han, you should know that every word I said is absolutely not an exaggeration. In other words, my dear Yan may be the key figure who will decide who will dominate the human world, between the human race and the demon race. So, to kill my dear Yan, or to capture him, Xiao Han said while thinking. It's almost impossible to kill or capture Yan Lang. He is valued by the demon race and is kept in the demon capital. He will never step into the territory of the human race. The demon capital is the nest of the demon race in the human world. There are no humans there, but countless demons live there. There are a lot of demon emperors, high-level demon emperors, mutated demon emperors, and even demon emperors. My dear Yan is under the strictest and most comprehensive protection. In history, there have been 18 giant demons and 5 giant demons who took the risk to enter the demon capital to assassinate my dear Yan. In the end, all of them died. They didn't even see my dear Yan's face before they were besieged by a group of demons and turned into powder in an instant. The mission to assassinate my dear Yan is known as the most important, the greatest, and the most difficult mission to complete in the demon world. If my dear Yen dies, the demon race will be weak in our human world. After all, the bloodline of the demon race is very special. Among countless high-level demon emperors, it is rare for one to have a bloodline mutation. If they lose my dear Yen, the number of mutated demon emperors will become fewer and fewer in the future. One killed will be one less. In the end, they will be annihilated by our human race. Hearing this, Xiao Han also shook his head fiercely. However, with all due respect, it's really too difficult to assassinate my dear Yen. It's almost impossible. No, it's not almost impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Yes, we've received some information. In the demon capital, every time my dear Yen goes out, there will be at least dozens or even hundreds of mutated demon emperors and hundreds of high-level demon emperors to protect him. Moreover, the loyalty of these mutated demon emperors to my dear Yen is absolutely unquestionable. They will explode their demon bodies to protect my dear Yen at any time. Because their mutation is all thanks to my dear Yen. They are loyal to my dear Yen. Probably, with the improvement of my dear Yan's medicine refining skills, these mutated demon emperors will have the possibility to evolve into demon emperors. Ha! The voice laughed, but the laughter was full of fear, unprecedented fear. If my dear Yen succeeds in refining the medicine for mutated demon emperors to evolve into demon emperors, then we will all be finished, the demon hero pagoda will be finished, and the entire human world will be finished. Xiao Han nodded in agreement. This was not an alarmist talk. If Yen Lang could create a demon emperor, even if there was a demon emperor every 50 or 100 years, it would cause the complete destruction of the human race. Kill my dear Yen without delay. This mission is related to the survival of the human race. Xiao Han, you are the only person to complete this mission. The voice was majestic and awe-inspiring. Xiao Han shivered. F***CKU. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Han cursed. For this mission, more than a dozen ancient giants and several ancient giants have died. Moreover, my dear Yen is protected by hundreds of mutated demon emperors and countless high-level demon emperors. You want me to kill him? Chapter 283. When Xiao Han heard that the so-called mission was to sneak into the demon lair of this world to assassinate the alchemist, Yen Lang, he immediately tensed up and rejected it decisively. Although Xiao Han was hot-blooded and dared to fight, it did not mean that he was retarded. Writing Chinese Language Network. ZBZ. Before that, be it the Hex Hero Trial, the hunt for the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, the Hex Hero Ranking Challenge, or even the cross-level battle with Xianxia, a powerhouse of the Talisman Transformation realm. They were all seeking survival in the midst of death, but at least there was a chance of winning. However, assassinating Yen Lang was purely courting death. There was no way he could survive. There was no way he could survive. It would be a waste of his life. Think about it. In the lair of the demon clan, the demon metropolis, it should be the most prosperous place of the demon clan. It might even be the birthplace of the demon clan in this human world. The entire demon metropolis was filled with all kinds of demons. There were countless demon generals, demon emperors, and mutated demon emperors. There were also terrifying demon emperors. In such a dangerous place, if a human were to enter it, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. A beautiful woman would enter a wolf's den. Needless to say, once she entered the demon metropolis, she would be turned into minced meat in less than a breath. She would even be torn apart and eaten by the demon clan. Assassinate Yen Lang? It was completely impossible for him to see Yen Lang. Hearing Xiao Han's angry refusal, the voice was neither fast nor slow, as if it had already expected that Xiao Han would have such a reaction. He chuckled coldly. Forget it. If you want to kill me, just do it. It's really clumsy to set up such a death trap. Xiao Han said sternly. However, he did not take it seriously. Xiao Han knew that the other party would not dare to kill him. Otherwise, he would have killed him long ago. Execute me now. Ha ha. The voice let out a strange laugh. Xiao Han, you are really cunning. You keep saying that you want to die, but your mind and emotions are not afraid at all. You are indeed a young hero. Not only do you have heaven-covering luck and great fortuitous encounters, you are also very meticulous and observant. You have already deduced that we will not be able to punish you for fear of breaking the vases, right? Ha ha. Heh. Xiao Han sneered and did not answer. It was a tacit agreement. Forget it, Xiao Han. Let's put everything else aside for now. The traitor Yan Lang does have the ability to subvert and destroy this human world. As time goes on, this is likely to grow. Xiao Han, as a member of the human race in this mortal realm, and as a swordsman, don't you have any sense of duty? As a swordsman, of course, he had to bear the heavy responsibility of saving the people from disaster. Chivalrous men were the privileged people of this world, but they also needed to contribute to this world. Every excellent swordsman must be prepared to die at any moment in the arduous battles between humans and demons. That voice spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. Could it be that you, Xiao Han, can bear to see those innocent commoners die in the belly of the demon clan? The old, the young, the women and the children, the kind and harmless ordinary people. Among them, there will also be Xiao Han, your parents, your elders, your close friends, your compatriots from the sect, your senior brothers and junior sisters. Ha! Xiao Han laughed it off. If I, Xiao Han, have the ability to save the world, I will certainly not refuse. However, this mission is simply a dead end. I, Xiao Han, can't even fight against the ancient giants. How can I sneak into the demon metropolis and carry out the assassination? I'm afraid I won't even be able to see what Yan Lang looks like. Rather than throwing an egg against a stone and losing my life in vain, it's better to accept the punishment now. You can sentence me to death and see if the original energy of the demon clan in my heart will backfire or not. I also feel that the original energy of the demon clan that I have refined and hibernated in my heart is very powerful. Once I die, it will no longer be imprisoned and will burst out at once. Perhaps, it will also be a disaster. Xiao Han had completely thrown caution to the wind and was stubborn. Presumptuous. Xiao Han, you are threatening me. The voice burst out with anger. Waves of spiritual energy surged toward Xiao Han like a tide. The air in the entire small room suddenly collapsed. The wind and clouds surged. It crushed the universe. Roar! Feeling the invincible pressure that was about to invade his body, Xiao Han let out a deep roar. The power of his flesh body surged and the indestructible golden body rushed out, radiating rays of light. In an instant, Xiao Han's temperament changed greatly. He was like a star shining down, the sun and moon in the sky, the rivers flowing on the ground. Buzz, buzz, under the pressure of the spiritual energy, the indestructible golden body also distorted and expanded, producing a clanging sound and shocking cracks as if it was about to be crushed. However, even so, it still unyieldingly defended Xiao Han. Too powerful. It's just a wisp of spiritual energy. With my current physical strength, the indestructible golden body is still unable to withstand it. Xiao Han's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. One should know that the stronger the physical strength, the more powerful the indestructible golden body would be. The indestructible golden body that Xiao Han released with his physical strength of 53 million cauldrons was actually about to be crushed by a wisp of spiritual energy from this expert in just a breath's time. However, at this moment, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart began to move. Waves of demonic qi were about to shoot out from the heart. It seemed like the demon egg was about to counterattack. However, all of a sudden, the wisp of spiritual energy dissipated. Forget it. Xiao Han, I don't want to oppress you. The furious voice calmed down. The pressure on Xiao Han's body was reduced. The radiance of the indestructible golden body was withdrawn into his body. The demon egg in his heart also calmed down. It condensed into a speck of dust. Xiao Han, don't be so proud of yourself and be fearless. Frankly speaking, I do have a deep fear of the demon origin energy in your heart. I don't want to kill you. No, it's not that I don't want to kill you. I'm just worried that the demon origin energy will cause an uncontrollable backlash if we die together. However, Xiao Han, don't be complacent. Although I don't dare to kill you, I have many ways to deal with you. For example, we can imprison you in a space that is isolated from the outside world. This space has no heaven and earth spiritual qi. You can't cultivate in this space. If you are imprisoned in this space, you will never be able to cultivate your true qi. Your body-refining cultivation will also be stagnant. We won't let you starve to death or commit suicide. We will imprison you for eternity. Once we imprison you, the demon origin energy in your heart will be perfectly suppressed by us. Xiao Han, to tell you the truth, if you don't increase your cultivation level and you don't become stronger, the demon origin energy will not be able to cause trouble. In this way, the demon origin energy in your heart will not be able to pose any threat to the human race. Imprisoned for eternity. Oh! Hearing this, Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. After thinking about it for a bit, he knew that the Almighty was not lying. Once he was locked in a special space, he would not be able to come out and he would not be able to cultivate. That would be a tragedy. Even the demonic egg in his heart would be trapped. Furthermore, on a deeper level, the demon egg in his heart was still a mystery to Xiao Han. Even Xiao Han himself was deeply worried that one day he would be devoured by the demon egg, or even be possessed by it. That would lead to the destruction of his soul. Therefore, Xiao Han's original intention was to continuously cultivate and become stronger. One day, he would fight for control of the demon egg and firmly control it. He would not be harmed by it. If I am really imprisoned, won't my life be ruined? Xiao Han was also shocked. This is indeed a vicious move. Ha! Xiao Han, now you know that I have a way to deal with you, right? For you, completing the mission of assassinating my beloved is the right path. Xiao Han, don't worry. If you can successfully assassinate my beloved, you will become the greatest demon hero in the history of the human world. This achievement will be unparalleled in the world. When you return in triumph, I will let you join the Elder Council directly. You will be second only to me and above all others. Furthermore, I will bestow upon you an immortal fate, a supreme opportunity for you to become an immortal. What do you think? Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, if you can obtain an immortal fate and be enlightened, you will become an immortal one day. Then you will be free and unfettered. From then on you will be invincible. The sun and moon will die, but you will not. The heavens and earth will decay, but you will not. How happy will that be? Humph. This carrot and stick method is also being used on me. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? What immortal fate? Enlightened? The path of cultivation is extremely difficult. To become an immortal is even more difficult. Especially to become an immortal. It is impossible to achieve it in one go with an immortal fate. An immortal fate is only an aid at most. It will give you a shortcut. The real cultivation still depends on yourself, step by step. With perseverance, extraordinary wisdom, determination, courage, and great willpower, you will be able to overcome your inner demons. Only then can you successfully reach the top. I, Xiao Han, am not that easy to be deceived. Xiao Han kept sneering in his heart. However, the situation was stronger than the person. Now, Xiao Han could only feign civility. Even so, I really don't have the strength to enter the demon metropolis and assassinate my beloved. Even if I, Xiao Han, have the strength of an ancient giant, I still dare to take the risk. But now I can't. The difference is too big. Xiao Han's tone sounded a bit more relaxed. Xiao Han, listen to me in detail. Hearing that Xiao Han had the intention to admit defeat, the voice smiled and began to talk non-stop. To assassinate my beloved, strength is not the first priority. In fact, even someone as strong as me would not dare to enter the demon metropolis. But Xiao Han, you are different. Xiao Han, you have the prerequisite to sneak into the demon metropolis without being discovered. In your heart, you have refined the demon clan's origin energy, allowing you to disguise as a demon. Yes, to assassinate my beloved, you don't need to rely on strength, but disguise. Xiao Han, if you successfully disguise and sneak into the demon metropolis, then you have half succeeded. As long as you sneak into the demon metropolis, 2 months later, there will be a rare opportunity. 2 months later, it will be my beloved's birthday. With my beloved's current status in the demon metropolis, countless demon clans will want to curry favor with him. They will definitely hold a grand birthday banquet for him. At that time, tens of thousands of demons will gather and fight to be the first to offer birthday gifts and flatter him. Xiao Han, you can take advantage of the chaos and make your move. You should know that my beloved rarely goes out on normal days. He is deeply hidden in his castle, refining all kinds of divine medicine and almost never leaving his house. But every birthday, my beloved will definitely show up. His birthday banquet is already a grand event in the demon metropolis. Also, Xiao Han, I want to tell you that although my beloved was once a demon hero, and his skill in refining medicine was unparalleled, he was affected by his physique. In terms of true qi cultivation, he has a limit that is difficult to break through. His true Qi realm is only at the expanded acupoint realm, and he will never be able to transform into talismans. In other words, our plan is, Xiao Han, if you sneak into the demon metropolis, with your demon strength and demon techniques, it will not be a problem to pretend to be a high-level demon emperor. You prepare a generous gift and present it in front of him. When he is caught off guard, you will definitely find a chance to assassinate my beloved. He is only at the expanded acupoint realm, that's all. Xiao Han, you can even kill an ordinary talisman transformation realm. As long as you are given the time of a breath, a slight chance, you will be able to kill my beloved with your own hands and make an everlasting contribution. The tone of the voice became urgent and very eager. Xiao Han, do you understand? As long as you kill my beloved, I can even give my position to you and make you the pagoda master of the Demon Knight Tower. From then on, you will be in existence like an emperor in this mortal world. All the chivalrous heroes will be your people. I am willing to abdicate my position. Hee hee. Even if I kill my beloved, I will be blasted into ashes by the demon race at the scene almost instantly. Do you think I am capable of escaping? What a joke. Xiao Han sneered in his heart. However, he did not want to refute. He knew that no matter how he refuted, it would be useless. How can I pretend to be a demon? Xiao Han frowned and said, my bloodline is that of a pure-blooded human. I am a genuine human, not a demon. It is extremely difficult to pretend to be a demon. You don't have to worry about this. The voice said urgently. Xiao Han, we have not been idle in these tens of thousands of years. We have also been preparing for a rainy day. We have painstakingly researched a type of medicinal pill. When a human consumes this medicinal pill, his body will produce demonic qi. That is the purest demonic qi. It will wander in the internal organs, blood vessels, bones, pores and cells. This is the most perfect disguise. Even I am unable to see through this disguise. If I am unable to see through it, it means that even the great emperor of the demon race will not be able to see through it. Any human will mistake you for a demon. The demon race will see you as one of their kind. However, if an ordinary human consumes this medicinal pill, his body will explode with demonic qi within 2 hours. But you, Xiao Han, are different. You have refined the origin energy of the demon race. It is very likely that you can control this medicinal pill perfectly, causing the demonic qi to grow in your body without harming you. You have successfully disguised yourself as a demon. Moreover, you have the demonic qi of a high-grade demon sovereign. You even know several demonic techniques. This is absolutely flawless. You will be no different from a real high-grade demon sovereign. Since the ancient times, only you, Xiao Han, have the aptitude to perfectly disguise as a demon sovereign. What ancient tycoon? None of them have this kind of foundation. There was once an ancient tycoon who wanted to carry out this plan. He consumed the medicinal pill. As a result, demonic qi filled his body, causing him to lose control of his mind. He became a crazy, perverted savage, killing people everywhere. In the end, the Council of Elders had no choice but to kill him. At that time, we knew that we must be able to perfectly control the demonic qi contained in the medicinal pill in order to carry out the disguise. But the physique and bloodline of the human race are completely different from the demon race. No matter how high the cultivation of true qi is, we cannot control the demonic qi that surges into the body. In order to assassinate Yen Lang, we spent tens of thousands of years to refine this medicinal pill. It seems that it is destined to be a failure. Until you, Xiao Han, appeared out of nowhere. This made us suspect that you, Xiao Han, are the only person who has inherited the will of the immortals to complete this mission. Xiao Han, you are a heaven-sent candidate. Xiao Han, think about it. Not only can you disguise yourself as a demon, but you also have boundless demonic qi. When you reach the demon metropolis, find a chance to use a few demonic techniques. What world-destroying demon saber? Azure dragon possession? Use them all. The demon race will definitely admit that you are a demon sovereign. Because it is impossible for a human to use the natal demonic technique of a high-grade demon sovereign. The voice kept egging him on. It was like a deluge of heavenly flowers and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. Xiao Han was very quiet, but his mind was working non-stop. All kinds of thoughts came one after another. The danger of this trip to the demon metropolis is self-evident. I have to enter the place where tens of thousands of demons gather alone. I will encounter high-grade demon sovereigns, mutated demon sovereigns, and even demon sovereigns. The demon egg that hibernates in my heart is also very attractive to the demon race, causing them to covet it. Even if I can successfully disguise myself as a demon, it is inevitable that I will fall into a dangerous situation. This mission is courting death. However, if I refuse, the higher-ups of the Xianxia pagoda will definitely send me to that sealed special space and imprison me for eternity. How hateful! If I, Xiao Han, have a stronger power, I will not be threatened. Now what should I choose? Xiao Han could not decide. He deeply felt that he had been forced into a path of no return. It was impossible for him to turn back. The world was so big, and he could not escape. Could it be that I, Xiao Han, really have to go to the demon metropolis to seek death? Xiao Han laughed bitterly in his heart. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the demon egg in his heart actually sent out a hazy thought. This thought was extremely obscure, but it made Xiao Han vaguely feel a kind of yearning. Yes, yearning. There was a kind of will that could only be understood but not expressed in words that went into Xiao Han's mind. I want to go to the demon metropolis. It seems that the demon egg is very eager to go to the demon metropolis. How? How could this be? The demon egg actually sent out a kind of message, wanting me to go to the demon metropolis. Xiao Han only felt frightened. At this moment, the voice seemed to be a little impatient. Xiao Han, what are you still hesitating for? This mission is related to the life and death of the human race. You are also hot-blooded. You don't want to see our human world completely become a demon world, right? Alright, don't test my patience anymore. Go or not, it's up to you. If you refuse, then I have no choice but to exile you to a special space and imprison you. In the future, you will spend endless years in that lonely space. In fact, Xiao Han, the reason why you have the power you have today is almost related to the demon race. In the Hex Hero preliminaries, you killed Demon Emperor Qing Lin and obtained the Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique, the world-annihilating demonic blade. You used this demonic technique to kill your strong enemy, Garen. In the ranking competition, you used the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique. This must have been a fortuitous encounter after killing the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. Since your adventure is related to the demon race, you may have more adventures when you go to the demon metropolis. You will be like a fish in water and complement each other. Xiao Han's heart was slightly moved. To be honest, his battle strength was indeed due to his 93,000 demon veins and 4 demon emperor crystals. It was true that the voice kept inciting him, but it was exactly what Xiao Han wanted. In addition, the demon egg in his heart was also eager to try, which made Xiao Han's decision gradually become clear. Forget it. Instead of being imprisoned for life, it's better to give it a try. This time, I'm going to the demon metropolis. The demon egg in my heart is a body of energy that is superior to the demon race's great sovereign. Perhaps, I might really have an unimaginable fortuitous encounter. I'm also forced into a corner. Okay, I'll go to the demon metropolis. If I, Xiao Han, come back alive and have enough power, I will definitely poke a hole in this demon hero tower. I will turn the world upside down. This time, I, Xiao Han, have suffered in the hands of this powerful figure. I was threatened and tempted by him, and I lost my dignity. I'm too weak. If I have enough power to crush everything today, I will definitely beat him up. Strength. No matter where you are, you need great strength. Only with strength can you protect your dignity. Only with strength can you look down on the world. Only with strength can you be the only one in the world. A roar erupted from the depths of Xiao Han's heart. For the first time, he felt how insignificant he was, how weak he was. He also had an unprecedented thirst for power. Good. I, Xiao Han, hereby swear that I will train well in this trip to the demon metropolis. I will definitely have a fortuitous encounter and become 10 times stronger, 100 times stronger. One day, I, Xiao Han, will humiliate and trample on the upper echelons of the Demon Hero Tower. They treated me like this today because they are much stronger than me. It's the law of the jungle. I, Xiao Han, accept it wholeheartedly. But one day, I, Xiao Han, will definitely pay them back. If I break this oath, let me, Xiao Han, be turned into ashes. I will not exist in the sixth Tao. After making this oath, Xiao Han felt a little better in his heart as he said indifferently. Okay, I agree to disguise myself as the Demon Emperor and sneak into the Demon Metropolis. I will find a chance to assassinate Brother Yen during his birthday banquet. Good. A wise man submits to circumstances. Xiao Han, I express my gratitude and respect to you on behalf of all the humans in this world. Your decision is equivalent to sacrificing your life for righteousness. The voice was loud and clear. Okay, this mission is to be carried out in secret. No one else can know about it. Xiao Han, you must not tell anyone. You must keep it a secret. The more people know about this mission, the more dangerous it will be for you, Xiao Han. After all, sneaking into the Demon Metropolis, the nest of the Demon Clan, is a very dangerous thing. I will also keep my mouth shut. Even the Elders' Council, I will not spread it too much. Don't even tell your sect, Xiao Han. It will not do them any good if they know about this mission. Of course I understand. Xiao Han laughed at himself. Xiao Han, listen, from the moment you took this mission, you are not a human anymore. You are a Demon Emperor. The voice said seriously. On the way to the Demon Metropolis, there may be demon heroes of the human clan hunting you down. What you need to do is to completely treat yourself as a Demon Emperor. You can kill the demon heroes. What? Xiao Han's body trembled. Listen, in order to gain the trust of the Demon Clan, I will deliberately release some news and let the demon heroes hunt you down. You can kill them. Since they were able to sacrifice themselves in this great mission, it was a worthy death. Also, we will prepare some congratulatory gifts for you, and you can give them to Yen Lang. These congratulatory gifts are not trivial, and should be able to make Yen Lang value you. You want me to kill the demon heroes? Xiao Han was really shocked. For this mission. To make your identity as a Demon Emperor more realistic. The voice said coldly. I think it is necessary to sacrifice a few demon heroes. Moreover, after disguising yourself, you will be a Demon Emperor through and through. If you don't kill them, you will be besieged and killed by the demon heroes. Xiao Han was silent. Also, Xiao Han, the journey to the Demon Metropolis is very long. 5 days later, I will let you take the secret medicine, and then you will leave for the Demon Metropolis. In these 5 days, you should deal with all the trivial things around you. Once I take the secret medicine, I, Xiao Han, will become a high-level Demon Emperor. Xiao Han felt that this matter was getting more and more strange. Yes, 5 days later, you will change from a human to a high-level Demon Emperor. The voice laughed. Don't you think it is very interesting? This is a plan that the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Pagoda have been preparing for tens of thousands of years. Now, we have finally found a suitable candidate to complete it. To be honest, I am a little excited. I also hope that you can successfully kill Yen Lang. Alright, Xiao Han, you can leave. Right, let me remind you that your true Qi realm has reached the peak of the 5th stage, and you have accumulated enough, so you can expand your meridians. But don't expand your meridians for the time being. Once you expand your meridians, the capacity of your true Qi will increase greatly, and it will be disadvantageous for your disguise. It is possible that powerful demon emperors will find traces of true Qi on your body, and you will be dead. If you want to expand your meridians, wait until you finish this mission, then come back and expand your meridians peacefully. After entering the Demon Metropolis, you must never use true Qi divine art. You must remember this. You must think of yourself as a high-level Demon Emperor and pass off as the real one. Xiao Han, the more you accumulate, the more times you can expand your meridians. This is an unchanging truth. If you can complete this mission, then your accumulation will be heaven-defying. When that time comes, you can expand your meridians again, and you may make history. It is not impossible to expand your meridians by 100 times. Oh. Okay, I will leave first. Xiao Han nodded. Well, Xiao Han, you should relax for 5 days. After 5 days, I will find you. Buzz. Waves of spatial teleportation undulated in this small room. In the next moment, Xiao Han had already left the small room and appeared on the first floor of the Demon Hero Pagoda, the teleportation area. Chapter 284. After a meeting with the higher-ups of the Xianxia Tower, Xiao Han finally agreed to participate in the shocking plan that the higher-ups of the Xianxia Tower had been planning for tens of thousands of years. Disguising as a high-level demon emperor, sneaking into the demon metropolis, attending Yan Lang's birthday banquet and taking the opportunity to assassinate him. Of course, the reason why Xiao Han agreed to participate in this mission was that he didn't want to be imprisoned and forced to do so. On the other hand, he wanted to go to the demon metropolis and obtain his own adventure. One should know that the vague will of the demon egg also hoped that Xiao Han would take the risk and go to the demon metropolis. Right now, Xiao Han had a premonition. It was as if he had obtained this strange and mystical demon egg in the unseen world. However, he was destined to go to the demon metropolis in the unseen world. This seemed to be a kind of predestined fate. There was a feeling that he couldn't escape from this disaster. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he would have to go to the demon metropolis. Standing on the first floor of the Xianxia Tower, in the teleportation area, Xiao Han let out a long breath of turbid air, calmed down his feelings, and then took out the Xianxia token. Through the communication function, he sent a message to Wu Yu. Sect Master, you are safe and sound. I have finished this time's Xianxia ranking challenge and returned to the Xianxia Tower. Soon, Wu Yu replied. Xiao Han, you are back. What's the result? I am in the resting area of the 29th floor. Come here quickly. Okay, Sect Master. Let's talk when we meet. On the 29th floor of the Xianxia Tower, in a private room in the quiet and comfortable resting area, Wu Yu, Dongfeng Qin, and Feng Ling had surrounded Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han, how is it? In this time's ranking challenge, did you really encounter strong opponents such as the Great Sun Emperor and Xianxia? Dongfeng Qin asked eagerly. Wu Yu also stared at Xiao Han with his burning eyes. Xiao Han won this time's Xianxia ranking challenge and successfully obtained the ranking of 1650. This matter had not been publicized yet. Very few people knew about it. Heh. Xiao Han smiled. Sect Master, Senior Brother Dongfeng, Senior Brother Feng, fortunately, I didn't fail you. I, Xiao Han, didn't disgrace the prestige of Wu Yu sect. I have already obtained the ranking of 1650. Just now, the higher-ups of the Xianxia Tower personally gave it to me. See, hearing this, Dongfeng Qin and Feng Ling gasped at the same time. Xiao Han, I never expected that you would actually create another miracle. To be honest, I'm not very optimistic about you participating in this ranking competition. After all, among your competitors, there are extremely famous and experienced villains like the Great Sun Son of Heaven and Xianxia. Furthermore, Xianxia has already turned into a talisman, and the quality and quantity of his zhenqi are extraordinary. Most expanded acupoint realm cultivators are unable to challenge Xianxia. To think that you, Xiao Han, would be able to suppress him. What is going on? Feng Ling blurted out. In the zhenqi realm, starting from the expanded acupoint realm, each realm is far more powerful than the one before it. It is nearly impossible for one to challenge those of higher cultivation realms. Xiao Han, how did you do it? You are only at the 5th level of true qi and have yet to start expanding your acupoints. You certainly did not rely on your true qi cultivation to defeat Xianxia. Right, did you rely on the methods of the demon clan? Dongfeng Qin also analyzed. To be able to defeat the Great Sun Son of Heaven and Xianxia, there is a great deal of luck involved, Xiao Han said honestly. I refined the heart of the giant whale, and the strength of my flesh shell increased by several times. I now have the foundation to contend against Xianxia. Xiao Han told them about the various thrilling battles that happened on the giant whale island in a few words. Xiao Han also briefly talked about the 1,000 beast devouring technique. Dongfeng Qin and Feng Ling were speechless as they listened. Even Wu Li's eyes flashed with a strange light. You are indeed a peerless divine talent. Xiao Han, with your current talent, Dongfeng Qin and Feng Ling can no longer catch up to you. Even the beginning of the Ming dynasty was far inferior to you back then. If you are given time, your achievements will probably surpass my sect. Wu Li finally spoke. Even the usually calm Wu Li was moved at this moment. Xiao Han, although you've used the spirit turtle's true qi to seal up your shell and vital energy, I can still sense that your body possesses the power to collapse the heavens. The sharpness in your eyes is withdrawn. Just by standing there casually, you seem as lofty as an abyss, like a mountain from ancient times. You have really cultivated yourself into a humanoid savage beast. This kind of thing is rarely seen. Now, your physical strength should be around 40 million cauldrons, right? 53 million ding. Xiao Han was a little embarrassed. Oh. Feng Ling and Dong Feng Qin choked. 53 million ding. This kind of strength is enough to kill most acupoint expansion realm experts. Good lad. No wonder you can defeat Ying Zhan Tian. With this kind of strength, you won't be at a disadvantage when you fight against someone who just entered the talisman transformation realm. The pure strength of your flesh shell can reach 53 million ding, which is almost unparalleled in the entire monster cultivator ranking. You won't lose to those with special bloodlines in the depths of the great wilderness. Wu Li said with a gratified expression. After pausing for a moment, he said seriously. Xiao Han, now that you have defeated a talisman transformation realm expert like Ying Zhan Tian, your will has been unimaginably tempered. Moreover, I can see that your spirit and bearing are extremely full and mellow. You seem to have broken the shackles of your soul and completely have the embryonic form of an expert. Your eyes are also bright and clear, as if you can see through everything. Now, your accumulation is definitely enough, and this accumulation is too vigorous. I have not seen anyone with a more vigorous accumulation than you. It's time to expand your acupoints. Junior brother Xiao Han, directly break through to the acupoint expansion realm. Dong Feng Qin's face was also fiery. You have broken out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. Your true acupoint will transform and expand its capacity. The only question is how many times can you expand your acupoint for the first time? With such a terrifying accumulation, it won't be a problem for you to expand your acupoint by 10 times. The first time you expanded your acupoint by 10 times, you are a heaven-defying genius. But this time, I am also very optimistic about you. Break through to the next realm. Feng Ling also said fervently. I'm afraid it won't be as simple as expanding your acupoint by 10 times. Wu Li also asserted. In the past, Ming Chu was also a sensational genius. He was proud of his success and was in the limelight for a while. However, when he stepped into the acupoint expansion realm, his first expansion was only 7 times. Xiao Han, I am almost 100% confident that your results will far exceed Ming Chu. Moreover, it is very possible for your acupoint to expand by more than 10 times. You should break through to the next realm now. Once the acupoint is expanded by more than 10 times, it will cause a stir in the entire demon warrior world. Expand my acupoint. Xiao Han was stunned. To be honest, Xiao Han also had an itch to step into the acupoint expansion realm in one go to see how many times he could expand his acupoint, whether it was more than 10 times. But he was going to the demon metropolis. At this critical moment, he could not casually expand his acupoint. Once the acupoint was expanded, the capacity of the true acupoint would increase, and it would be easy for the high-level demon race to see through his flaws. Going to the demon metropolis to kill Yen Lang was a risky business. He must be cautious and not make any mistakes. Xiao Han did not want to put himself in danger because of a whim. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Moreover, he could not use a trace of true qi in the demon metropolis. The human race was very sensitive to demon qi and was full of hostility. Similarly, the demon race was also very sensitive to true qi. If a trace of true qi leaked out in the demon metropolis, it would definitely cause a group of demons to besiege him. Forget it, expanding my acupoint now is simply courting death. Xiao Han secretly shook his head. Sect Master, Senior Brother Dong Feng, Senior Brother Feng, breaking through to the next realm. Disciple should take it slowly. There is no hurry. Xiao Han said in a low voice. Still not in a hurry? Junior Brother Xiao Han, you have already accumulated enough. It is only the first time to expand your acupoint. With your foundation it is more than enough. You are not in a hurry, but we are all anxious for you. Quickly break through to the next realm. Quickly. Once you expand your acupoint, your name will definitely shake the mountains and rivers. Dong Feng Qin was impatient. Sect Master, let's put it this way. In 5 days, Disciple will go to complete a task. This mission was no small matter. Once completed, Disciple's accumulation will be more abundant. At that time, I will directly expand my acupoint and see if I can create a new record. Xiao Han quickly said. Is that so? Wu Xiao laughed. Xiao Han, Your ambition is not small. What task is it? You've just finished the Devil Hero ranking challenge and won the ranking, and you've already accepted the task. Young people really dare to fight and risk their lives. This mission. Xiao Han rolled his eyes. He would not divulge the fact that he had assassinated Yen Lang. Moreover, if he told this to Lord Wu, he was afraid that Lord Wu would be so frightened that he would even stop Xiao Han. In this way, Wu Xiao would definitely offend the higher-ups of the Monster Hero Tower and be implicated. Sect Master, it's not a big deal. The higher-ups of the Monster Hero Tower probably want to cultivate me, so they specially arranged a task for me to kill a high-level demon emperor. The demonic power of this high-level demon emperor is about the same level as the Azure Dragon demon emperor. With my current combat strength, it will be easy for me to deal with it. Oh, I see. Wu Xiao nodded. Xiao Han, you can even defeat Xianxia, who is at the Talisman Transformation Realm. Indeed, you can deal with ordinary high-level demon emperors. As long as you don't encounter mutated demon emperors, it will be fine. However, you must be careful. Fong Ling smiled. NN. Xiao Han nodded heavily. Sect Master, Senior Brother Dong Fong, Senior Brother Fong Ling, let's return to the Pure Maiden sect now. I will complete this task in 5 days. I will also return to the sect to rest for a few days and empty my mind. Ha 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 ha, Junior Brother Xiao Han, you want to consummate your marriage with your 2 lovely wives, right? Ha ha ha, I understand. Dong Fong Qin joked kindly. It's time to consummate. Xiao Han, you've neglected the 2 ladies for a long time. Now, it's time to make it up to them. Fong Ling said seriously. Xiao Han collapsed. All right, let's return to the Pure Maiden sect. Wu Xiao smiled slightly. Southern Region. Blazing Flame City. An important city of Beacon Fire Empire. Xiao Mansion. The Xiao clan was the #1 clan in Blazing Flame City. They had many descendants, and the most outstanding disciples in the clan cultivated in several major sects of Beacon Fire Empire. Among them, the most outstanding one was Xiao Yunrong, who joined Mingjian Villa. Xiao Yunrong was a demon hero. This glory was enough to raise the status of the Xiao clan in the entire Beacon Fire Empire. For a family in the secular world to produce a hero, it was indeed a blessing that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. Night. Outside the Xiao mansion. 2 white-clothed swordsmen appeared on the street opposite the gate of the Xiao mansion. Senior brother, we've been monitoring here for a few months, but we haven't seen senior sister Xiao Yunrong return to the clan. Senior sister Xiao Yunrong is already a demon hero. She has a respected status and is no longer restricted by the sect. She is free and unfettered in Jianghu, slaying demons everywhere. How could she return to the clan in the secular world? It seems that it's useless for us to wait any longer. This matter, I know some secrets. Junior brother, I'll tell you this. Now, monitoring the Xiao mansion is the Villa Master's idea. The matter is worth pondering. If it weren't for my great-grandfather being the current elder of Mingjian Villa, I wouldn't have known about it. Is that so? Senior brother, quickly tell this little brother about this secret. Ha 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 ha. Senior brother, quickly say it, don't keep me in suspense. I'll remind you that senior sister Xiao Yunrong has a close relationship with a big enemy of our Mingjian Villa. If the Villa Master wants to kill this enemy, he'll most likely start with senior sister Xiao Yunrong. However, I heard a secret that senior sister Xiao Yunrong seems to have feelings for this enemy. She actually disobeyed the Villa Master's order and refused to kill this enemy. Enemy? Who is this enemy? It'll scare you. Xiao Han, the strongest genius in this year's Demon Hero trial. Xiao Han of the sect. This guy can even kill a demon emperor. It's said that in the Demon Hero trial, he killed tens of thousands of people and became a demon hero. He's a fierce and ambitious person with a green face and fangs. He's killed countless people. He's 2 feet tall and spits fire and water. Chapter 285. They turned out to be 2 inherited disciples of Mingjian Villa in the realm of True Qi. They were stalking outside the Xiao's mansion and keeping a close watch. Naturally, their purpose was to find Xiao Yunrong. Xiao Yunrong's experience could be said to be unfortunate. As soon as she became a Yao Xia, She didn't even have time to celebrate before she was forced by the villa master of the 10,000 Swords Villa, Shimin Piaoxue. He gave her a rotting heart and bone-eroding pill and told her to harm Xiao Han and trick him into taking it. Moreover, they threatened her with Xiao Yunrong's family. In the end, Xiao Yunrong had no choice but to take the rotting heart and bone-eroding pill in order to protect her clan and not to harm Xiao Han. This rotting heart and bone-eroding pill was one of the most insidious pills in the world. Once consumed, the medicinal energy would spread out and seep into one's blood vessels and bones. 3 years later, medicine would be useless and the person would die a violent death. In other words, after Xiao Yunrong consumed the heart corrosion bone pill, she only had 3 years of lifespan left. Moreover, since then, Xiao Yunrong seemed to have vanished from the world and completely disappeared. This caused the entire Mingjian villa to search everywhere. Shimin Piaoxue even used his connections in the devil warrior world to search for Xiao Yunrong's whereabouts all over the world. These 2 direct disciples of Mingjian villa, who were responsible for keeping an eye on the Xiao residents, were now whispering and talking non-stop. No way. Senior brother, this Xiao Han is 6 meters tall, with a green face and fangs. Is he even human? Could it be a monster? Or someone with a special bloodline? Heh. In short, he is an extremely savage fellow. That's not right. Senior brother. I heard that there are only 10,000 people participating in the Hex Hero preliminaries this time. Xiao Han killed tens of thousands of competitors in the competition. This number doesn't add up. Don't think too much about it. Anyway, Xiao Han is the mortal enemy of our Mingjian villa. Let me tell you, the most outstanding genius in the history of our Mingjian villa, Xiafeng, woke up from a dream for 4 years and obtained the inheritance of the sword god. He killed the heavens with a single sword strike and was praised by the villa master as the cornerstone of the Mingjian villa's future rise. However, he was destroyed by Xiao Han. Tell me, how could the manor lord tolerate such a hateful matter? Xiao Han has destroyed the future of our Mingjian villa. We won't rest until one of us dies. Oh? If that's the case, then let's just deal with Xiao Han. Why do we have to look for senior sister Xiao Yunrong? Heh. Since it has come to this, let me remind you that senior sister Xiao Yunrong still has less than 3 years to live. Ah! How is this possible? Senior sister Xiao Yunrong had just become a devil hero and was in the limelight among the younger generation of the southern region. She was in high spirits. Why did she only have 2 years left to live? Senior brother, you must be joking. Bullshit. This was the top secret of Mingjian Villa. My great-grandfather told me. Senior sister Xiao Yunrong sacrificed her lifespan for Xiao Han and was about to die. As long as we find senior sister Xiao Yunrong, we can use her as bait to lure Xiao Han into the trap. At that time, we can set up a heavy ambush and kill Xiao Han. Can we really use senior sister Xiao Yunrong as bait to lure Xiao Han into a trap? Of course. It is said that Xiao Han is lustful. He and senior sister Xiao Yunrong had an affair long ago. Now, senior sister Xiao Yunrong is willing to sacrifice her life for him. Do you think Xiao Han will take the bait? That's true. Then let's wait here for the heir to come to us. But it's too unbelievable. I don't know if senior sister Xiao Yunrong will return to her family. Devil Hero Region. Wu Shuang controlled the clouds and left with the wind. He brought Xiao Han, Dong Fengqin and Feng Ling back to the Pure Cloud sect. Dong Fengqin held his Devil Hero token in his hand and scanned it with his spirit wave. Then he smiled at Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han, you just got the ranking on the Devil Hero list. It hasn't been a long time, so we can't read your name from the list for the time being. However, your name will definitely appear on the list after 10 days or half a month. TSK. The ranking of 1650 will definitely cause a stir if it is obtained by a young man like you. It will be shocking. Logically speaking, once Xiao Han entered the Devil Hero list, he would have a place on the list. Then, he could read the names and rankings of all the Devil Heroes on the list through the Devil Hero token. Similarly, other Devil Heroes on the list could also read Xiao Han's name at 1650. However, it might be because he just got the ranking, so Xiao Han could not read the names of other Devil Heroes on the list. His name was not on the list for the time being. Xiao Han, don't worry. You'll be on the list in 10 days or half a month. Feng Ling smiled slightly. Well, I'm not in a hurry to get on the list. I don't care much about these empty titles. In comparison, I'm more concerned about the experience and accumulation this time, as well as the enlightenment I've gained from fighting against the strong, Xiaohan said seriously. Then he said to Wu Shuang, Sect Master, can you return to the Pure Cloud sect within a day? I only have 5 days to rest. 5 days later, I'll set off to finish the task. The task to kill a high-level demon emperor. Yes. Wu Shuang smiled slightly. With a thought, the cloud under his feet was like a stream of light. After a few flashes, he flew out of the Devil Hero region. Ha! Junior brother Xiaohan, I can't wait any longer. I want to see your 2 lovely wives immediately. I understand. Dongfeng Qin winked and said. Xiaohan blushed and said embarrassedly, Senior brother Dongfeng, don't make fun of me. I'm in a hurry to return to the Pure Cloud sect not just for Yanxue and Shi Rong. Well, Senior brother Ah Cho. My good friend, Senior brother Ah Cho, has a nasty disease on his face. He needs a devil hero who is proficient in the reincarnation divine fire to burn the scars on his face. I've already found the best person to treat Senior brother Ah Cho, Huang Taiyuan. The true qi that Huang Taiyuan cultivates is the reincarnation divine fire. He has already promised me to go to the Pure Cloud sect to treat Senior brother Ah Cho. I'm in a hurry to go back because I want to see if Huang Taiyuan will keep his promise and help Senior brother Ah Cho treat his face. Xiaohan tried his best to explain. Huang Taiyuan, ranked 2598th on the Devil Hero ranking board. I've heard of him before, Feng Ling said with a smile. A cave expansion realm expert, an experienced devil hero and a respected figure. Xiaohan, when you were participating in the Devil Hero ranking competition, Huang Taiyuan had already returned from the Pure Cloud sect and returned to the Devil Hero pagoda. He took the initiative to look for us with a very good attitude. He said that he had already treated your friend, Ah Cho, the nasty disease on his face. Heh. Junior brother Xiaohan, you've taught Huang Taiyuan a lesson, right? I saw that when he mentioned you. His heart was still trembling with fear. Ha! I tidied him up a little. This guy wanted to extort me and was beaten up by me. He immediately became obedient. However, he's not bad. He really cured Senior brother Ah Cho's face. This is great. Ha 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 ha. Xiaohan laughed happily. This facial disease had troubled Senior brother Ah Cho for many years. It made Senior brother Ah Cho feel extremely inferior and even affected his outlook on life. Now, his appearance has finally recovered. Ha ha ha. I'm also happy for Senior brother Ah Cho. Xiaohan, don't be too happy yet, Feng Ling said with a playful smile. Xiaohan was stunned. I have to say, Xiaohan, you've completely beaten Huang Taiyuan into submission. He thought of all ways to flatter you, Feng Ling smiled mysteriously. Huang Taiyuan not only cured your brother Ah Cho's face, but also gave you and your brother Ah Cho a big gift. What's going on? What big gift? Xiaohan was extremely puzzled. Ha ha ha. Feng Ling, Dongfeng Qin, and Wu Hao laughed at the same time. But they didn't expose it immediately. Sect Master, Senior brother Dongfeng, Senior brother Feng Ling, what are you laughing at? Don't keep us in suspense. Say it. Xiaohan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Junior brother Xiaohan, Huang Taiyuan is indeed good at flattering. Not only did he cure Ah Cho's face, he also used all kinds of methods to wash Ah Cho's hair and marrow. He didn't even hesitate to use his true qi to enlighten Ah Cho. He personally helped Ah Cho refine his marrow and change his blood, allowing Ah Cho to break through the barrier of heaven and man and enter the true energy realm. What? Hearing this, Xiaohan was dumbfounded. Senior brother Ah Cho also stepped into the ranks of the true energy realm? This is unbelievable. It was utterly inconceivable. Huang Taiyuan's move is too ruthless. Not only will I not argue with him about the blackmail, I even owe him a favor. This person's worldly wisdom is too amazing, Xiaohan exclaimed. But how did he do it? Senior brother Ah Cho is only an outer disciple in the Pure Rain sect and has only just started changing his blood. He hasn't even reached the half-step true energy realm. This Huang Taiyuan really has some tricks up his sleeve to send Senior brother Ah Cho into the true energy realm palace in one go, causing Senior brother Ah Cho's level of existence to increase tremendously. Heh, Xiao Han, this is not a difficult matter for a devil hero at Huang Taiyuan's level. You have to know that even I was able to bring you to temper your willpower, allowing you to forcefully break through and step into the true energy realm. Huang Taiyuan's realm is much higher than mine. On the devil hero ranking, he is ranked within the top 3,000. It is not difficult for him to bestow Ah Cho a fortune. However, Ah Cho was forcefully raised to the true energy realm. This is extremely disadvantageous to his future cultivation, and he will encounter many bottlenecks. If one completely relies on external forces and other people's help to enter the true energy realm, they will usually stop at the second level of true energy. It is very difficult to advance to the third level of true energy. However, from another point of view, if Huang Taiyuan did not help with Ah Cho's aptitude, he would never be able to take this step and enter the true energy realm. It is very likely that he will die of old age in the flesh body realm. Yes, I see. I understand. No matter what, I am very grateful that Huang Taiyuan helped senior brother Ah Cho to advance to the true energy realm. I will definitely repay Huang Taiyuan in the future. Xiao Han nodded heavily. This is great. After I return, I can directly impart some true energy cultivation methods to senior brother Ah Cho. With my relationship with him, I can let senior brother Ah Cho cultivate whatever spirit turtle true energy or hornless dragon profound ice true energy. There are also supreme grade true energy spirit stones. It is said that after Ah Cho attained the true energy realm, his entire clan was shocked and had already summoned Ah Cho back to the clan. It seems that they want to make Ah Cho the future clan leader of the Shao clan. All in all, Ah Cho has already become the most important part of his clan. Xiao Han, if you return now, you won't be able to see your senior brother Ah Cho immediately. It is better for you to peacefully consummate your marriage. With your energy, it will not be a problem to deal with two of them. Feng Ling laughed. Alright, Xiao Han, your physical strength is so violent. Yanxue and Shi Rong are both virgin girls. You must not kill them. Take it easy. Ha ha ha. Dong Feng Qin also came to make fun of him. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Senior brother Dong Feng, you are really a big hooligan. However, senior brother, don't worry. I also know how to be protective of the fairer sex. Hearing this, Wuxia also laughed out loud. Chapter 286. Southern Region. Beacon Fire Empire. Pure Mountain Range. Ancient vines accompanied old trees, small bridges and flowing water, beautiful winding mountain ridges, winding around like a sleeping flood dragon. The birds flew high, and the lonely cloud was free. White clouds filled the air, and the mountain peaks were like hibiscus coming out of the water. A white cloud with an ethereal charm was slowly hovering above the 9 Peaks mountain range. On this white cloud stood the few most outstanding leaders of the Pure Rain sect. Black Tiger, Xiao Han, Dong Feng Qin, Feng Ling. Other than Xiao Mingchu, who had always been wandering outside, the 4 leaders of the Pure Cloud sect returned at the same time. Phew! Xiao Han looked down at the Pure Mountain range and let out a breath. His tense mind was now greatly relieved. He stood there quietly, and many memory fragments swept over him like a tide. Xiao Han remembered everything that had happened in the Pure Cloud sect. In the past, Xiao Han felt sorry for himself and felt indignant about his identity as a living target. But now, his state of mind had improved, and he returned to the Pure Cloud sect. He felt relieved about that experience. He regarded it as the most precious memory in his life. Xiao Han breathed in the unique and familiar scent of the Pure Mountain range and listened to the sound of the mountain spring. An inexplicable feeling filled every cell in Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han suddenly felt extremely touched. He felt a childlike admiration for the Pure Mountain range. I was born and raised in the Pure Mountain range. It is my hometown. I will protect it for the rest of my life. At this moment, Xiao Han understood why Black Tiger's true Qi realm was so strong, and why he had been guarding the Pure Mountain range despite his high position on the monster hero ranking. This was also Black Tiger's hometown. Xiao Han, you only have a few days to recuperate. When you return to the sect, I won't make a big deal out of it. It will save the disciples from bothering you. You can rest in peace and recuperate. Have a good time with your 2 wives. I won't disturb you. Black Tiger smiled at Xiao Han. Thank you, sect leader. This was exactly what Xiao Han wanted. He was about to complete a mission that was almost certain death. Before he left, he didn't want to be too ostentatious. He just wanted to spend the few days that belonged to him in peace. Junior brother Xiaohan, quickly return to your peak. Dongfeng Qin urged with a smile. Pure Cloud Sect. At the peak of the True Disciple Mountain. Xiaohan's mountain peak. The mountain peak that Xiaohan was on was located in the inner region of the Nine Peaks mountain range. It was also a towering mountain, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. Thin bamboo vines hung obliquely, the bushes of flowers and grasses rustled, the tall trees were blown by the wind, and the moss slid across the water silently. At the peak of the mountain stood a carved wooden building. That was Xiaohan's residence. At this moment, two slender, elegant, and extremely beautiful girls were swinging on the swings in boredom, and they were also chatting with each other in low voices. One of them was a beauty dressed in fluttering white clothes. Her pure white dress made her look like a goddess coming out of the water, floating in the air like a fairy. Her skin was sparkling and translucent. It was so white that it was almost transparent. As a result, the veins on her slender, beautiful, and adorable little hand were faintly discernible. She really had skin of ice and bones of jade. Moreover, this beauty in white had a special aura. It was a combination of holiness, nobility, elegance, and dignity. It was also a mixture of restraint and elegance. She was an outstanding beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. As for the other girl in red, she was not inferior in terms of beauty. Her eyes were spirited and her face was like a peach blossom. Her cheeks would occasionally reveal an incomparably rosy color. Under the cover of the crimson veil, the looming peaks of her snow-white peaks would cause the blood of any normal man to boil with rage. These two girls were naturally Xiaohan's wives, Xianxia and Lan Xiong. Ever since they were brought to the Pure Cloud sect by Xiaohan from the Medicine King Valley, they had been living in Xiaohan's mountain peak. When Xiaohan left the Pure Cloud sect and roamed the Jianghu, the entire Pure Cloud sect took great care of them. Other than missing Xiaohan every moment, they were also used to the life in the Pure Cloud sect. Senior sister Shi Rong, uncle has already been gone for a few months. I don't know when he will return. Yanxue misses him very much. Jing Yanxue's bright and charming eyes revealed a melancholy and longing that did not match her personality. Uncle, come back quickly. I don't know if uncle encountered a dangerous storm while roaming the Jianghu. He can't have an accident. He absolutely can't. And I miss him too. Compared to Jing Yanxue, Lan Shirong was much more mature. She restrained her longing and comforted Jing Yanxue. Don't worry, Yanxue. He is the strongest man, and his luck covers the heavens. He is the demon hero, and the demon hero is the strongest person in this world. He will definitely be fine. Even if he encounters danger, he will turn it into a blessing. He will return. At this moment, that's right. I will return, he. Xiaohan's voice sounded beside the two girls. Ah! Uncle! Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong cried out in surprise at the same time. They jumped up from the swing and kept rubbing their eyes as they looked at Xiaohan, who seemed to have descended from the sky and appeared beside them. They almost didn't dare to believe Xiaohan's appearance. It was as if they were in a dream, but they didn't want to wake up. You really came back. Is it really you? Jing Yanxue's eyes were filled with tears in an instant. I'm back. Xiaohan grinned. Suddenly, Jing Yanxue's delicate body jumped and directly jumped into Xiaohan's embrace. Xiaohan instinctively opened his arms and immediately embraced a warm, fragrant, and soft body. Yanxue, you are too unreserved. Look at Shi Rong. Xiaohan protested. Uncle, I missed you so much. Jing Yanxue cried tears of joy. At this moment, Lan Shirong also walked over. She gently stretched out her jade-like hand and held one of Xiaohan's hands. The three of them entered an indescribable state of happiness at the same time. They were completely intoxicated. Southern Region. Beacon Fire Empire. Mingjian Villa. As one of the top sects in Beacon Fire Empire, Mingjian Villa seemed to be much more prosperous than Pure Cloud sect if the competition between the fiendish heroes was disregarded. This was because Mingjian Villa's number of inner disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and even true disciples far surpassed that of Pure Cloud sect. Mingjian Villa also had a few fiendish heroes. However, in history, there was no genius like Pure Cloud Sect's Xiao Ming Chu. Of course, fiendish heroes almost never participated in the competition between sections. Therefore, in terms of the sect's foundation, Mingjian Villa was indeed better than Pure Cloud Sect. This Mingjian Villa was also built on an undulating mountain range. On top of the mountain range there were Mingjian Palace, Hidden Sword Pavilion, Sword Scripture Pavilion, Buried Sword Valley, Sword Tomb, as well as many training grounds and manors. At this moment, it was already late autumn. The leaves of the trees inside and outside Mingjian Villa had fallen in large amounts. It was a desolate and somber scene. The entire mountain range was filled with light that shot into the sky. This was not an ordinary light, it was a sword light. A world-shaking sword light. It could be said that the entire Mingjian Villa was enshrouded in rays of sword light. Poochie 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 poochie. The withered leaves that filled the sky were crushed into powder by the sword light. Moreover, if a sword cultivator with a high cultivation base came to Mingjian Villa, he would find that there was a powerful sword formation set up in the mountain. The sword chi crisscrossed, like thousands of bright moons floating everywhere in the mountain range, emitting extremely sharp sword chi. This was the mountain guarding formation of Mingjian Villa. This sword formation was extremely powerful. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was like a natural stronghold. As long as an enemy dared to attack Mingjian Villa, once this mountain guarding sword formation was activated, the dense sword chi would twist, and no matter how many enemies there were, they would all be turned into powder. It could be said that the many arrangements on Mingjian Villa all showed the foundation of this great sect that had stood for 10,000 years. The main peak where the master of Mingjian Villa lived. In the magnificent main hall. In the front of the main hall, a throne was set up. On this throne, a middle-aged man in snow-white clothes was sitting high, holding a teacup in his hand and sipping tea indifferently. His whole body was rolling with sword chi. This sword chi was majestic and domineering, with a trace of cutting everything and killing everything. The middle-aged man was full of arrogance. In his eyes, there was sword intent appearing and disappearing, and runes intertwined, as if sealing the kingdom of swords. In his pupils, the sword chi shot out from his eyes was enough to kill. The master of Mingjian Villa. Shimen Piaoxue. He was also a senior demon hero. He had a place on the demon hero ranking list. Below Shimen Piaoxue, there were more than a dozen sword cultivators sitting, and each of them also had the existence of heaven-defying sword chi. They were the current elders, deacons, and people who held the power of this Mingjian Villa. Master, we have spent a lot of manpower and material resources to search for Xiao Yunrong everywhere, but still to no avail. An elder frowned. It seems that after Xiao Yunrong took the slow-acting poison, she was determined to die and has quietly hidden. Maybe she is waiting for the medicine to completely spread and quietly die. Humph. Xiao Yunrong is really a traitor. She actually betrayed Mingjian Villa for an outsider. Another elder had a murderous look in his eyes. She is really courting death. Master, in this old man's opinion, don't look for Xiao Yunrong anymore, let her die. Moreover, even if we find her, she will die of poison, and there is no cure. Let's find an excuse to eradicate Xiao Yunrong's family and cut the weeds and roots. Since the Xiao family has a traitorous wretch, then they should bear such punishment and evil consequences. Destroy the Xiao family. This kind of secular family sent their pitiful clan disciples to cultivate true qi. They should have the consciousness of swearing loyalty to the sect long ago, but they actually dared to disobey. How can this be? Uproot the Xiao family and make a warning to others. Let's see if there will be any disobedient disciples in the future. An elder was extremely murderous. Shimen Piaoxue put down the teacup and shook his hand. Everyone fell silent. I heard that Xiao Han has been in the limelight recently. After he became a demon hero, he actually went to the great wilderness and killed a high-level demon emperor, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, Shimen Piaoxue said indifferently. All the elders of Mingjian Villa kept quiet out of fear. Isn't he very powerful? Shimen Piaoxue's eyes were filled with sword chi. Frankly speaking, I have to admit that Xiao Han is heaven-defying. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has a noble bloodline, and the probability of mutation is much more ferocious than ordinary high-level demon emperors. Even Li Fanming, who had been a powerhouse for thousands of years, returned in defeat when he personally went there. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Even I am not a match for the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor in a one-on-one situation. We have to form a team to have a chance of killing him. Xiao Han. Regardless of what method Xiao Han used, the fact that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was killed by him had already been proven. There are many popular versions of this matter in the Demon Hero domain. The most reliable version is that Xiao Mingqiu of the Pure Rain sect joined forces with Xiao Han to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Xiao Mingqiu is also a powerhouse in the Great Wilderness and is not to be underestimated. He has the ability to fight against the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Villa Master, if Xiao Mingqiu also joined forces, then Xiao Han's talent is not as high as the rumors say. An elder stammered. No, Xiao Han is growing. Sooner or later, he will become so strong that we can't fight against him. Shimen Piaoshue's eyes reflected deep worry. Well, Villa Master, what I mean is, Xiao Han destroyed Xiaofeng and the future of our Mingjian villa. However, since Xiao Han has risen like a comet and has become so strong that we can't stop him, why don't we reconcile with him? An elder said. Reconcile with him? Suddenly, Shimen Piaoshue burst out in anger. I also want to reconcile with him. However, do you think that Xiao Han will reconcile with him? Let me ask you, among the 5 top sects in the Beacon Fire Empire, which one is the strongest? The elders pondered for a while. One of them said, Villa Master, I have to say that if we consider the Demon Hero domain, it will undoubtedly be the Pure Rain sect. The sect master of the Pure Rain sect, Wu Yu, might not be ranked very high, but his combat strength is infinitely close to the powerhouses of the Great Wilderness. Furthermore, the chief disciple of the Pure Rain sect, Xiao Mingqiu, is also a powerful powerhouse. These 2 powerhouses are the most terrifying foundation of the Pure Rain sect. Frankly speaking, they have the strength to defeat the other sects in the Beacon Fire Empire. Of course, without these 2 people, the Pure Rain sect is trash. Humph. Shimen Piaoshue snorted coldly. Wu Yu and Xiao Mingqiu are extremely terrifying. However, for the past 10,000 years, the 5 top sects in the Beacon Fire Empire have always maintained a kind of balance, and no one has broken this balance. The reason for this is that Wu Yu and Xiao Mingqiu are people of leisure, indifferent to fame and fortune. That's especially true of Crow Big Brother. My ranking and cultivation level are much lower than his, but even if I were to argue with him face to face, he'd just laugh it off. He wouldn't hold anything against me. They also do not fight for anything. However, Xiao Han is different. This person is arrogant and unruly, quick to repay favors and grudges, and decisive in killing. His talent will not lose to Xiao Mingqiu, and is not inferior to Wu Yu when he was young. With the speed of his growth, sooner or later, he will take over the Pure Rain sect. When that time comes with him in power, do you think that he will not deal with the other 4 sects? Moreover, Mingjian Peak and Xiao Han have long had enmity. When the day comes that he gains power, he will not be as easy to talk to as Wu Yu and Xiao Mingqiu. He will definitely point his spear at us. Hearing Shimen Piaoshue's words, the elders all silently agreed. Indeed, Wu Yu and Xiao Mingqiu stood aloof from worldly affairs, but whether it was in the southern region qualifiers or the main competition, Xiao Han showed off his ability, killing countless people. If one day, Xiao Han gains power, he will definitely suppress the other sects of the Fire Beacon Empire, and may even act against the Fire Beacon Empire's royal family. Right now, what we need to do is to destroy Xiao Han before he grows up. Shimen Piaoshue suddenly stood up. To deal with Xiao Han, it is best to start with Xiao Yunrong. Find her, use her as bait, and set a trap for Xiao Han. Find her. We must find Xiao Yunrong. Pure Rain Mountain. Sect. Xiao Han's mountain peak. Night. The night was as cold as water. The moonlight was beautiful. The night was so enchanting. The stars in the sky sparkled like mysterious eyes, blinking like a lover's gentle eyes. The crescent moon was like a small boat, freely moving in the sky. The insects on the mountain whispered like the most beautiful love song. In the pavilion, Xiao Han sat in the middle, Jing Yanxue sat on the left, and Lan Shirong sat on the right. Xiao Han snuggled up to her, indulging in pleasure. His heart was filled with sweetness, and he completely let go of all his worries. Moreover, Xiao Han was also a hot-blooded person. With 2 beautiful wives by his side, to be honest, he could not control himself. Xiao Han pulled Jing Yanxue's delicate body, and his large mouth moved forward, directly kissing Jing Yanxue's cherry lips. At first, the kiss was very rough, but soon, it became unrestrained, and his tongue also slid into Jing Yanxue's sweet mouth. A burst of crazed desire. Jing Yanxue was almost suffocated from the kiss. Lan Shirong watched from the side, nervous, expectant, and indescribably excited. After kissing Jing Yanxue, Xiao Han turned his head, grabbed Lan Shirong, and ate. Moreover, Xiao Han knew that he had to complete that damned mission, and his life was uncertain. Right now, with a beauty in front of him, he could not care so much. He directly moved his hands. Soon, the untouched Lan Shirong softened in Xiao Han's embrace, panting and her face red. Uncle, you are now a fiend hero, and me and senior sister Shirong are only at the flesh-body realm. Our status is too different from yours. Will you always treat us like this? Will you abandon us? Jing Yanxue softly fell into Xiao Han's embrace, and asked pitifully. And I won't. Xiao Han said very seriously. But we know that there are women among the fiends, and there are many stunning beauties. Jing Yanxue pouted. Even if you are not a fiend hero, there are many women in the true Qi realm who are more suitable for you, uncle. You are the most suitable for me. Xiao Han's face was serious. You are trying to coax us. Lan Shirong sweetly smiled. Actually, it's not. Xiao Han tried to explain. Shirong, Yanxue, I met you too when I was at the flesh-body realm. At that time, I didn't know anything, and I didn't know if I could reach the true Qi realm. Now that I have reached the true Qi realm, I have also become a fiend hero. Indeed, I have met many women. Their cultivation is higher than you too, and their appearance is not inferior to yours. However, I don't like them. Once I become a fiend hero, many things will be overshadowed by utilitarianism. I like your innocence, your naivety, and your foolishness. Don't worry, I, Xiao Han, will never let you down. When the two women heard Xiao Han's words, their hearts were intoxicated. They closed their eyes and immersed themselves in an indescribable happiness. Cough cough. Let's not waste time and... Suddenly, Xiao Han vaguely said, let's go and do something more meaningful. The two women's delicate bodies trembled. Uncle. What do you want to do? Jing Yanxue opened her eyes and asked with a red face. However, her charming eyes were like silk. It was obvious that she already knew what was going to happen next. I don't believe that you don't know. Ha ha ha. Tonight, leave it to me. Xiao Han laughed loudly. He directly carried the two women on his shoulders and walked towards the wooden building. Tonight, I will make you my women. We have been like this for a long time. Lan Shirong suddenly giggled. Uncle, you have to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Yanxue heard that the first time will be very painful. Night. Beacon Fire Empire. Blazing Flame City. Xiao family's mansion. The Xiao family's current clan leader, Old Master Xiao, and the backbones of the various factions of the Xiao family were all gathered in the main hall. The red candles were burning. All the members of the Xiao family, with Old Master Xiao as their leader, were all beaming with joy. They were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding a white-clothed youth in the middle. This white-clothed youth was in his 20s. He was handsome and had fair skin. His eyebrows were long and slender. His eyes contained kindness and a spirited expression. Moreover, there was a faint jewel aura flowing around his body. That was the fluctuation of true qi. This youth was obviously in the true qi realm. Ha ha ha, good. Yunfan. You are truly the most outstanding child of our Xiao family. You and Yunrong are equally outstanding. Ha 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 ha. Now, not only have the hidden injuries on your face been cured, you have also stepped into the true qi realm. The true qi realm. To us secular families, you are just like an immortal. Lofty and supreme. Usually, when we talk about the true qi realm, we worship it. We absolutely do not dare to dream or imagine it. But now, a true qi realm has appeared in our Xiao family. Moreover, there are two of them. Ha 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 ha. The Xiao family is truly prosperous. Old Master Xiao's face was flushed. It turned out that this white-clothed handsome youth was actually Xiao Yunfan, who was also Ah Cho. Grandfather, the injuries on my face and my current true Qi realm cultivation were all bestowed upon me by my brother, Xiao Han. It is not my credit. Ah Cho said humbly. Heh, child, no matter what, this is your luck. You have met a benefactor. Ha ha ha. At the clan gathering, I already knew that Xiao Han was not an ordinary person. Now that I think about it. Ha 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 ha, child, Xiao Han is your benefactor. Truly a benefactor. When Ah Chao's father saw that his son was outstanding, he was also greatly comforted. His eyes were filled with tears. Ah Chao's mother was even wiping her tears at the side. Of course, these were tears of happiness. Xiao Han? Xiao Han, this is even more extraordinary. Old Master Xiao widened his eyes. Yunfan, I heard that Xiao Han is a demon hero. Moreover, he is not an ordinary demon hero. It seems that he is a very powerful one. It is our Xiao family's fortune that you have a relationship with Xiao Han. TSK, a demon hero. According to the legends, this is an almighty person who kills demons and devils. Each of them is extremely powerful. Each of them is extraordinary. Even if they meet the monarch of a country, the demon hero does not need to salute. Instead, they receive the greatest respect. Yunrong is also a demon hero. However, her status is definitely not comparable to Xiao Han. Of course, my brother, Xiao Han, is extremely powerful. A person who defies the heavens. I heard that he has already made a name for himself in the demon hero world. It seems that he has even hunted down some demon emperor. In the future, Xiao Han's name will definitely shake the mountains and rivers. He will be all-powerful. Ah Chao's face was filled with pride. At this moment, Father, during this period of time, the servants have reported that there are always 2 men lingering outside our mansion. It seems that they are monitoring our Xiao mansion. I have sent some servants to receive them. In the end, they were given the cold shoulder. Steward Liang was even flipped over. It is really. Sigh, those 2 people are so arrogant. They don't even look at us. I don't know if they are enemies or friends. One of old Master Xiao's sons said with a frown. Yes, grandfather, let Yunfan go out and take a look. Let's see what kind of friend they are. Ah Cho stood up. Now that Ah Cho had reached the true Qi realm, he was more courageous than before. Moreover, there were no more sores on his face. He looked handsome and handsome. He was no longer the timid Ah Cho from before. All right, Yunfan. You will definitely be in charge of the Xiao family in the future. Now you should personally go out and find out the background of the other party. Old Master Xiao laughed continuously. All right, I will go out and take a look. Ah Cho turned around and left. Cloud sect. Xiao Han's mountain peak. Inside the wooden loft. Inside a room that was filled with fragrance. In the middle of the room, there was a very large bed. On top of it was a large red bedding with mandarin ducks playing in the water. At this moment, on the bed, Xianxia and Lan Shirong's jade-like bodies were spread out. They were extremely shy. They had already taken a bath and were wearing clothes that were as thin as a cicada's wings. The entire room was filled with an alluring fragrance that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind, as well as the virgin body fragrance that was emitted from the 2 women's bodies. Under the burning candlelight that had been added with precious spices, the festive red and soft bedding, the pink and transparent large gauze curtains, and Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong's elegant body fragrance that was even more alluring after bathing in the fragrant soup. Although it was the season of late autumn, the inside of the room was full of spring. Xiao Han stood at the side of the bed. His eyes were dazzled and his mouth was dry. Although he had already seen the breathtaking and peerless beauty of this pair, this was the first time he had seen them wrapped up in a light-colored, almost transparent gauze that was as thin as a cicada's wings. This was another fascinating scene. Under the narrow gauze, Xiao Han could see their jade-like and snow-white skin, their exquisite and curvaceous figures, their slender waists that could only be grasped with one hand. Xiao Han's breathing became hurried and he felt as if he was about to suffocate. This was an extremely wonderful feeling. Moreover, his entire body was burning with an indescribable flame. He wanted to directly rush up and melt the 2 women. It was unknown whether it was the alluring blush from the 2 women's bath, or the timid blush from the upcoming storm. Their faces were as tender and moist as roses. I can't take it anymore. I'm coming. Xiao Han could no longer control himself and let out a roar. He directly pounced forward. Chapter 287. Facing this pair of lovely and sexy little wives, Xiao Han felt like he was being burned by a raging fire. He could not control himself at all. He suddenly pounced on them. At this moment, what chi cultivation, what demon power, what demon techniques, what threats and temptations from the higher-ups of the Monster Hero Tower, what death mission, everything was thrown to the back of his mind. The only thing left was his mind filled with charm and tenderness that he could not control. It should be known that in his previous life on Earth, although Xiao Han was not a 1,000-year-old virgin, he had only seen beauties like Xianxia and Lan Shirong on television. He had never had the chance to touch them. But now, the beauties were on the bed with their jade bodies lying on the ground. Their clothes were half untied and they were panting. They were willing to let Xiao Han do whatever he wanted. It made Xiao Han feel as if he was in a dream. For a moment, he was in a trance. He did not know if he was in heaven or in the mortal world. Such beauties usually wore light makeup and could move people's hearts. Now that their bodies were covered by a thin veil and their peaks and valleys were faintly discernible, in addition to their peerless charm that was like a concubine coming out of a bath, how could his blood not boil? Moreover, they were two beauties. Xiao Han pounced on them and began to grope and rub the two women's bodies in a fluster. "Uncle!" Jianghu's body slightly trembled. Her starry eyes were slightly opened. Her eyes were like silk and were filled with charm and joy. In addition, there were 10,000 kinds of love and 10,000 kinds of willingness. While Xiao Han was torturing Xianxia, his mouth was not idle either. He was already kissing Lan Shirong. In a few moments, under the two women's reluctance, the thin and transparent veil of the two beauties had already been taken off, revealing the naked bodies of absolute beauties. Their snow-white and flawless jade-like skin was tender and smooth, delicate and fragile. Graceful and straight white jade necks like that of a swan. Perfectly round and delicate shoulders that looked as if they were woven. Slender waist that could only be grasped with one hand. Slender and elegant snow-white legs. There was not a single part that wasn't beautiful. There was not a single part that wouldn't cause people to have a nosebleed. Gulp, gulp. Xiao Han could not help but swallow his saliva. His mouth was dry. It was like a blazing fire. On the other hand, the two pure beauties who were as elegant as fairies were so embarrassed that their ears were completely red, and their delicate faces were flushed red. "Xianxia, I'll talk to you first." "And I'm coming." "Shirong, it's your turn." "Let Xianxia rest for a while. I'm not done yet." "And hiss. Is it painful?" "No, no." "Yeah." "Yes, yes." "A little bit, uncle, slow down." The room was filled with spring. That night, Xiao Han did not rest. Fortunately, he was skilled in the spirit turtle's true qi, which allowed him to seal up his physical strength. Otherwise, it was very likely for something major to happen with Xiao Han's terrifying physical strength when he was so excited that he could barely control himself. Even so, the two women had their first taste of love. They were so affectionate and affectionate. In the end, they had tried every possible way to please him. Because of this, they couldn't help but blush. They couldn't help but cry out in pain and gasp for breath. At this moment, Xiao Han and the two women's hearts and bodies became one, no longer separated from each other. Scorching Flames City. The Xiao family. Outside the Xiao residence. "My two friends, how should I address you?" "Xiao Yunfan of the Xiao clan. I'm from the secret sect. Nice to meet you." As soon as Cho left the residence, he met the two direct disciples of the Mingjian villa who had been monitoring this place for several months. Cho was also very courteous. He reported his name and the origin of the sect one by one. "Oh, a disciple of the secret sect? He's also a direct disciple." One of the white-clothed swordsmen glanced at Cho. His eyes flashed with obvious disdain and ridicule. It's indeed rare for a true Qi realm expert to appear in a small clan in the secular world. Furthermore, not to mention a secular clan, even in a sect, it's a big matter for a true Qi realm expert to appear. However, there's a strong smell of medicine on your body. Furthermore, you've only opened one true acupoint in your body. If I'm not wrong, you've relied on external force to forcefully raise your cultivation to the true Qi realm. Ha! This is not a big deal. Those who rely on external force to raise their cultivation to the true Qi realm will encounter bottlenecks everywhere in their future cultivation. Every true acupoint opening is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In this lifetime, even if you obtain countless heavenly treasures, it will be impossible for you to reach the second or third level of true Qi. The other white-clothed swordsman also gave pointers. Thank you for your teachings. Ah Cho smiled slightly. In fact, when Huang Taiyuan helped him break through to the true Qi realm, he had already told Ah Cho about the drawbacks of using external force to raise one's cultivation. Ah Cho only willingly accepted Huang Taiyuan's help after weighing the pros and cons. That's right, if Huang Taiyuan didn't act, and Ah Cho relied on his own talent, then in this lifetime, it would be almost impossible for him to touch the door of the realm of true energy. Even half a step into true energy would be extremely difficult. One of the white-clothed swordsmen saw that Ah Cho's true Qi realm was only Zizo. It would be difficult for them to produce a true Qi realm expert unless they relied on external force and heavenly treasures to help them grow. Seeing that Ah Cho's true Qi realm was only so and that his expression and temperament didn't seem sharp, he didn't show any signs of flaring up even when he was being ridiculed. Thus, he couldn't help but start boasting. The two of you can criticize me as you wish. It's nothing much. However, please don't insult the sect. Ah Cho's expression changed slightly. Ha ha ha. The two white-clothed swordsmen looked at each other and laughed. It was as if they had seen a very funny thing. He's only at the first level of true Qi and opened one true acupoint. Furthermore, he relied on medicine, yet he still claims to be protecting the sect and dares to roar in front of us. How ignorant. This person is truly ignorant. This kind of person can only put on an act in front of the physical body realm. In the pugilistic world, he's just an idiot. Forget it. My two friends, the two of you have been lingering outside my Shao clan's residence recently. If you are a friend, you can come to my Shao clan as a guest. My Shao clan will welcome you with open arms. If you have other motives, my Shao clan is not a clan that can be bullied and humiliated. Ah Cho said with a stern expression. That's right. In the eyes of the two of you, my cultivation level is indeed weak. However, I am still cultivating in the pure sect. I hope the two of you can give me some face. Even if the two of you don't give the pure sect face. My cousin, Xiao Yunrong. She's a disciple of the Mingjian Villa. She's also a true disciple and a demon hero. Humph. Hearing this, the two white-clothed swordsmen's expression immediately changed. You don't know what's good for you. You actually dare to use the sect to pressure us? Xiao Yunrong? Ha ha ha. You dare to use the traitor of the Mingjian Villa to pressure us? One of the white-clothed swordsman's eyes were immediately filled with killing intent. Junior brother. Shut up. The other white-clothed swordsman quickly shouted and immediately rebuked Ah Cho. Get lost. Your Shao clan does not dominate this Scorching Flame City. Our staying in Scorching Flame City has nothing to do with the Shao clan. You quickly get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. What? What traitor? What do you mean by this? Ah Cho was incomparably shocked and took a step forward. Please explain clearly. Get lost. One of the white-clothed swordsmen was furious. You relied on external force to advance to the true Qi realm. You're worse than trash. You dare to be impudent again and again? Get lost. Just as he finished speaking, the index and middle fingers of his right hand formed a sword art and slashed in the air. Pooh! In an instant, a small space was filled with sword light and unparalleled sword Qi. Wind and fire roared angrily. A sword Qi that was as thick as a thumb suddenly slashed towards Ah Cho. Poochie, poochie, poochie. The air was filled with sword Qi that was as thin as gossamer. It was soundless and silent. Bang! Ah Cho was unable to block it. His chest was hit by this sword Qi. His entire body felt as if it was struck by lightning. He was instantly sent flying and vomited blood. Ah Cho fell to the ground and vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Trash! You can't even block one move. You're also in the true Qi realm? Go back and drink your milk. The two white-clothed swordsmen swaggered off. Shao family mansion. Ah Cho laid on the bed. His face was pale and his breathing was weak. Yun Fan, my grandson, this is... Old Master Xiao was extremely shocked as he stood by the bed. Chou's parents were also crying at the side. It's all right. Chou forced a smile. The other party also showed mercy and didn't kill me. I just entered the true Qi realm and opened a true acupoint. Furthermore, I didn't cultivate any true Qi cultivation method. So, I couldn't even block one move. I'm really ashamed. However, I have many healing sacred medicines with me. They were bestowed to me by a great expert called Huang Taiyuan. I've already consumed a few sacred medicines just now. After resting for a few days, I'll be fine. However, those two people actually dared to injure my grandson, Yunfan, in front of you. Moreover, they've been lingering outside my Xiao residence for a few months. They've been monitoring us as if they're plotting something. This. I never would have thought that my grandson, Yunfan, would be brutally killed after going out to negotiate with them. It seems like they're enemies and not friends. Old Master Xiao was shocked, afraid and angry. It seems like we have to inform Pure Rain Sect and Mingjian Villa about this matter. Are they trying to bully our Xiao family because we don't have any backing? Yunfan is a true disciple of Pure Rain Sect and Yunrong is a demon hero. How dare they touch a member of our Xiao family? One of Chou's uncles shouted angrily. Mingjian Villa? Chou's brows twitched slightly. He was shocked in his heart. Just now, those two people actually said that my cousin's sister Yunrong was a traitor. There must be more to this matter than meets the eye. Don't inform Mingjian Villa for now. Chou immediately said. Yunfan's grandson, why is this so? Yunrong has deep feelings for the family. If she knows that the family is in trouble, she will definitely sacrifice herself to help. This old man doesn't doubt this at all. After all, I've watched Yunrong grow up. Old Master Xiao said doubtfully. Grandfather, cousin sister Yunrong is now a demon hero. Her whereabouts are uncertain. If we want to contact senior sister Yunrong, we definitely won't be able to contact her in a short period of time. Let's first inform Yunfan's sect, Pure Rain Sect. Because of my relationship with junior brother Xiao Han, all the true disciples of Pure Rain Sect take extra care of me. After a pause, Chou sighed. If only my brother Xiao Han was in Pure Rain Sect. With his methods and ability, those two people just now would have been easily dealt with. Brother, where are you? All right. Grandson, immediately send a message back and inform Pure Rain Sect. If we can contact demon hero Xiao Han, our Xiao family will be fine. Moreover, grandson, you and Xiao Han are like brothers. If he knows that you were beaten, he will definitely stand up for you. Old Master Xiao said excitedly. All right. However, my brother Xiao Han is most likely not in Pure Rain Sect. Chou took out a talisman from his bosom. On the talisman, there was a faint fluctuation of true qi swimming around like a dragon or a snake. This is a message talisman given to me by a true disciple of my Pure Rain Sect, Senior Brother Wu. I will send a message to Senior Brother Wu for help now. As soon as he finished speaking, a wisp of true qi shot out from Chou's body and ignited the message talisman. Wisps of true qi started to burn and formed a talisman the size of a palm in the air. It was extremely agile. Senior Martial Brother Wu. I am Chou. Senior Martial Brother Wu, I am ashamed to say this, but my clan has encountered some trouble. There are two true Qi realm experts of unknown origin who are secretly monitoring my clan outside my clan's mansion. I went out to negotiate with them and because of a disagreement, they severely injured me. I hope that Senior Martial Brother Wu can uphold justice for me. I wonder if my brother Xiao Han has returned to the sect. Chou quickly finished a sentence and the talisman immediately disappeared into nothingness. All right, grandfather, father, mother, and uncles. I have already sent a message to Senior Brother Wu for help. Senior Brother Wu will receive my voice transmission at the first instance. Chou heaved a sigh of relief. All right. Grandson. Rest in peace and recuperate. Once the sect's almighty true Qi realm cultivators arrive, I want to see who will still dare to bully the weak. Old Master Xiao blew his beard and glared. The future successor of the Xiao family was injured. This was equivalent to slapping the Xiao family in the face. This made him extremely displeased. Do you think our Xiao family has no backing? Chou's uncles also shouted in unison. To be continued. Chapter 288. Southern Region. Mountain Range. Pure Cloud Sect. In the inner periphery of the Pure Cloud Mountain Range, there were a total of 97 majestic and precipitous mountain peaks that pierced through the clouds. These were the true inheritance peaks of Pure Cloud Sect. Each true inheritance peak was dedicated to a true disciple. It was worth mentioning that not long ago, Ah Cho, who had relied on evil hero Huang Taiyuan to forcefully raise to the true qi boundary with external forces and medicines, had now become a true disciple of Pure Cloud Sect. He also obtained a true inheritance peak, with hundreds of servant girls and hundreds of servants. These true inheritance peaks were very tranquil, unaffected by the weather of the outside world, like spring all year round. The peaks were wreathed in mist, green trees entwined with green vines, flowing water, waterfalls, and colorful springs. There were many immortal apes, immortal cranes, tigers, lions, and unicorns, walking up and down the mountains, not afraid of people. It really was a beautiful immortal route, the scenery magnificent. On one of the true inheritance peaks, there were hundreds of beautiful flowers and hundreds of thousands of medicinal herbs, and many spiritual beasts were dancing in joy. A dragon-like stone staircase rose from the foot of the mountain, winding upwards, towering into the clouds, directly leading to the countless palaces and pavilions at the top of the mountain. It was late autumn, yellow leaves drifted down, and everywhere was a scene of the end of autumn. However, the trees on this true inheritance peak were verdant and lush, with rosy clouds surging everywhere, and flowing springs and waterfalls. It was a scene of an immortal paradise. This true inheritance peak belonged to a senior true disciple of Pure Cloud Sect, Wuxia. This Wuxia had already stepped into the true qi boundary more than 100 years ago. He was considered an all-powerful genius, and was once famous in several large sects of the southern region. But he was not an evil hero, but after a few cycles of cultivation, he was now at the peak of the 5th level of true qi. He was only one step away from opening the meridian. Of course, whether he could take this step was still unknown. But he was respected in Jianghu, and had killed many demon race in his life. Night. The bright moon hung high in the sky, the watery moonlight sprinkling on the mountain peak. In the pavilion, several pretty servants were brewing tea and serving exquisite pastries, attentively serving. Wuxia and several other true disciples of Pure Cloud Sect were admiring the moon. Ah! Senior Brother Wu, the world changes. The winds and clouds change unpredictably. We never thought that there would be such a genius in our Pure Cloud Sect. Moreover, this genius was born as a living target, and he had to fight his way up step by step. It's truly a rare sight. A middle-aged Confucian scholar smiled faintly as his entire body glowed with treasured light. Senior Brother Xiao Han is already the leading figure of the new generation of our Pure Maiden Sect. He's so young, but he's already accomplished such a great feat in the devil hero realm. Even the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, the leader of the demon clan, was killed by Senior Brother Xiao Han. Wuxia was also a middle-aged man. His expression was very capable, and in his eyes was a wise and far-sighted light. There were signs of Senior Brother Xiao Han's rise, and it wasn't sudden. If you think about it carefully, you will understand. This year's Devil Hero trial is known as the cruelest, most difficult, and highest death rate in the history of the Devil Hero Circle. To think that Senior Brother Xiao Han would be able to suppress everyone in a competition of this level and make a name for himself. With the aura of being the number one, he became the demon hero of the selection. No one would be willing to accept him, and no one would be able to compete with him. Ha 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 ha, let me tell you, in the future, Senior Brother Xiao Han will become more and more powerful. His luck will cover the sky. His name will shake the mountains and rivers, and he will become an ancestor. The other core disciples nodded. Yes, the rise of Senior Brother Xiao Han is also the rise of our Pure Cloud Sect. Sect Master and eldest Senior Brother are people who have the ability to cover the sky, but they are too indifferent to fame and fortune, and stand aloof from worldly affairs. They are too low-key. Therefore, our Pure Cloud Sect has always been neither strong nor weak among the top 5 sects of Beacon Fire Empire. Senior Brother Xiao Han is a person who strives for success, dares to fight, and has a fiery temper. When Senior Brother Xiao Han takes control of the Pure Cloud Sect, I'm afraid that our Pure Cloud Sect will directly suppress the other major sections. A yellow-robed man said with a smile. That's right, I heard from senior brother Dongfang that senior brother Xiao Han has also returned to the Pure Cloud sect. Why don't we find a time to visit senior brother Xiao Han? What do you think? A beautiful woman in red said. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. No. This time, senior brother Xiao Han did not make a fuss when he returned. Obviously, he does not want us to disturb him. He also wants peace and quiet. We should not rashly disturb senior brother Xiao Han's mood. Besides, senior brother Xiao Han has just gotten married. Haha, I won't say it, you all understand. The beautiful woman in red chuckled. Senior brother Xiao Han is hot-blooded these few days, I'm afraid. He will not be able to get out of bed. Ha 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 ha. That's right, senior brother Wu, you've taken special care of junior brother Ah Cho. You've even given junior brother Ah Cho a few message talismans that you've personally crafted. It seems that you want to use junior brother Ah Cho to climb up to senior brother Xiao Han. Everyone in our Pure Cloud sect knows that the relationship between junior brother Ah Cho and senior brother Xiao Han is as close as brothers. A green-robed man faintly smiled. Wuxia did not deny it. At this time. Huh? Suddenly, Wuxia's eyebrows raised. A talisman slowly rose from his body. The next moment, this talisman was surrounded by fine and dense true qi, and suddenly began to burn. In the process of the talisman burning, a weak voice sounded, passing over some voice messages. Senior Martial Brother Wu, I am Ah Cho. Senior Martial Brother Wu, I am ashamed to say this, but my clan has encountered some trouble. There are 2 true Qi realm experts of unknown origin who are secretly monitoring my clan outside my clan's mansion. I went out to negotiate with them, but because of a disagreement, they severely injured me. I hope that Senior Martial Brother Wu can uphold justice for me. I wonder if my brother Xiao Han has returned to the sect. It's a message that junior brother Ah Cho sent back from his family. He's actually been injured. Humph. Junior brother Ah Cho is a true disciple of my Pure Cloud sect. He dares to hit him? Wuxia flew into a rage, leaping up from his seat. The other true disciples stood up as well. Senior brother Wu, it seems that we need to go to junior brother Ah Cho's family, Blazing Flame City's Xiao family, and stand up for junior brother Ah Cho. 2 true Qi boundary experts of unknown origin? Interesting. Truly interesting. After so many years, no one has dared to openly injure a direct disciple of my Pure Cloud sect in the territory of the Beacon Fire Empire. A yellow-robed true Qi realm cultivator's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Even if it's the true disciples of the other 4 sects, they must give us an explanation. Let's go, senior brother Wu, let's go together. Wait. Suddenly, Wuxia's eyes moved. Junior brother Ah Cho has a lot of healing medicines on him. His life is not in danger for a moment. How about this? After a few hours, when the sky brightens, I will go to senior brother Xiao Han's mountain peak and tell him about this matter. Hehe. We all know what senior brother Xiao Han is capable of. He's extremely cruel. During the Hex Hero trial, he killed anyone who stood in his way. He even dared to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Now, someone has beaten up his brother. Ahahaha. Isn't this courting death? Pure Cloud Mountain Range. Xiao Han's mountain peak. The first ray of morning light climbed up the mountain peak. Xiao Han slowly got off the bed. On the bed, Xianxia and Lan Shirong were already exhausted, falling into a deep sleep on the bed like mud. The corners of their mouths were curved with a smile of pain and happiness. On their pink faces, there were tear stains, but also tears of happiness. Was I too fierce last night? Made them. Xiao Han gently lifted the bedding, seeing their red and swollen areas. A trace of regret flashed across his heart. Let them sleep a little longer. Xiao Han lightly kissed the 2 girls' cheeks, then stretched his body and walked out of the room. Xiao Han sat on a rock on the mountain peak, looking at the rising red sun. With last night's entanglement with the 2 girls, Xiao Han's state of mind was already very calm. For the mission that he was about to complete, he unexpectedly had a trace of confidence. In his heart, there was once again a surging belief that he would definitely win. I must not die in the demon capital. For myself, and also for Xianxia and Shirong. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth pulled into a faint smile. In his mind, he also recalled last night, the 2 girls' obsession and ingratiation, as well as the bone-piercing joy. Xiao Han emptied his mind and completely immersed himself in a kind of tranquil and full of happiness. After a while, Xiao Han took out his demon hero token from his bosom. He opened the message function. With a sweep of his mind, he read a few messages. Ting tong. Xiao Han, why don't you contact me? I left you a message, but you didn't reply. You really don't give Qing Tong any face. The next time we meet, Qing Tong will properly settle the score with you. Alright, Qing Tong is going to form a team with someone and enter an ancient tower for an adventure. Xiao Han, Qing Tong is currently accumulating strength and is preparing to expand her meridians. Alright, after today's adventure is over, Qing Tong will come find you. Fatty Zhu. Boss, where are you enjoying yourself? During this period of time, Fatty followed his father and a few of his father's good friends. A group of senior demon heroes are training in some ancient ruins in the northern region. A high-level demon emperor appeared over there. Boss, let's not talk about it. Hua Fan. Junior brother Xiao Han, are you all right? I met a few demon heroes who are at the opening realm. They are all good to me and treat me like sisters. Junior brother Xiao Han, let me tell you, I have already stepped into the opening realm. Isn't it strange? Why did I improve so much? Junior brother Xiao Han, I obtained an ancient strange fruit. After refining it, I gained a few cycles of true qi out of nowhere and broke through many true acupoints. The first time I expanded my acupoints, the result was also. I expanded my acupoints 5 times. The accumulated poison in my body is also slowly dissipating. The life potential that I lost is recovering bit by bit. It is all because of the effect of that ancient strange fruit. Hearing the messages left by his former companions, Xiao Han's heart was filled with warmth. He was inexplicably moved. It seems that everyone's luck is not bad. After Qing Tong came out from the ancient tower, she must have accumulated enough strength to expand her acupoints. Fatty and his father, the older generation of demon heroes, must have benefited a lot from this experience. I didn't expect senior sister Hua Fan's luck to be the best. After obtaining the ancient strange fruit, the life potential that was depleted due to the consumption of the secret medicine has been greatly restored. Moreover, her cultivation base has increased by a few cycles and she has already expanded her acupoints. She has really soared to the sky. She can get a rank on the Demon Hero ranking board. Xiao Han smiled happily and was happy for his companions. However, where's Yunrong? Recently, every time I open the transmission function, I'll receive messages from Qing Tong, Fatty, and senior sister Hua Yang. But Yunrong only left me a message once, and then there's no more news, as if she's vanished into thin air. How's she recently? With a thought, Xiao Han sent a message to Xiao Yunrong. Yunrong, where are you? However, this message was like a stone sinking into the sea. Xiao Han sent a few more messages but there was still no reply. It seemed that Xiao Yunrong had directly turned off the communication function of the Demon Hero command. What's going on? Yunrong copied me and turned off the communication function. How is she now? He did not know why, but Xiao Han actually missed Xiao Yunrong very much. He wanted to see her, or at least hear her voice and tell her that she was safe. Just when Xiao Han was worrying about Xiao Yunrong in secret, a stream of light descended from the sky. The fluctuation of essential qi was incessantly flickering. The true disciple Wu Shi had already arrived at Xiao Han's mountain peak. Senior brother Xiao Han. Hello. I am Wu Shi. Wu Shi cupped his hands in greeting. Xiao Han withdrew his thoughts and looked at Wu Shi. Hello. Xiao Han only had a few days of rest this time. Now, 2 days had passed and there were only 3 days left. He cherished these few days very much. Someone came to disturb him. Xiao Han instinctively felt a little unhappy. Wu Shi was also a clever person. Judging from Xiao Han's expression, he immediately discovered Xiao Han's displeasure. He hurriedly said, Senior brother Xiao Han, I did not mean to disturb you, but I have something important to report, so I boldly came. I hope senior brother Xiao Han will not blame me for disturbing you. Wu Shi's words made Xiao Han feel a little embarrassed. He smiled and explained, I'm sorry, because in a few days, I have to complete an extremely dangerous task, so these days I was a little impatient and wanted some peace and quiet. I misspoke just now. Senior brother, please don't blame me. Out of courtesy, Xiao Han also called the other senior brother. He was not an arrogant person. Well said, well said. Senior brother Xiao Han. Then I'll make a long story short. Just now, I received a message from junior brother Ah Cho from the Blazing Flame City Xiao family. Junior brother Ah Cho was seriously injured by two true Qi boundary experts of unknown origin. Now, he is lying on the bed coughing up blood. But senior brother Xiao Han does not need to worry. Junior brother Ah Cho is not in danger of dying, but he must be feeling aggrieved and wants to find someone to stand up for him. Wuxia succinctly said. I thought that senior brother Xiao Han and junior brother Ah Cho are like brothers, so I came to inform senior brother Xiao Han. If senior brother Xiao Han doesn't have the time to deal with this matter, I will immediately head to the Xiao clan in Scorching Flame City. What? Senior brother Ah Cho was beaten? Suddenly, Xiao Han's brows wrinkled, he flew into a rage. Senior brother Ah Cho has always been kind to others. He almost never causes trouble. His temper is 10 times better than mine. He was beaten to the point of vomiting blood? Preposterous! Boom! Inside Xiao Han's body, there was a sudden explosion of thunder. The air in all directions suddenly condensed. Xiao Han's imposing manner became like heaven and earth, the power of his flesh body slightly released, the air constantly distorted. Wuxia retreated in horror. The shock in his heart was incomparable. I didn't think that senior brother Xiao Han's cultivation had already reached such an abnormal level. This imposing manner is comparable to an ancient beast. Senior brother, please calm down. Wuxia kept quiet out of fear. Who beat him? Forget it. I'll immediately rush to Blazing Flame City. Xiao Han's body moved, true qi gushed out from his body, he controlled his true qi, and in a breath, he escaped far away. Senior brother Wu, please report to the sovereign. I will go to Blazing Flame City and help senior brother Ah Cho. Chapter 289. Xiao Han found out from the true disciple Wuxia that his brother Ah Cho had been seriously injured by two practitioners of the true Qi stage of unknown origin. In an instant, his murderous aura exploded. Driving his true Qi, he flew toward Scorching Flame City's Xiao family. Xiao Han was indignant. Xiao Han was very clear of Ah Cho's temperament. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to cause trouble. Even though he had already stepped into the Zhenqi realm, he might not go and bully a physical body realm cultivator who was weaker than him. To put it bluntly, Ah Cho's nature was still timid. Now that he was injured, the fault was definitely not on Ah Cho's side. I really want to see who is so domineering. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth pulled into a sinister smile. However, his emotions quickly calmed down. 3 days later, I'll be heading to the demon metropolis. I don't know when I'll be able to return. This is a path of no return that is filled with danger and deathly stillness. I will take this opportunity to meet senior brother Ah Cho and impart a few true Qi cultivation techniques to him. It will not be a waste for me to get to know senior brother Ah Cho. Xiao Han made up his mind. Back then, when Xiao Han was still in the physical body realm, he had accompanied Ah Cho to Scorching Flame City's Xiao family. However, at that time, Xiao Han had been riding on a flood dragon horse, traveling day and night, and it had taken him several days to reach Scorching Flame City. But now, Xiao Han had reached the peak of level 5 Zhenqi. Just by releasing a bit of Zhenqi and flying, it would only take him a few hours to reach Scorching Flame City. In the afternoon, in the bustling and flourishing Scorching Flame City, people were bustling about, and there were grand shops everywhere. Scholars and beauties dressed in silks and satins could be seen everywhere. There was no place in Scorching Flame City that didn't celebrate peace and prosperity. At this moment, within Scorching Flame City, one of them had an ordinary aura. He was a young man dressed in plain clothes. He walked at a moderate pace. Xiao Han had already arrived at Scorching Flame City. This was the second time Xiao Han had come to Scorching Flame City. Looking left and right, Xiao Han felt like he was dreaming. Thinking back to the time when I first came to Scorching Flame City, it was during the Xiao clan meeting. I stood up for senior brother Ah Cho in that clan meeting and fought against the physical body echelon geniuses of the various sections. He fought them one by one and defeated Yun Rong, making a name for himself. However, the good days didn't last long. The Scorching Flame City was invaded by the demon race. Within a single night, A series of massacres occurred. The entire city was in a state of panic, and the common people were living in fear. A few more evil heroes appeared, wanting to massacre the city. If it wasn't for my senior Ling appearing at the crucial moment, I'm afraid that the scorching flame city would have already been turned into ruins at this moment. Xiao Han looked at the merchants who had a satisfied smile on their faces, the cute little girl with a ponytail, and the mischievous little boy who was running around in the bustling city with a tonghulu in his hand. They are all extremely ordinary people, but all of them are satisfied with this kind of life. They are all immersed in happiness. Xiao Han sighed in his heart. However, this kind of happiness must be established under the premise that there is no invasion from the demon race. Once the demon race is invaded, the city will be destroyed, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. It will only take a day. Speaking of which, if Alchemist Yen doesn't die, there will be a day when the endless demon race, the terrifying mutated demon monarch, and the great emperor of the demon race will definitely invade the territory of the human race. They will treat these innocent ordinary people as food and eat them wantonly. Sigh, I don't know if I can kill Yen Lang. Forget it. Don't think too much. I'm already in danger. Why should I worry about others? Xiao Han shook his head. At this moment, the majestic Xiao mansion that occupied an area of tens of thousands of acres had already appeared in Xiao Han's vision. Xiao Han smiled faintly and strode into the Xiao mansion. Inside the Xiao mansion, in the room where Ah Cho was, Xiao Han was already sitting on the edge of the bed and chatting with Ah Cho, who was lying on the bed recuperating. In the room, all the important figures of the Xiao family, led by Old Master Xiao, were present. All of them were submissive, slightly bowing with a respectful attitude. Young hero Xiao Han, I didn't expect that you would really come. Previously Yun Fan said that after you became a demon hero, your whereabouts are uncertain. He was worried that you were not in the pure and cold sect. Old Master Xiao said with a flattering smile. How have you been, Old Master? Xiao Han smiled. Although senior brother Ah Cho's injuries are not light, he has consumed a saint-grade healing pill, so he is fine. Moreover, senior brother Ah Cho is in the true energy realm. His injuries are recovering faster day by day. He will be fully recovered in about a week. That's great. Yun Fan is fine. That's great. Yun Fan's grandson is the future leader of the Xiao family. Nothing must happen to him. Old Master Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. Young swordsman Xiao Han, we don't know where the two true Qi practitioners who injured Yun Fan came from. They've already been outside the Xiao manor and have been monitoring it for a few months. One of Ah Cho's uncles said worriedly. No matter. I will handle this matter. No matter where they came from, since they injured senior brother Ah Cho, I, Xiao Han, will naturally return the favor 1,000 times over. In this Beacon Fire Empire, other than the pure and cold sect, I, Xiao Han, am not afraid of any of the 4 great sections. Xiao Han said indifferently. Xiao Han's words were extremely arrogant, but his tone was light. He was definitely not boasting, nor was he threatening. It was as if he was calmly stating a fact. This was also true. Xiao Han could even defeat the likes of the great Sun Emperor and Yingzhan Tian. In this Beacon Fire Empire, there were indeed not many people who could suppress Xiao Han. Hearing this, the faces of everyone in the Xiao family revealed excited expressions. They were now even more certain that the Xiao family had found an extremely powerful backer. The importance of a powerful backer for a secular family like this was indescribable. Young hero Xiao Han, if others hit Yun Fan, you will return the favor 1,000 times over. Then, if they hit Yun Fan once, you will return them 100 punches, 1,000 punches. How can they endure such beatings? I'm afraid they will be beaten to death in just a few punches. A beautiful woman could not help but laugh. Xiao Han also laughed, and then suddenly said with a serious expression, Old Master, has Yunrong returned to the family recently? Yunrong? Ever since Yunrong became a devil hero, she has not returned. We have no way of contacting her. Old Master Xiao was also astonished. Why? Young hero Xiao Han. Could it be Yunrong? Did something happen to Yunrong? Oh, nothing. I am just asking casually. Don't worry, Old Master. As a devil hero, Yunrong is under the protection of the Devil Hero Pagoda. When she roams the martial world, who would not give her face? Moreover, she is very lucky. It is impossible for anything to happen to her. Xiao Han comforted. At this moment, Ah Cho, who was lying on the bed, had a slight change in his expression. He coughed a few times. Grandfather, can you guys leave for a moment? I have something to discuss with junior brother Xiao Han alone. Okay. We will take our leave first. Old Master Xiao nodded repeatedly. Very quickly, everyone in the room left. Only Ah Cho and Xiao Han were left. Senior brother Ah Cho. Congratulations. You have also stepped into the true Qi realm and become a true disciple of the Pure Cloud sect. Xiao Han sincerely congratulated him. Senior brother Ah Cho relied on external forces to reach the true Qi realm. It is said that when you cultivate, you will be restricted in every aspect and have bottlenecks everywhere. However, don't worry, I will think of a way to find treasured medicine to help senior brother Ah Cho break through the layers of shackles, so that the path of cultivation will be smooth sailing. Junior brother Xiao Han, everything that I, Ah Cho, have today is all thanks to you. I will not say any unnecessary words. Ah Cho's life is yours. Junior brother Xiao Han. Ah Cho's eyes were brimming with tears. Ha. Senior brother Ah Cho, you are exaggerating. Tesveske, after the injury on your face is healed, senior brother Ah Cho is indeed valiant and formidable. Compared to me, you are only slightly lacking. Ha. Xiao Han joked. Ah Cho also laughed involuntarily. Junior brother Xiao Han, in terms of cultivation talent, you are hundreds or thousands of times higher than me. However, in terms of appearance, I am afraid you are not as good as me. Ha. Alright, I will stop joking. Suddenly, Ah Cho's expression changed as he lowered his voice and said, Junior brother Xiao Han, there is a very strange matter. It is related to cousin Yunrong. What? Yunrong? Xiao Han's heart trembled. What matter? Xiao Yunrong was currently in a state of disappearance. Moreover, Xiao Han always had a vague and inauspicious premonition in his heart. Moreover, Xiao Han carefully recalled that when he was at the Demon Hero Pagoda and parted with Xiao Yunrong, before he left, Xiao Yunrong took the initiative to look for Xiao Han and said some inexplicable words. In the end, she even boldly kissed Xiao Han. Xiao Han, I came here today to tell you that in this life, I will not do anything to hurt you. I know that one day, Xiao Han, your name will definitely shake the mountains and rivers. You will command the wind and clouds, travel across the world and become a famous person on the Demon Hero ranking. Yunrong only hopes that at that time, you will occasionally, still remember Yunrong. These words were said by Xiao Yunrong that day. At that time, Xiao Han only felt that it was extremely strange, but he did not delve into it. Until last night, Xiao Han experienced the love between a man and a woman. Now that he recalled these words, he seemed to have tasted a special taste. Xiao Han even felt that in Xiao Yunrong's parting words, there was a taste of farewell. Senior brother Ah Cho, what exactly happened? Quickly tell me. Xiao Han trembled incessantly. Junior brother Xiao Han, last night, I confronted those two true Qi realm martial artists of unknown origin. I felt that they were experienced people in the Jianghu and were definitely not rookies who had just entered the Jianghu. Of course, to be able to cultivate to the true Qi realm, none of them were simple people. These were all nothing. However, when I mentioned the names of cousin Yunrong and Mingjian Villa, they actually unintentionally said that cousin Yunrong was a traitor. This I don't understand. What kind of traitor is cousin Yunrong? Who did she betray? Moreover, those two people's sword chi was sharp. It was obvious that they were sword cultivators. Their temperament was slightly similar to cousin Yunrong's. There was a feeling that they came from the same sect. In other words, those two white-clothed true Qi realm sword cultivators were extremely likely to be true disciples of Mingjian Villa. They kept saying that cousin Yunrong was a traitor. Then, did this mean that they were accusing cousin Yunrong of betraying Mingjian Villa? However, this was something that did not make any sense. Cousin Yunrong's talent in the sword Dao was unrivaled among the younger generation of Mingjian Villa after Xia Feng. Moreover, she was a demon hero. Her value definitely surpassed Xia Feng. Becoming the leading figure of the new generation of Mingjian Villa, her position would be the same as junior brother Xiao Han's in the Pure Rain sect. She would definitely be heavily nurtured by Mingjian Villa. She has no reason to betray the sect. These words caused Xiao Han's mind to be greatly shaken. Traitor? Suspected to be sword cultivators of Mingjian Villa? Spying on Xiao residents? Thoughts came one after another like a tide, causing Xiao Han's mind to be in a mess. Could it be that all these things are related to Yun Rong's disappearance? Could it be? Yun Rong and Mingjian Villa. Did something big really happen? 10 breaths later. All right. Senior brother Ah Cho. Leave this matter to me. Tonight, I will personally meet those two sword cultivators. Regarding Yun Rong's matter, I will make them spill everything. The night. Outside the Xiao mansion. In the plaza. 2 white-clothed swordsmen appeared in the plaza and looked at the Xiao manor. Senior martial brother, why are you monitoring me like this? This really wasn't a solution. Senior sister Xiao Yunrong will definitely not come back. Don't make a fuss. Let's just wait here patiently for the rabbit to come to us. It is not without reason that the higher-ups sent us to guard this place. Once senior sister Xiao Yunrong returns to Scorching Flame City, we will definitely be able to sense the sword chi fluctuations on her. We are all from the same Mingjian Villa, so we can sense each other very accurately. Maybe one day, senior sister Xiao Yunrong. It's not impossible for him to return to Scorching Flame City. Just then, a youth in his 20s. There were no fluctuations of vital energy on his body as he slowly walked out of the Xiao mansion and walked towards the plaza. Who else could it be but Xiao Han? The 2 white-robed sword cultivators noticed Xiao Han at the same time. An ordinary person? One of the white-robed sword cultivators had a confused look on his face. What does that mean? Yesterday, a good-for-nothing had come out, but he was still in the Zhenqi realm. Today, however, an ordinary person had come. This Xiao clan is quite interesting. The 2 white-robed sword cultivators looked at each other and smiled. They crossed their arms and walked towards Xiao Han as well. Oh, you 2 are the fellows who beat up my brother yesterday? Xiao Han's expression was indifferent. He stopped and looked at the 2 white-robed sword cultivators. Ha 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 ha. That's right. Yesterday, that brat relied on external force to reach the Zhenqi realm. In fact, he is a good-for-nothing. We taught him a lesson, but we showed mercy. Otherwise, he would have died on the ground. This isn't giving face to a good-for-nothing, but to the Pure Rain sect. What do you want? Could it be that you want to stand up for him? Ha 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 ha, I see that you don't have much meat on your body. You look like a frail scholar. Could it be that you want to argue with us? Ha ha ha. Really? The 2 white-robed sword cultivators had obviously never seen Xiao Han before. Heh. One of you is at the level 2 Jinchi realm with 15 open true acupoints. The other is at the level 1 Jinchi realm with 8 open true acupoints. The trash of trash dares to clamor in front of me? Xiao Han could tell the cultivation of the 2 with a single glance. What? You can tell our cultivation? The 2 white-robed sword cultivators were astonished. All right, I have some questions that I want to ask you in person. However, you beat up my brother, so I'll beat him up first before I ask you. Xiao Han flicked his fingernails. A good-for-nothing. One of the white-robed sword cultivators roared. He took a step forward and pointed his halberd at Xiao Han. Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten us? Senior martial brother. Be careful. This guy can tell our cultivation. He isn't as simple as he looks. The other white-robed sword cultivator rolled his eyes. Sword chi burst out from his body. Let me test your limits. Almost as soon as he finished his words, the white-robed sword cultivator made his move. With a slight movement of his body, a ray of sword light shot out from his body. With an imposing aura, it slashed down from the sky towards Xiao Han. This slash seemed to have caused the weather in the sky to change. Within a small area, snow swirled around, giving off a chilling feeling of winter. With a single slash, the seasons were reversed. This was not because of how powerful his cultivation was, but because his swordsmanship itself was extremely powerful. It was a superior swordsmanship. Xiao Han did not move at all. He released a small portion of his physical strength and slapped down with his palm. This palm was pure physical strength. As it shot out, the wind and clouds surged. Tornadoes that looked like millstones appeared in all directions. The air in front of him suddenly collapsed and gathered at the center of Xiao Han's palm. In an instant, a vacuum zone was formed. Pucci, all the swordlight, snow, sword chi, swordsmanship, 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 swordsmanship were instantly torn into powder. Bang! The white-robed sword cultivator was sent flying. His teeth were all broken. Blood spurted out from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Then in his body. Pooh! 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 The sound of bones cracking could be heard. No one knew how many bones were broken. He fell to the ground like a sack, twitching non-stop. The other white-robed sword cultivator was scared out of his wits. You too! Xiao Han slapped back with his palm. Bang! His teeth were all broken. Many of his bones were broken. He was sent flying. He fainted on the ground. Xiao family. Torture chamber. In the cold torture chamber, there were many instruments of torture. Barbecue chains, shackles, skinning knives. In the torture chamber, there were at least 99 types of terrible instruments of torture. In fact, a big family like the Xiao family could not have been law-abiding and become rich generation after generation. There must be a hidden side to it. This was the torture chamber. On one hand, it was prepared for the black sheep of the family. On the other hand, it was used to concoct other hostile forces against the Xiao family. 2 white-robed sword cultivators were tied to 2 bronze pillars. Their bodies were covered with iron chains. They were drenched in blood. Their teeth were all broken. No one knew how many bones were broken. They were still unconscious. Xiao Han sat on a wooden chair and waved his hand at the 2 shirtless men. Pooh! Bone-chilling cold water splashed on the 2 white-robed sword cultivators. Ah! They cried out in pain. They woke up. As soon as the 2 sword cultivators woke up, they struggled instinctively. All the true qi in their bodies surged. They looked at Xiao Han ferociously and roared and cursed. How dare you? Who are you? Who the hell are you? How dare you attack us? Do you know who we are? Damn it! Let me tell you, we are the true disciples of Mingjian Villa. How dare you touch us? Xiao family? 10,000 Xiao families are not enough to destroy our Mingjian Villa. One of the sword cultivators roared. My great-grandfather is the elder of Mingjian Villa. How dare you touch me? You are dead. Your whole family is dead. Their mouths were full of broken teeth, and their voices were muffled and unpleasant to the ears. Moreover, all the bones in their bodies were broken. Not only could they not break free, but every inch of their bodies was in a tearing pain. They immediately wailed. All right, you are just prisoners. Now, I will ask you some questions. Answer them honestly. Xiao Han smiled. Get lost. You don't need to ask. You lowly bastard, what right do you have to question us? No matter what you ask, we will not answer. If you want to ask our villa master. I, a lowly bastard, can kill you in one move. Xiao Han laughed. This is the torture chamber. I've only just discovered this place. It's quite interesting and fun to play around with. Tell these 2 masters of Mingjian Villa what punishment is. Xiao Han smiled at the 2 shirtless men. Yes. One of the men said with a loud voice. The throat-cutting punishment is to cut the throat. Unlike beheading, the head is not separated from the torso in this punishment. However, the principle of execution is the same because the criminal mainly dies from asphyxiation, excessive blood loss, and brain hemorrhage. The direct cause of death is that the carotid artery and aorta have been severed. The abdomen dissection punishment is to use a sharp blade to stab the criminal's abdomen and open it to cause internal damage. The wooden stake punishment is a punishment created by the Xiao family. It is very interesting. The method of execution is to insert a wooden stake into the criminal's body. The most common method is to insert it into the anus and let it die. The grinding punishment can be roughly divided into 3 types. The first is to use a fixed heavy object to crush the criminal to death. The second is to put the criminal in the middle and gradually increase the weight. The third is to use a sharp object to crush or tear the criminal to pieces. In the Xiao family, we usually prefer to put the criminal on a sharp stake and then use a boulder to crush them. This way, the criminal will never survive. These two shirtless men were in charge of interrogation. They were already very numb. When they talked about the various punishments, they were extremely indifferent. It gave people a terrifying feeling. The faces of the two disciples of Mingjian Villa became paler and paler. Their bodies were trembling. You dare! A sword cultivator in white was terrified. Try the wooden stake punishment. Xiaohan smiled. Yes. A strong man took a conical wooden stake from the side. It was about 3 feet long, as thick as a wrist, and there was a conical sharp point at the top. Sir, where do you want to stab it? The strong man asked seriously. Oh, there's a special method? Xiaohan was stunned. Yes, sir. Usually, you can stab it in all the holes on the criminal's body. For example, the mouth, nose, ears, belly button, and anus. Oh, try the anus. Xiaohan smiled and immediately covered his eyes with his hands. It seems a little cruel. I don't dare to look. The next moment. No. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Don't stab me. The two white-robed sword cultivators screamed in terror. Phew. All right. What's going on with Xiao Yunrong? Xiaohan stared at the two sword cultivators in white. This is Mingjian Villa's top secret. It can't be easily leaked. Stab. Directly stab it. Change to a bigger wooden stake. Xiaohan said sternly. Speak. I'll speak. Our villa master wanted to deal with Xiaohan, and senior sister Xiao Yunrong was Xiaohan's mistress. Therefore, the villa master gave us a slow-acting poison and asked senior sister Xiao Yunrong to trick Xiaohan into taking it. 3 years later, Xiaohan died from the poison. But senior sister Xiao Yunrong betrayed the sect. She took the poison herself, begged for death, and then disappeared. Now, we've mobilized people to search for senior sister Xiao Yunrong, but we haven't found her yet. Senior sister Xiao Yunrong is a traitor of our sect. In order to protect Xiaohan's life, she took the poison herself and wanted to commit suicide. What? All of a sudden, the power of Xiaohan's flesh shell completely exploded. In the time it took to breathe, a storm was formed. Waves of majestic power exploded from his body and sent the two shirtless men flying. Xiaohan grabbed the neck of the sword cultivator in white. What are you talking about? Is what you said true? Ah! Spare me! I'm telling the truth. It's our villa master, Shimen Piaoxue, who asked senior sister Xiao Yunrong to harm Xiaohan. Senior sister Xiao Yunrong would rather die than take the poison herself. No one forced her to. It's none of my business. Roar! Shimen Piaoxue. Mingjian Villa. I'm going to kill your whole family. Xiaohan was furious. He was thoroughly enraged. To be continued. Chapter 290. What the white-clothed sword cultivator said made Xiaohan furious and mad in an instant. The killing intent in his heart burst out uncontrollably. Xiaohan already knew the ins and outs of the matter clearly. Xiao Yunrong was indeed missing. Furthermore, her disappearance was single-handedly caused by Mingjian Villa. When Xiao Yunrong became a devil hero, not only did she not get the cultivation and respect of the sect, but she was also persecuted. Harm. Of course, when Xiaohan asked himself honestly, he knew that he had a part to play in the current situation. Frankly speaking, the person that Mingjian Villa wanted to deal with was Xiaohan, not Xiao Yunrong. Xiao Yunrong was just a tool to be used. If Xiao Yunrong was obedient and poisoned Xiaohan, Mingjian Villa would not make things difficult for her. Instead, they would regard her as a great hero who got rid of the dissidents. Even Shimen Piaoxue would exhaust all resources and connections to cultivate Xiao Yunrong. After all, Xiao Yunrong was the only devil hero of Mingjian Villa. It was extremely difficult for a secular sect to produce a true Qi realm expert, and it was even more difficult to produce a demon hero. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Xiao Yunrong had no reason not to be valued by the sect, but she was not obedient. She would never hurt Xiaohan. She would rather take the poison herself. Roar! Xiao Han roared with grief and indignation. His internal organs were burning. Yunrong, why did you do this to me? Why did you take the poison? You are in your prime and have a bright future. Why did you ruin everything for me? What did I do for you to treat me like this? All of a sudden, in Xiao Han's mind, he recalled the parting. Xiao Yunrong's words with tears in her eyes. Xiao Han, I came here today to tell you that I will not do anything to hurt you in this life. I know that one day you will be famous in this world. You will be all-powerful, and you will become a famous figure on the devil hero list. Yunrong just hopes. At that time, you will occasionally remember Yunrong. Now Xiao Han had a heart-wrenching pain when he tasted every word of these words. He felt like he was about to be torn apart. Every word was like a gem. Moreover, before leaving, Xiao Yunrong even let go of her reserve and took the initiative to kiss Xiao Han. What kind of kiss was that? Farewell kiss? The kiss of life and death? An unforgettable kiss? Xiao Han finally understood Xiao Yunrong's state of mind at that time. What kind of poison is this? Yunrong took it. What kind of poison is it? Xiao Han asked in a trembling voice. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The white-robed sword cultivator's neck was grabbed by Xiao Han. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He could see that Xiao Han was currently behaving like a wild beast. A terrifying murderous aura was emitted from Xiao Han's body, enveloping the entire torture chamber, causing the entire chamber to feel like it was a scene from the Azura Hell. Pu Chi, the white-robed sword cultivator instantly lost control of his bowels and urine. Say it, Xiao Han said sternly. It's the rotting heart and bone-eroding pill. It's a kind of chronic poison with extreme and evil properties. It dissolves in water, colorless and odorless. After taking it, the property will seep into the bones day by day, and it will only take effect after 3 years. In other words, Yunrong still has more than 2 years to live? Xiao Han gnashed his teeth. Rotting heart and bone-eroding pill? Where's the antidote? Shimin Piaoxue must have the antidote, right? No, there's no antidote for this poison. The white-robed sword cultivator kept urinating while tears and snot flowed down his face. My great-grandfather is an elder of Mingjian Villa. He told me that this rotting heart and bone-eroding pill was a secret medicine that Villa Master Shimin Piaoxue bought at a high price in an auction many years ago. It's the work of the greatest trader in the history of the human race and also the greatest alchemist, Mr. Yen. Mr. Yen personally concocted this poison. Unless he concocted another antidote, otherwise no alchemist in this world can detoxify this poison. Even if there's no antidote for ordinary poisons, they can still find some heavenly materials and earthly treasures to detoxify it. However, this rotting heart and bone-eroding pill is absolutely impossible, because it's a poison concocted by Mr. Yen. In the world of alchemy, Mr. Yen is the world's greatest authority. No one can shake his position. Mr. Yen. Hearing this, Xiao Han was extremely shocked. The matter regarding Mr. Yen had been clearly explained by the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower. This person was indeed a monstrous genius in the field of alchemy. He was unparalleled. He could even influence the overall situation between the human race and the demon race in this world. Then, Xiao Han also understood. The poison concocted by Mr. Yen was truly incurable. Don't tell me that I have to watch as Yunrong dies from the poison in 3 years' time? No. Absolutely not. Because of me, Yunrong fell into a hopeless situation. She would rather die than to harm me. I, Xiao Han, will never be able to repay this deep love. No. Yunrong cannot die. Mr. Yen? That's right. Others might not be able to detoxify the poison concocted by Mr. Yen, but I can definitely detoxify it myself. Today, I will go to the demon capital to assassinate Mr. Yen. This is the only chance to save Yunrong. Xiao Han's eyes were brimming with tears. However, Xiao Han's state of mind was different from ordinary people. After experiencing the pain, grief, anger, and confusion, Xiao Han immediately calmed down. Looks like the trip to the demon capital is imminent. Now, Let's not talk about the mission of assassinating Mr. Yen. Just for Yun Rong, I must go to the demon capital and find Mr. Yen. Yun Rong, a woman, can consume poison without any hesitation for me. If I, a man, don't dare to save Yun Rong, won't I become a laughing stock to the world? Alright. Go to the demon capital. I'll risk my life. Now, Xiao Han no longer had any worries regarding the trip to the demon capital. All he had was determination. This tremendous mental conviction fluctuated. Suddenly, Xiao Han's 51st true acupoint began to swell vaguely, as if it was about to explode. Looks like the thought of risking my life to enter the demon capital earlier made my mind become a little more transparent. It shone with a rare divine light that illuminated my mind and completed the accumulation once again, causing my 51st true acupoint to show signs of being opened. However, I can't open the acupoint for now. I must endure it. Otherwise, the trip to the demon capital will be obstructed. With a thought, the spirit turtle true chi surged and firmly sealed the location of the 51st true acupoint. You. Who are you? You. Who are you to senior sister Xiao Yunrong? Alright, I've told you everything you wanted us to say. I won't pursue the matter of you injuring us. Now, please let us go. In the Jianghu, it doesn't matter if you have one more friend or one less enemy. There's no need for you to act impulsively. You should know that the Mingjian Villa has existed for 10,000 years and has its own heritage. You. The white-clothed sword cultivator spoke again and again. Who am I? I am Xiao Han, the sworn enemy of your Mingjian Villa. The person that your villa lord, Shimin Piaoxue, has tried everything to murder. Xiao Han sneered and threw away the white-clothed sword cultivator who was grabbing his neck. He strode out of the torture room. Xiao Han. You are Xiao Han. You are the vicious Xiao Han who has killed countless people. The two white-clothed sword cultivators cried out involuntarily. Imprison them. You guys haven't done the job of imprisoning people in the true Qi realm before, but it's fine. Break all the bones in their bodies and break all the meridians in their bodies. Xiao Han instructed the two shirtless men in the torture chamber. No! Xiao Han. You. How dare you treat us like this? Don't be stubborn. Let us go. You are making the entire Mingjian Villa your enemy by doing this. Our villa lord will not let you go. He can even complain to the higher-ups of the Xianxia Tower. So that you will be severely punished. The two white-clothed sword cultivators cried in grief. Xiao Han paused for a moment and smiled indifferently. Now it's not about whether Shimin Piaoxue will let me go or not. I will destroy the entire Mingjian Villa. I will kill Shimin Piaoxue with my own hands. In addition, complain to the higher-ups of the Xianxia Tower about me? Go ahead and complain. After saying that, Xiao Han left the torture room without looking back. Xiao Han was not worried at all that the higher-ups of the Xianxia Tower would do to him. Yes, Xiao Han was going to the demon capital to assassinate Yen Lang. The higher-ups of the Xianxia Tower had been planning this plan for tens of thousands of years, but they couldn't find a suitable candidate. Finally, there was a perfect candidate who could disguise as a demon and sneak into the demon capital. How could they let him go so easily? In short, the higher-ups of the Xianxia Tower, at least for now, would not punish Xiao Han for the sake of Mingjian Villa and Shimin Piaoxue. Xiao Han was very useful. Shimin Piaoxue. Mingjian Villa. Xiao Han sat cross-legged in a wing room of the Xiao clan's mansion with his eyes full of anger. Yunrong, you are so stupid. Where are you now? Immediately, Xiao Han's mind drifted to Xiao Yunrong. Involuntarily, Xiao Han took out the Xiaoxia token and turned on the communication function to send a message to Xiao Yunrong. Yunrong, I already know what happened to you. You are really too stupid. In order to save me, you put yourself in a desperate situation. Now, listen to me. When you receive this message, go to the Pure Cloud sect immediately. My sect master will take care of you. And, don't worry, I will find the antidote for you. I, Xiao Han, swear that I will get the antidote even if I have to die. I won't leave you alone. I won't ignore you. If I break this oath, I, Xiao Han, will fall into the 18 levels of hell and be doomed eternally. After sending this message, Xiao Han sent a message to the Dark Cloud sect. Sovereign, I want to know the strength of Mingjian Villa from you. I want to know Shimin Piaoxue's rank on the monster ranking list, as well as his realm and combat strength. In addition, I want to ask Sovereign to tell me the strength of the elders and legendary figures of Mingjian Villa. After sending this message, after waiting for dozens of breaths, Xiao Han, why do you want to know about Mingjian Villa? Sect Master. Xiao Han's eyes were full of killing intent. I want to destroy the sect. I want to kill Shimin Piaoxue with my own hands. To be continued. Chapter 291. Exterminate the sect? Wu Yu's tone was slightly shocked. Mingjian Villa was one of the 5 great sects of the Fire Beacon Empire. It had a long history and stood strong for thousands of years. But now, Xiao Han actually said that he was going to exterminate the sect. He even wanted to kill the current villa master of Mingjian Villa, Shimin Piaoxue. Xiao Han, what's going on? Wu Yu hurriedly asked. Sect Master, there is a personal grudge between Mingjian Villa and Shimin Piaoxue. Xiao Han sent a message. This grudge is related to the genius disciple of Mingjian Villa, Xiafeng? Wu Yu guessed. Yes, if one were to trace back to the source, the hatred between Xiao Han and Mingjian Villa should have been formed in this year's Hex trial, the Southern Region qualifier. Xiao Han personally destroyed the future sword god of Mingjian Villa. Destroying the future leader of a great sect was equivalent to destroying the future of the sect. This was almost more bitter than killing one's father or stealing one's wife. Sect Master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Xiao Han's tone was very firm. The murderous intent contained in it was also transmitted to Wu Yu. Wu Yu was silent for a few breaths. Forget it, Xiao Han. You are already ranked 1650th on the Devil Hero list. You can be called a high-level Devil Hero. You naturally have your own set of rules when you do things. You are not a child. So, listen carefully. Yes, Sect Master. The history of Mingjian Villa is similar to that of Cloud Sect. When I participated in the Devil Hero trial, Shimin Piaoxue was in the same year as me. We are the same batch of Devil Heroes. However, at that time the talent that Shimin Piaoxue displayed was just ordinary. His advancement and becoming a great swordsman had a certain element of luck. He was also very lucky. In that year's Devil Hero trial, he broke into a cave and obtained 10,000 sword manuals. This made it the foundation of Mingjian Villa that he personally created. Shimin Piaoxue himself also relied on these sword manuals to improve his realm and battle strength by leaps and bounds. This person was cold, ruthless, and unruly. He would do anything to achieve his goal. These years, my temperament has become relatively indifferent. I only want to be free and unfettered. Although Shimin Piaoxue's realm was far from my level, he would occasionally clamor in front of me. Our sect has always laughed it off, not bothering about it. This also caused Shimin Piaoxue to become increasingly arrogant in recent years. I didn't think that Shimin Piaoxue would actually form an irreconcilable enmity with Xiao Han. Time and fate. Shimin Piaoxue. Expanded Meridian Realm Pinnacle. She is very close to Talisman Assimilation. He was ranked 1690th on the Monster Man list. Almost on par with your defeated opponent, the Great Son of Heaven. However, Shimin Piaoxue was a sword cultivator, and the attack power of a sword cultivator was said to be the strongest. He had comprehended the middle stage sword will, and he had been concentrating on comprehending the Tao in recent years, trying to reach the threshold of the mastery stage sword will. It was said that he had gained some enlightenment. However, the sword intent of the great accomplishment stage was not to be underestimated. It had the power to destroy the world. Shimin Piaoxue is narrow-minded and doesn't have the demeanor of a king of swords. My sect doesn't think that he will be able to comprehend the sword intent of the great accomplishment stage within 100 years. In the Mingjian Villa, apart from Shimin Piaoxue, there are still quite a few senior evil heroes. However, their realms and rankings are all inferior to Shimin Piaoxue. Xiao Han, with your current combat strength, you were able to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, defeat the Great Sun's Son, and even defeat Xianxia. In that case, Shimin Piaoxue won't be a match for you. However, I have to remind you of 2 things. Firstly, the Mingjian Villa has the mountain guarding sword formation. One man can hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. Secondly, You publicly challenged the Mingjian villa and threatened to destroy the sect. The upper echelons of the Monster Man Pagoda will definitely not sit idly by. You're breaking the rules and crushing the rules. You should know that if there are grudges between evil heroes, especially those who are ranked higher, they must settle it in the arena of the Monster Man Pagoda. Private fights are not allowed. What you're doing is equivalent to challenging the bottom line of the Monster Man Pagoda. You'll be suppressed. Xiao Han, I can understand that you're young and impetuous. However, don't try to challenge the bottom line of the upper echelons of the Monster Man Pagoda. It's not a wise move. It's too easy for the upper echelons of the Monster Man Pagoda to suppress you. If the matter gets out of hand, I might not be able to protect you. The Crow King also gave Xiao Han a stern warning. Shiman Piaoxue is only at the expanded aperture realm? On the Monster Man ranking, he's only a few ranks higher than the Great Sun Emperor? Xiao Han murmured. He's not even as good as Xianxia? Indeed. Xiao Han and Xianxia are much better than Shiman Piaoxue in terms of talent and power in the secular world. There's no doubt about this. It's not that easy to reach the Talisman Transformation Realm. Shiman Piaoxue will need at least 3 years to reach the Talisman Transformation Realm. The Crow Lord explained. Good. I understand. Humph. He's not even as good as me. This time, I'll definitely destroy him. Xiao Han roared. After a pause, Xiao Han transmitted a message to the Crow Lord. Sectmaster, don't worry. I'm not a reckless person. I naturally have a way to deal with the punishment from the upper echelons of the Monster Man Pagoda. No matter how stupid I am, I won't openly go against the Monster Man Pagoda. At least for now, I don't have such a foundation. Well, Xiao Han, you've always been smart and brave. Forget it, you're not a 3-year-old child, so I won't say anything more. However, if you do this, the structure of the entire Beacon Fire Empire will change. The Crow Lord sighed in disappointment. He ended the conversation with the Crow Lord. At this time, Xiao Han's spirit fluctuated and scanned the Monster Man token. In Xiao Han's Monster Man token, a mysterious person was added to the communication column. This mysterious person was the upper echelon who discussed with Xiao Han about assassinating Yen Lang. The person who used a wisp of spirit fluctuation to scan Xiao Han and discover the secret hidden in Xiao Han's heart. Hello, upper echelon. Xiao Han directly transmitted a message. Xiao Han, what's the matter that you took the initiative to contact me? These days, you've returned to the Cloud Lord's sect to recuperate. I didn't come to disturb you. Remember, 2 days later, I'll use an immortal technique to directly teleport you to the Monster Man Pagoda. Make the final preparations for that mission. The Supreme Voice said faintly. The tone made it impossible to refute and could only obey. Well, upper echelon about that mission. Xiao Han smiled slightly. Xiao Han, do you want to go back on your word now? The voice of the upper echelon was suddenly filled with displeasure. No, I don't. I, Xiao Han, am not a person who goes back on his word. Xiao Han rolled his eyes. But, Xiao Han, don't keep me guessing. What's the matter or what request you have? Say it all. The voice of the upper echelon was also anxious, as if he was afraid that Xiao Han would go back on his word. It's like this, upper echelon. This time, I sneaked into the demon metropolis and it's almost equivalent to suicide. I'm very clear about this point. I don't have any wishful thinking in my heart. Xiao Han said quickly. When a person is about to die, he always has some wishes that he wants to fulfill. Well, Xiao Han, what wish do you have? The upper echelon seemed to think for a moment. You can say it for now. However, Xiao Han, I'm warning you, if you want to ask for a sky-high price, then I'll have to imprison you in a sealed space so that you'll never be able to rise again. You can make all your requests, but don't be greedy and try to extort me. Ha ha ha. Upper echelon, I, Xiao Han, am not an ungrateful person. My last wish is very simple. For the upper echelon of the Xianxia Tower, such a small wish can almost be easily fulfilled. I have 2 wishes. If these 2 wishes are not fulfilled, my mind will not be clear. I'd rather be imprisoned forever than assassinate my dear Yen, Xiao Han said decisively. 2 wishes. Then say it first and I'll think about it. The upper echelon said slowly. The first wish. I hope that everyone in the Xianxia Tower can help me find a person. Xiao Han said word by word. Find someone? Xiao Han, who do you want to find? The upper echelon asked. Xiao Yunrong. The woman who stood out with me in this year's Xiaoxia trial and became a Xiaoxia. She's a disciple of the Mingjian Mountain Villa. She doesn't have a ranking on the Xiaoxia ranking. She's currently missing, Xiao Han said seriously. I hope that the upper echelon can help me find Xiao Yunrong and place her in the Pure Rain sect. She'll be taken care of by my sect master Wu. Oh, it's not a big deal. If you want to find an ordinary person, you'll have to go through a lot of trouble. There are trillions of people in this world. Finding a person is like finding a needle in a haystack. However, you're looking for a Xiaoxia. Xiao Han, I'll personally give the order to help you find Xiao Yunrong. She should be your confidant, right? Well, Xiao Han, you're really a sentimental person. The tone of the upper echelon became relaxed. He was afraid that Xiao Han would take credit for himself and raise the price, which would violate his bottom line. He was the leader of the human race in this human world. He couldn't allow anyone to be insolent in front of him. All right, Xiao Han. You have a sense of propriety when you make such a request. It's within my acceptable range. Don't worry, I'll try my best to find the person for you. You can sneak into the demon capital and assassinate my dear Yen. With my status, I don't need to deceive you. Hearing the promise from the upper echelon, Xiao Han felt relieved. The Xiaoxia Tower had remarkable abilities. They could probably find Xiao Yunrong just by sending a few ancient giants. Then, I have another wish. The second wish is also the last wish before I leave. Xiao Han smiled coldly. Speak. I want to destroy one of the top 5 sects in the southern region's Fire Beacon Empire, Mingjian Villa. The Villa Master of Mingjian Villa, Shimen Piaoxue, ranked 1690th on the monster hero list. I must kill this person to vent my anger. What? The upper echelon heard this and shouted angrily. How dare you? Xiao Han, you asked me to help you find the person. That's fine. But now you want to destroy a 10,000-year-old sect. And you want to kill the monster hero? You're too presumptuous. No. Your wish is beyond my bottom line. I can't indulge you. Upper echelon, Shimen Piaoxue and I are irreconcilable enemies. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to think clearly. Even my mind will show flaws. If I enter the demon capital, I'll lose all my fighting spirit and lose without a fight. Upper echelon, I've also heard that if the monster heroes on the monster hero list have a grudge against each other and can't be mediated, they can apply to the Xiaoxia Tower. After getting permission, they can fight in the arena. However, time is tight. I have to go to the demon capital in 2 days. Therefore, it's too late to apply for a duel. Let me kill my way to Mingjian Villa and kill Shimen Piaoxue with my own hands. This is no different from a duel. Xiao Han's words were sonorous. You want to destroy the sect. This is very different from a duel. There has never been such a thing in the monster hero world. There is no precedent. Now you want to be the first. In the monster hero world, the countless monster heroes are not united. On the contrary, many of the monster heroes have grudges against each other. However, they are all restrained and will not openly break off and kill each other. After you, Xiao Han, set a precedent, the situation will be out of control. At that time, I don't know how many monster heroes will follow your example. They will easily destroy the enemy's entire sect and will no longer have any scruples. The upper echelon said angrily. I've also considered this matter. The upper echelon can put some charges on Shimen Piaoxue, such as raping and pillaging, colluding with the monster race, rebelling against the human race and so on. So it's natural for me to kill him. Xiao Han said indifferently. Upper echelon, if I go to the demon metropolis this time, I will die. Before I die, I can't even fulfill a little wish. How can I be willing? Upper echelon, you have your bottom line, and I, Xiao Han, also have my bottom line. In short, my greatest wish is to kill my way to Mingjian Villa and kill Shimen Piaoxue with my own hands. After doing this, I will have a clear conscience and sneak into the demon metropolis to assassinate Yen Lang. Maybe, I can create a miracle and successfully kill Yen Lang. Once Yen Lang dies, The monster race will give birth to a mutated monster emperor, and even a large number of monster emperors in the future. This will be completely eradicated. At that time, you will personally lead the human clan monster hero army to counterattack the demon metropolis and destroy the monster race. Then your merit will be immeasurable, and you will be valued by the celestial world. From then on, you will have a meteoric rise, and even your life level will be transformed. Xiao Han instead wantonly bewitched the upper echelon. Preposterous, preposterous, preposterous. The upper echelon mumbled. However, his tone was already much more relaxed. It was obvious that Xiao Han's words had struck a chord in his heart. Frankly speaking, Mingjian Villa was just an ordinary sect in the southern region. It was important in the Beacon Fire Empire, but in the entire southern region, it was nothing. Moreover, Shimen Piaoxue was only a monster hero of the cave expansion realm. On the monster hero ranking, he could not even squeeze into the ranks of the ancient giants. To the upper echelon of the monster hero tower, he was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. All right, upper echelon, that's all I have to say. My request is that simple. If you agree, then fine, I will willingly go to the demon metropolis. If you don't agree, then I would rather be imprisoned by you, Xiao Han said with the tone of a gambler. The upper echelon was silent for a full 10 breaths. Xiao Han! Remember. Listen carefully to this seat. Only this time. Don't do it again. The upper echelon finally spoke. I will agree to your excessive request. Take it as compensation for the possibility of you sacrificing your life for the human race and dying in the demon metropolis. That Shimen Piaoxue is not an ancient giant. I will only agree after thinking about it. If he was an ancient giant, this matter would not even need to be mentioned. Thank you, upper echelon, for being reasonable. Xiao Han laughed hoarsely. His heart was filled with satisfaction as he thought to himself, Yun Rong, I will first get back some interest for you. If Shimen Piaoxue dares to force you, I will dare to destroy his entire family. Xiao Han, be quick. After destroying Mingjian Villa, you will quickly return to the Monster Hero Tower. As for the groundless charges, I will give some to Shimen Piaoxue. These charges are enough to ruin his reputation. The voice of the upper echelon also calmed down. Mingjian Villa will perish and be erased from the history books. After ending the call with the upper echelon, Xiao Han did not stop and went to the room where Ah Cho was recuperating. He told Ah Cho the method of cultivating the spirit turtle true qi and the secret manual of the hornless dragon profound ice true qi, and the secret manual of the burning heaven true qi to Ah Cho. After exhorting and telling each other to take care, Xiao Han left the Xiao mansion. He drove his true qi and flew away. According to the journey, I will be able to reach Mingjian Villa at noon tomorrow. After tomorrow, I want Mingjian Villa to no longer exist in this world. Chapter 292. Xiao Han traveled day and night without rest. Mingjian Villa was also located in the southern domain's Fire Beacon Empire. Xiao Han was currently at the peak of the 5th level of True Qi. Even though he didn't cultivate any unprecedented True Qi divine art, traveling 100,000 li in a day was still a piece of cake. The first ray of light in the morning fell on the earth. Xiao Han estimated that he would arrive at Mingjian Villa at noon. Swoosh! True Qi spurted out and Xiao Han turned into a stream of light. He shuttled through the sky. Xiao Han condensed his True Qi into a palm, supported him, and threw the starball. He sat cross-legged, adjusting his mental state and nourishing his body. He strived to accumulate his fighting strength to its peak state so that he could go on a killing spree in Mingjian Villa. It wasn't that Xiao Han was fierce and domineering. The fact that Xiao Yunrong was forced to take poison had deeply touched his bottom line. Like a dragon's reverse scale, touching it meant death. Xiao Han was not a saint, so he didn't have much compassion for the state of the universe. In his mind, the life of a friend was very precious, while the life of an enemy was not worth mentioning. Now, Xiao Han's body was surging and rumbling, and every cell in his body was brewing a storm. On the palm of his left arm, the 93,000 demon veins had been filled with demonic power. The demon veins were like spirit rivers, surrounding 4 shining demon emperor crystals, and a huge amount of demonic power was continuously injected into the 4 demon emperor crystals. It could be said that Xiao Han was ready for a crusade and a massacre. As for the true qi consumed during the journey, Xiao Han ignored it and didn't replenish it. Xiao Han didn't rely on his true qi to fight. At least until he reached the opening point realm, Xiao Han's true qi would be useless. Noon. Mingjian Villa. Mingjian Villa was built on a majestic mountain range that rose and fell continuously. This mountain range vaguely appeared to be in the shape of a dragon. It was said that there were several dragon veins under the mountain range, which made Mingjian Villa prosperous for nearly 10,000 years. Not only did it not show any decline, but it also became more and more prosperous. Furthermore, an extremely powerful sword formation had been set up in the mountain range, causing countless rays of sword light to swirl around. These rays of sword light vaguely formed a gigantic sword dragon, roaring ferociously as it protected the Mingjian Villa. At this moment, Xiao Han had already arrived at the foot of Mingjian Villa. He withdrew all of his true qi and sealed up the strength of his body with the spirit turtle's true qi, making him seem ordinary. He made his way towards the entrance of the Mingjian Manor with ease. As he walked, Xiao Han raised his eyes and looked coldly at Mingjian Villa. One had to admit that the Mingjian Villa was indeed worthy of being one of the top sects in the Beacon Fire Empire. Their background was truly powerful. The mountains were layered on top of each other, creating a majestic atmosphere. Among the mountains, there were rows upon rows of sacred grounds. Aside from the crisscrossing sword energies and dazzling sword lights, there was also a faint spiritual energy. There were palaces, villas, and Dao rites of all sizes, giving off the feeling of an immortal paradise. In his days, he could still hear the disciples practicing their swords in the villa. When the weapons collided, the clanging sounds of iron and blood burst forth, accompanied by shouts and shouts. In the entire Mingjian Villa, the number of disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples must be in the hundreds of thousands. It could be said that there were a lot of talented people, and it was very prosperous. Frankly speaking, if it were not for Wu Yu and Xiao Mingqiu, then the reputation of the Pure Cloud sect would definitely be inferior to that of the Mingjian Villa. There were even several dozen surging waves of true qi coming from the mountains, containing supreme sword qi, sword light, sword techniques, and sword intent. It was truly majestic and flourishing for a time. Xiao Han walked unhurriedly to the foot of the mountain. At this moment, over a dozen white-robed disciples with swords on their backs immediately came up, surrounding Xiao Han in an instant. Xiao Han stopped and scanned them with his spiritual waves. He knew that these disciples guarding the mountain were all at the physical body realm, and their cultivation was at the organs refinement and marrow refinement realms. The leader was at the blood transformation realm. On their faces, there was the same sense of superiority. They were full of spirit, supercilious, and high above, giving off a feeling that they looked down on everyone. Stop! Who are you? The leading blood transformation realm disciple raised his eyebrows and looked down at Xiao Han with disdain. Oh, you don't seem to know anything about martial arts. Do you know what place this is? This is the Mingjian Villa. You brat, trespassing into the Mingjian Villa is almost a capital offense. Now get lost. Otherwise, you won't have a place to reason with me if I kill you. I don't know where this idiot came from, but he doesn't look when he walks. He actually dared to come to our Mingjian Villa's territory. Senior brother, there's no need to be polite with him. Just beat him until he's half crippled and throw him out. A youth coldly looked at Xiao Han as if he was looking at an ant. Hee hee. Xiao Han's expression didn't change as he smiled. How overbearing. The Mingjian Villa is truly overbearing. I'm just standing at the foot of the mountain, yet you guys want to beat me up, beat me until I'm half crippled, and even want to kill me. There is no such rule in the laws of the Beacon Fire Empire. Xiao Han also started to ridicule the dozen or so physical body realm disciples. Ha 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 ha. The group of disciples guarding the mountain roared with laughter. It seems like there's something wrong with this person's brain. Beacon Fire Empire? Beacon Fire Empire is nothing. Even the Emperor of the Beacon Fire Empire has to carefully flatter our Villa Lord. In the territory of our Mingjian Villa is the sky, Mingjian Villa is the earth, and Mingjian Villa is the law. If we want you to die, then you must die. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han also laughed. All right, I won't tease you guys anymore. Let's get down to business. The leading blood transformation realm disciple was slightly startled. Get down to business? What business do you want to get down to? Xiao Han smiled indifferently and said bitterly. I've never done something like this before. But today I have to do it. Excuse me, I'm here to exterminate your sect. Exterminate the entire Mingjian villa and kill that old dog Shimen Piaoxue. If you want to live, get out of the way. A few breaths later. Mother****, madman. You actually dare to insult our villa lord. This is a heinous crime. It's not too much to exterminate your entire clan. Junior brothers, go. First, capture this madman, torture him, force him to reveal his clan, then kill him as well. This will serve as a warning to others. The blood transformation realm disciple clanked as he drew out the long sword on his back. The group of disciples guarding the mountain were about to swarm forward and torture Xiao Han. Reckless fool. Xiao Han sneered. The next moment, boom! Xiao Han completely released the 53 million ding of strength in his flesh shell. The domineering aura of devouring the 9 continents filled the air. In an instant, his aura changed from calm to dazzling. His entire person became fierce, like a sharp sword being unsheathed, or like a god possessing his body. Streams of energy gathered into a tornado and soared into the sky, causing sand and stones to fly and the sun and moon to lose their luster. With Xiao Han's body as the center, the air around him constantly distorted, producing a rustling sound. His eyes were bursting with a divine light, terrifying everyone's soul. No one dared to look at him directly. Ah! The dozen or so disciples guarding the mountain felt their legs go soft at the same time. They lost control of their bowels and bowed. Their long swords were thrown to the ground, and they all crawled on the ground, holding their heads with both hands and wailing. They were at the physical body realm, so their full strength was only a few dozen ding. Those with better aptitudes could reach up to 100 ding. Facing Xiao Han's 53 million ding of strength, just the aura he released was enough to kill them. Suddenly, Xiao Han took a deep breath in his abdomen, then, he slightly bent his body, inhaling and exhaling a breath from his abdomen. Finally, it surged to his lungs. In an instant, his lungs emitted muffled sounds of thunder and the roar of an ancient beast. His nose and mouth were also filled with air. After he had accumulated enough energy, Xiao Han opened his mouth, exhaled, opened his mouth, and let out a roar. This voice was emitted from his body strength of 53 million cauldrons. It gathered together and did not dissipate. It vibrated intensely and contained the intent of divine punishment. It was as if the roars of millions of people, the cries of thousands of beasts, and the eruption of thousands of volcanoes were emitted from Xiao Han's mouth. Heaven Duke was enraged. Thunder in the 9 heavens. Everyone of Mingjian Villa, listen up. I, Xiao Han, am here to seek revenge. If you want to live, get out of Mingjian Villa immediately. Those who resist die. Villa Master of Mingjian Villa, Shimen Piaoxue, that old dog, I, Xiao Han, will personally crush you to death. This voice rumbled like thunder, and with Xiao Han's powerful physical strength as the foundation, it had accumulated enough energy. In an instant, it exploded. The sound waves spread out, and even the air rippled. Thousands of horses galloped, and it was as if a humanoid true hoe and a golden rock were roaring. Under Xiao Han's roar, this sound was like a hammer, continuously hammering the mountains of Mingjian Villa. Everywhere the sound wave passed, all the buildings, hard rocks, ground, rocks, trees and flowers, all became soft. In the next moment, bang, 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 bang. A portion of Mingjian Villa's area rumbled, and the mountains trembled, as if a huge earthquake had suddenly occurred. Immediately after, a portion of the mountains began to collapse, split into pieces, and then exploded. The trees, as if they were blown by a hurricane, snapped in the middle, or were uprooted. The wooden pavilions first had cracks appearing in all directions, and then suddenly exploded into pieces. Some of the tall palaces had glazed tiles falling down one by one. The mountain rocks on the ground were forcefully pulled out, and thick cracks spread out in all directions like lightning. Some areas of the ground had completely collapsed, and the cracks crisscrossed as smoke and dust rose everywhere. Those dozen or so disciples who were guarding the mountain were crawling on the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices, and twitching non-stop. The Mingjian Villa disciples who were cultivating in the mountains, Those with lower cultivation had even lost their hearing, and their minds were blank as they fainted. Roar shatters mountains and rivers. Xiao Han's roar directly shattered a portion of the mountains and buildings of Mingjian Villa, and its power was indescribable. Shimen Piaoxue, you old dog. Come out and die. Xiao Han roared again. Boom! A small mountain collapsed in the middle, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Dong, 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 dong. Finally, in the inner mountains of Mingjian Villa, a bell rang. In the next moment, xiao, 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 densely packed sword lights pierced through the air. These sword lights were all dazzling and brilliant like pillars. Within each sword light, there was a sharpness that could cut through all things. It contained the profoundness of the way of the sword. For a moment, the sky was filled with rays of light, and purple air came from the east. The mist was dense, and the sword aura was like a rainbow. Over 100 sword cultivators, all of them stepping on sword lights, came aggressively. All of them were sword cultivators of the true energy realm. There was a portion of them that had a tyrannical aura, as deep as the ocean. With just a slight breath, they could release sword aura that could kill from 100 miles away. One of them wore clothes as white as snow, and his body was untainted by a speck of dust. His temperament was like that of a sword immortal descending to the mortal world. His sword aura was unhindered for 30,000 miles, and his sword light could chill 19 continents. His entire body was covered in the light of jewels, and his eyes were filled with sword aura that could topple cities. With just a glance, he could shoot out sword aura that could destroy ghosts and gods, and cause people to explode. It was the villa master of Mingjian Villa, Shimen Piaoxue. However, at this moment, Shimen Piaoxue's face was ashen, and he was so angry that his entire body was trembling. His throat emitted a goo-goo-goo-goo sound. Thunder and lightning were angry, and he grimaced in pain, as if he was grieving the death of his parents. Looking around, Mingjian Villa had already been ravaged by Xiao Han, and it was a scene of desolation. Xiao Han, you. Shimen Piaoxue couldn't even speak fluently, and he almost fainted from anger. Xiao Han stepped on the ground, and a ball of true energy cloud lifted his body up into the sky. Xiao Han, you're courting death. Xiao Han, you actually dare to fight your way. This is a complete provocation. You will definitely die. Madman. You will be dismembered into 1,000 pieces. Many of the true energy realm sword cultivators of Mingjian Villa were furious, and they roared at Xiao Han. Shimen Piaoxue, you old dog. Today, I will take your dog life. Xiao Han roared fiercely. 7 sword cultivators with lower true energy realms were roared by Xiao Han at such a close distance, and their true energy became chaotic. They saw stars, and they immediately fell from the sky. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han let out a wild laugh. Chapter 293. Shimen Piaoxue was thoroughly enraged and his 7 orifices were fuming with anger. It should be known that Shimen Piaoxue was considered as the #1 genius in the southern region when he was young. He was conceited, arrogant, and had the ambition and dignity of a genius. He could not tolerate being bullied. Later on, he passed the cruel devil hero selection competition and stood out from his peers. He became the world's most powerful devil hero. After that, he personally created the Mingjian Villa, an everlasting sect. In his life, he killed many demons and even killed a high-level demon emperor. His meritorious service was unparalleled. It could be said that Shimen Piaoxue was a great master. He had the temperament and demeanor of a powerful expert. He would not change his expression even if a group of mountains collapsed in front of him. Perhaps, there were few things in this world that could make Shimen Piaoxue lose his composure. He was a man who could keep his composure. But at this moment, he could no longer keep his composure. Because of his anger, his entire body was trembling like a sieve. The sword chi around his body seemed to be going berserk. Xiao Han had gone too far. He went all the way to Mingjian Villa and destroyed the mountains and rivers with his roar. He named Shimen Piaoxue to be exterminated. He slapped him in the face. He slapped Shimen Piaoxue in front of hundreds of thousands of disciples of Mingjian Villa. Xiao Han blocked the entrance of Mingjian Villa and threatened to exterminate them. This made everyone in Mingjian Villa feel as if they had been beaten. This was a great humiliation. Since the establishment of Mingjian Villa, they had never been humiliated like this. Moreover, in the entire southern region or even the entire world, no sect would be bullied like this. Xiao Han, you're courting death. Shameless bastard, you actually came to our door. You really bullied my Mingjian Villa. Shimin Piaoshue's eyes were spitting fire. He wanted to kill someone. Good. Forget it. I will always remember the enmity of Xia Feng. I dare not forget it even for a day. In fact, I would have killed you even if you didn't come to find me. This enmity was one that would not rest until one side was dead. It was impossible to resolve. Since you've taken the initiative to deliver yourself to me today, it's exactly what I want. It also saves me the trouble of thinking of ways to lure you into my trap. Good, very good. Shimin Piaoshue, you despicable person. If you want to kill me, then come at me openly. I, Xiao Han, also respect opponents of your level. However, you actually instigated Yunrong to poison me and attempted to use this kind of sinister trick to plot against me. Shameless. It was a completely despicable act. However, Yunrong and I were truly in love, and she refused to harm me. Left with no choice, she could only seek her own death by taking the poison that you gave her. You, Shimin Piaoshue, are deranged. You don't even let off the genius of your own sect. Yunrong was a swordsman, but she was forced to her death by you. You can't absolve yourself from the blame. If the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Pagoda find out about this, you, Shimin Piaoshue, won't be able to escape punishment. Xiao Han's voice was full of energy. His words were eloquent and deafening. The entire Mingjian Villa could hear him clearly. Shimin Piaoshue, if you have the guts, then come at me, Xiao Han. You played tricks behind my back and caused Yunrong's life to be uncertain. You bastard. Today, I, Xiao Han, will definitely kill you with my own hands. Some of the true Qi realm sword cultivators standing beside Shimin Piaoshue originally didn't know the reason for Xiao Yunrong's disappearance. Now that they heard Xiao Han's words, they immediately understood. They couldn't help but look at Shimin Piaoshue and thought to themselves, is the Villa Master really this kind of person? He doesn't dare to fight against Xiao Han openly and actually used such a despicable method like poison. This completely goes against the spirit of sword cultivators. Xiao Han. You still dare to mention Xiao Yunrong in front of me? Shimin Piaoshue flew into a rage out of humiliation. Shut up. Shimin Piaoshue. You're the despicable person. Your whole family is despicable people. There's no point in talking anymore. Now, let me take your dog life. Xiao Han roared in a stern voice. The few elders of Mingjian Villa who were standing beside Shimin Piaoshue quickly exchanged glances. Immediately after. Everyone disperse. Surround. Kill this Xiao Han. This person is slandering us and spreading lies. He deserves to die 10,000 times. Whoosh. Hundreds of true Qi realm sword cultivators from Mingjian Villa suddenly spread out in a fan shape, vaguely forming an encirclement around Xiao Han. The air in this part of the sky was completely cut open by the sharp sword Qi, forming a huge vacuum. The strongest group of people from Mingjian Villa had already gathered here. There were hundreds of true Qi realm cultivators, including a few demon warriors. They all looked at Xiao Han with a murderous look. Apart from Shimin Piaoshue, there were also a few acupoint expansion realm cultivators. Their auras were extremely shocking, and all of them emitted the aura of a high position and authority. With a casual movement of their bodies, they could emit sword light that could sweep through everything. Apart from these acupoint expansion realm cultivators, there were also quite a number of true Qi realm and true Qi realm cultivators. It could be said that the lineup was at its peak. If this Mingjian Villa sent out all their elites, they might be able to eliminate Demon Emperor Qing Lin at his peak, or even Demon Emperor Azure Dragon at his peak. An earth-shattering aura swept towards Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han was still calm and fearless. He looked at the group of true Qi realm cultivators indifferently. His expression was neither sad nor happy. Villa Lord, let me do it. At this moment, a young man who had been standing next to Shimin Piaoshue stepped out. His aura was like an abyss, unfathomable. Just a moment ago, he had been standing next to Shimin Piaoshue like an old monk in meditation. He didn't say a single word, nor did he insult Xiao Han. But now, he stepped out and faced Xiao Han. Suddenly, the aura of this person rose steadily. His entire person suddenly became dignified and invincible. His sword aura was majestic and majestic. He was like a sharp sword that could pierce through the sky. From head to toe, there was not a single part of him that did not exude arrogance. There was not a single part of him that did not exude the aura of a genius. At this moment, whoosh, 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 near Mingjian Villa, waves of mental energy appeared. These mental energy waves coiled around Mingjian Villa for dozens of miles like swimming dragons. One should know that some true Qi realm experts of the southern region, and even some demon heroes, would definitely know that Xiao Han was here. Therefore, they immediately released their mental energy waves and came over to watch. Even the top 5 sects of the southern region, such as 8 Wind Palace and Blazing Flame sect, also released their mental energy waves and came over to see what was going on. It's Xiao Han? TSK, how fierce. He actually came to challenge the entire Mingjian Villa alone. I heard that Xiao Han not only outshone the others in this year's Demon Hero Selection competition, but also became famous after he became a demon hero. He's really something. But he's too stupid. No matter how fierce he is, no matter how talented he is, he's only in his 20s. How many years has it been since he debuted? How dare he trample on Mingjian Villa? Does he really think that Shimen Piaoxue is a vegetarian? Moreover, the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower will definitely punish him for what he did. After so many years, I've never heard of a demon hero seeking revenge by going straight to another sect and threatening to exterminate it. Xiao Han is courting death by challenging the bottom line of the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower. More and more mental energy waves came to this place. However, no one showed up to meddle. Everyone was watching the fire from the other side of the shore. Friends who have come here, please do not interfere in this matter. This is a personal grudge between Mingjian Villa and Xiao Han. It has nothing to do with others. Mingjian Villa does not need other friends to help us. Conversely, Mingjian Villa does not want anyone to collude with Xiao Han. If anyone helps Xiao Han, they will become enemies with Mingjian Villa. They will also be helping the evildoer and challenging the rules of the demon hero world. The young man who walked out to face Xiao Han said in a natural and unrestrained manner. Then, he stared at Xiao Han. You're Xiao Han? I've heard of you. I'm Xing Jiuyo, ranked 1822 on the Demon Hero ranking. I have to say, Xiao Han, your rise is too fast. In just a few years, you've grown from a nobody to this level. It seems that you've indeed had many fortuitous encounters. However, let me, Xing Jiuyo, tell you that fortuitous encounters are fortuitous encounters, but foundation is foundation. How many years have you debuted? Even if you started cultivating in your mother's womb, your foundation is still shallow. This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Today, let me, Xing Jiuyo, teach you a lesson on behalf of the villa head. Oh. Xing Jiuyo, known as the second strongest expert under the villa head of Mingjian Villa, Shimen Piaoxue. He once ventured deep into a demon cave alone and had a battle of wits with a high-level demon emperor. In the end, he joined forces with a few other demon heroes and killed that high-level demon emperor. This person is really something. In the Sacred War a few years later, he will definitely obtain a better ranking. Heh. Expanded Meridian Realm? 58 true meridians opened in his body and expanded 8 times. God knows how many times his meridians have expanded. However, he is still far from the Talisman Transformation Realm. This kind of trash dares to challenge me? Xiao Han's tone was full of disdain. Xing Jiuyo heard Xiao Han's words and was enraged. Good. Xiao Han, since you're so stubborn, then let me teach you a lesson. Remember, my sword is very fast. Once I draw my sword, many people will fall to the ground. You. As he spoke, a sword light rose from Xing Jiuyo's body. As the sword light appeared, it emitted a supreme sword intent that almost surpassed the heavens. The sword light was about to strike at Xiao Han. At this moment, before Xing Jiuyo could finish his sentence. Useless. Xiao Han let out a roar and moved his body. With his body as the center, a terrifying force that was both desolate and majestic burst out. Wherever this force went, the air was torn apart. The terrifying aura of the humanoid Ho directly shattered the sword chi that Xing had created. In a few steps, Xiao Han had already arrived in front of Xing. His figure continued to grow larger in Xing eyes. It was as if a god had walked out from a legend or epic. In an instant, he had stolen Xing mind. In the blink of an eye. Boom! Xiao Han struck out with his palm. A force of 53 million cauldrons was unleashed without reservation. This palm strike did not contain any moves or techniques, nor did it contain any true chi fluctuations. It was purely an explosion of the power of the flesh shell, but it erupted with a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Wherever this power went, everything would be destroyed. Puchi! Xiao Han's palm landed on Xing body. Xing body shattered like a piece of jade and exploded. Piles of supreme-grade spiritual stones, elixirs, manuals, maps, and swords burst out of Xing body and scattered on the ground. Even a devil hero token fell to the ground. Xing was dead with a single strike. Ah! What? Did I see it wrong? He destroyed Xing with just a single strike? How is this possible? This is too cruel, too cruel. The mind waves that came from all directions to watch the show were all horrified. Jiao! Shimin Piaoxue could not save Xing in time. He could only watch as Xing was destroyed by Xiao Han. In an instant, Shimin Piaoxue let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Han! You are unforgivable. You little bastard. Hand over your life. Now, Shimin Piaoxue was so angry that her liver was about to explode. Her eyes split open and blood flowed out. Xiao Han had really risked universal condemnation by killing people in the territory of Mingjian Villa. Moreover, he had killed the second most powerful man in Mingjian Villa, a famous devil hero on the devil ranking list. This was so cruel that it made people's hair stand on end. This kind of behavior, in the history of the southern region, had never happened before. What are you screaming for? I've said it before, I, Xiao Han, will destroy everything. Xiao Han was expressionless. He moved his body and charged towards Shimin Piaoxue. Chapter 294. No one could have imagined that Xiao Han would be so cruel and decisive. He killed Xing in one move. Who was Xing? He was a handsome man ranked within the top 2,000 on the devil hero ranking list. Such a person was almost invincible in the secular world. He was also respected on the devil hero ranking list. He was the star of hope that was likely to enter the ranks of the ancient giants. But he died just like that. He was not killed by a demon, but by Xiao Han. Lawless. Xiao Han was completely lawless and out of control. ZBZ. For a moment, the people who were watching the show from all directions started to discuss with each other in shock. He's in big trouble. This Xiao Han is in big trouble. This is a big trouble. This time, Xiao Han is dead for sure. He might be suppressed by the higher-ups. He might even be killed directly. This is definitely challenging the rules of the devil hero world. Which sect is Xiao Han from? Oh yes, it's the Cloud sect. The Cloud sect's Wu Hao and Xiao Ming Chu. One was an ancient giant and the other was likely to enter the ranks of the ancient giants. Both of them were top-notch talents, but they could not protect Xiao Han. Now, almost no one could protect Xiao Han. He's indeed courting death. He doesn't want to die fast enough. How dare he? He even dared to kill the devil hero. Arrogant, but he should not be so arrogant. No, I must send a message to the higher-ups of the devil hero tower and report this matter. Humph. I want to see how Xiao Han is going to deal with this. As for Xiao Han, after killing one person, he became even more unscrupulous. His whole body surged with power, and he rushed towards Shimin Piaoxue and the others. The hundreds of elites of Mingjian Peak, who were at the True Qi realm, did not expect Xiao Han to be so cruel. Moreover, they did not expect that the second strongest person in the sect, Xing, would be so vulnerable and killed by Xiao Han. Therefore they panicked. It wasn't until Xiao Han had closed in on them that they realized what was going on. Ah! This little bastard is coming. Block him. Protect the Villa Lord. Kill him together. Activate the sword formation. Activate the mountain guarding sword formation. Amidst the clamor, Xiaohan suddenly made his move. His right hand contained a might of 53 million cauldrons, capable of plucking the stars and grabbing the moon. This grab almost caused a space to collapse. A small area of the sky darkened, and a terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, the hearts of the elites of Mingjian Mountain were covered with a layer of shadow. Huge panic shrouded their hearts, souls and minds, causing their thinking and reaction speed to stagnate. All of a sudden, they didn't know what was happening. The next moment, Xiaohan didn't move at all. He stood proudly in the sky, pointing at the sky and stomping on the ground. His right hand had already grabbed a master from Mingjian Villa. This person was a middle-aged man. Xianxia rippled from his body, indicating that he was also an acupoint expansion realm expert. He had opened 53 acupoints in his body, and he had expanded them thrice. This person was Shimin Piaoshue's cousin. He had been Shimin Piaoshue's follower since he was young. He had been training with Shimin Piaoshue and had also become a devil hero. He had a place on the devil hero ranking within the top 5,000. In the secular world, he was known as One Sword Massacre, Shimin Wuqing. And at this moment, Shimin Wuqing's neck was grabbed by Xiaohan's right hand. His face was flushed red, and his throat made gurgling sounds. His eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets as he stared at Xiaohan with extreme hatred and madness. It was as if he wanted to eat Xiaohan in one bite. But he didn't dare to move rashly, because his entire body was lifted up by Xiaohan. His legs kept kicking, but he couldn't use his zhenqi or sword techniques. What kind of person was he? Zhenqi Stage 6. Acupoint Expansion Realm. In the secular world, he could act like a tyrant, and with a slight sword light, he could pierce through mountains and cut off rivers. But now, under Xiaohan's control, he was even weaker than a chicken. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Useless, Xiaohan said indifferently. His eyes contained divine lightning. With just a slight sweep, no one dared to look him in the eye. Xiaohan single-handedly killed his way into the elite formation of Mingjian Mountain and directly captured a devil hero. It was as if he was taking something out of his pocket. It was really as if he had entered an uninhabited land, invincible. At this time, the surroundings suddenly became silent. Everyone was shocked by Xiaohan's invincible moves. The people of Mingjian Mountain, including the Zhenqi realm experts led by Shimin Piaoshui, were all as silent as cicadas in winter. All the physical body realm inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, and inner sect disciples of Mingjian Mountain also prostrated on the ground, their bodies trembling like sifting chaff. The people who were watching the show from all directions also didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Shimin Piaoshui, when you forced Yun Rong, did you ever think of the disaster that would befall your sect today? This is retribution. Do you know? This is retribution. Xiaohan finally felt a kind of awe-inspiring pleasure from taking charge of an area alone. What was pleasure? What did it mean to settle a debt of gratitude and enmity? This was it. In the silence, Shimin Piaoshui finally took a step forward. His face was pale, and his lips were black. Only now did he realize how stupid he was to actually provoke such a crazy guy. A sense of helplessness deeply enveloped him. A wave of fear arose spontaneously. But Shimin Piaoshui couldn't possibly admit defeat to Xiaohan in front of everyone. Xiaohan. Don't be complacent. Let go of Shimin Wuqing. You've already caused a great disaster. You dared to kill Shimin Wuqing. Then, not only will you die, but your entire family will die. Your entire sect will be affected. Shimin Piaoshui roared hysterically. Ha ha ha. Xiaohan laughed loudly. Shimin Piaoshui, you're really stupid. In this kind of situation, you still dare to challenge me? You actually dare to threaten my family? Ha ha ha. Xiaohan. Yes, your current combat strength is indeed comparable to mine. However, you've killed Xing Jiuyo. Now, you're no longer an enemy of me, Shimin Piaoshui. You're an enemy of the entire devil hero world. Shimin Piaoshui roared fiercely, as if he had gone mad. Since ancient times, the devil hero world has never allowed private fights, especially between the top 5,000 devil heroes. It's even more forbidden to seek revenge and kill each other. Even if both parties have a feud of killing one's father or stealing one's wife, they must apply to the higher-ups of the Devil Hero Tower. Only after obtaining permission could they enter the arena and resolve the feud through a duel. Xiao Han, you've actually completely ignored the rules of the Devil Hero Tower and fought your way here. You've killed Xianxia. Do you know Xianxia's position in the Devil Hero world? He's a peerless figure who will compete for the top position in the future. Such a person's death is an irreparable loss to the entire Devil Hero world. You've already committed a heinous crime. Now, if you stop, perhaps this crime will not affect your family and sect. If you continue to act willfully, then your entire family will die. Die without a burial place. Shimin Piao Shui finally brought out the Devil Hero Tower to suppress Xiao Han. However, everything that Shimin Piao Shui said was reasonable and reasonable. Indeed, the Devil Hero world had such a rule. No one dared to subvert and suppress this rule. At this moment, an unfathomable spiritual wave transmitted an old voice. Xiao Han, young man, where it is possible to forgive, one should forgive. Stop. If you continue to do this, indeed, your entire family will be affected. This is a sin that will lead to the extermination of your entire family. Stop. If you stop now, only you will die. Don't harm your family, sect, and friends. The other psychic wave also made a sound. Xiao Han, since ancient times, I have never seen such a thing as today. You came to someone else's sect and wanted to exterminate it. You even killed a devil hero. This is a serious crime. The higher-ups will definitely punish you severely. If you are not punished today, who will abide by the rules of the Devil Hero world in the future? Xiao Han turned a deaf ear to these voices. However, there was a look of contemplation in his eyes, and he did not say anything for a while. Such an expression fell into the eyes of Shimin Piao Shui and the many elites of Mingjian Villa. They all guessed that Xiao Han's heart must be filled with fear now. It was probably because of a guilty conscience. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, are you afraid? You've done such a stupid thing just because you're hot-blooded. You'll surely die now. I've already sent a message to the higher-ups of the Freak Hero Pagoda. Soon, the higher-ups of the Freak Hero Pagoda will send an ancient authority or even an ancient authority to suppress you alive. Let's see how long you can be proud of yourself. Shimin Piao Shui flipped his right hand, and a Devil Hero token appeared in his hand. Just now, when he was talking to Xiao Han, he decisively used his spiritual wave to complain to the higher-ups of the Devil Hero Tower. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Shimin Wuxia, who was being restrained by Xiao Han, also used all his strength to squeeze out words full of hatred. Xiao Han, you little bastard. You are a bastard who has no one to raise you. You are dead. The higher-ups of the Devil Hero Tower can casually send an ancient giant down, and it is enough to kill you 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Your sect, the Cloud Sect, will also be destroyed. Your sin is unforgivable. Ha ha. Are you afraid now? Are you very afraid? It is too late to regret now. Ha ha. You still want to kill me? Kill me. Kill me. Kill me if you have the guts. As soon as he finished speaking, puff! Xiao Han clenched his right hand. Many cracks suddenly appeared on Shimin Wuqing's neck. After which, they spread out in a densely packed manner. After a breath. Bang! Bang! Shimin Wuqing's entire body suddenly exploded. In an instant, like a deflated balloon, he turned into a big pile of powder, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Shimin Wuqing, dead. The whole place was silent. I was thinking just now. Yes, I want to annihilate the entire Mingjian Villa. This is too cruel, and the sin of killing is too heavy. I don't want to kill so many people. After all, every debt has a debtor. In this way, from today onwards, the sect called Mingjian Villa will no longer exist, and it will be completely erased. Shimin Piao Shui must die. As for the others, all of you, run for your lives. Xiao Han's voice was very calm, so calm that it was frightening and chilling. In the sky, the direct disciples of Mingjian Villa who were confronting Xiao Han, including a few demon warriors, had all lost their will to fight. Their hearts were all filled with fear. In fact, most of the direct disciples actually had the intention to retreat. Xiao Han had no scruples about killing Xianxia and Shimin Wuqing. Even if Shimin Piao Shui brought out the higher-ups of the Demon Warrior Tower, it would not be able to stop Xiao Han. Roar! Xiao Han, you little bastard, you have gone too far. Die! Shimin Piao Shui's 3 corpses were furious, and he finally could not bear it anymore. He also used his ultimate killing technique. All the sword chi, sword intent, and sword techniques were brewed to the peak, and he slashed at Xiao Han. A golden sword chi flew towards Xiao Han. This sword chi was hundreds of zhang long, and there was a multicolored light and mist tumbling around it. It was the size of a door, and it contained a deep sharpness, as if it could cut through anything, pierce through anything and cut through anything. Its speed was more than 100 times faster than the speed of sound. Moreover, in this sword, there was a myriad of phenomena, and many illusory scenes appeared. Countless palaces, houses, mountains, seas, clouds, thunder, dragons, and tigers appeared, alternating and changing. This sword caused the chi of heaven and earth to collapse, and even the space was cut into pieces. This sword did not have a name, but it was Shimin Piao Shui's ultimate killing move. Moreover, Shimin Piao Shui's sword intent was in the intermediate stage, and his intermediate stage sword intent was many times more brilliant than Xia Feng's. After the sword slashed out, a lot of sword intent appeared in the air, and it turned into sword-shaped air currents, like a swarm of bees, and also attacked Xiao Han. The gravel, grass and withered leaves on the ground suddenly turned into sharp swords, and like a tide, they rushed towards Xiao Han, wanting to kill him. Clang! 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 The swords of the sword cultivators in the true energy realm standing beside Shimin Piao Shui were also drawn by Shimin Piao Shui's sword intent, and they all unsheathed their swords. What was more spectacular was that, as Shimin Piao Shui's sword intent surged, countless swords in the entire Mingjian villa, including the inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, and inner sect disciples, as well as the hidden sword court, also rose from the sky, forming a torrent of swords, and a tornado of swords. They all rushed towards Xiao Han. For a moment, Xiao Han was completely turned into a lonely boat in the storm of swords. Amazing! Shimin Piao Shui is indeed worthy of being the founder of a large sect. His attainments in swordsmanship have really reached the peak. His understanding and use of sword intent is simply uncanny, and he deserves the title of sword master. Right now, he is only one step away from mastering the sword intent, and then he will have the chance to become a giant throughout the ages. Xiao Han, this person, relied on fortuitous encounters, relied on daring to fight, relied on ruthlessness, and relied on fortuitous encounters to reach this stage. However, in terms of foundation in the end, he is still far from Shimin Piao Shui. Yes, Shimin Piao Shui has gone all out, and with this sword, I'm afraid that Xiao Han will not be able to dodge it. The spiritual waves from all directions, who were watching the show, all praised Shimin Piao Shui's sword. But Xiao Han... Boom! The indestructible golden body surged out. Above the 53 million cauldron great flesh shell, it suddenly shone with a divine light, the nebula changed, and the runes intertwined. Xiao Han stood there like a god, not moving an inch. This sword, I indeed cannot dodge it, but why should I? Xiao Han's heart was steady. One must know that Shimin Piao Shui's current cultivation was that he had opened 60 acupoints in his body, expanding acupoints 10 times. The amplification of the acupoints was 48 times. Taking everything into account, Shimin Piao Shui's pure Zhenqi strength was about 2 to 3 million cauldron. Coupled with the support of the Zhenqi divine technique, sword qi, and sword intent, the powerful attack of a sword cultivator, Shimin Piao Shui's sword could slash out a strength of around 10 million cauldron. This was almost the limit of the attack of an ordinary expanding acupoint realm. Of course, if Shimin Piao Shui could transform into a talisman, the quality of his Zhenqi would increase by 10 times, and the power of his sword would be several tens of million cauldron, enough to repel Xiao Han. However, his foundation was still insufficient, and he was currently unable to advance to the transforming talisman realm. The difference between the expanding acupoint realm and the transforming talisman realm was too great. Unless he was some kind of freak who could expand his acupoints hundreds or even thousands of times, that was another matter. In terms of battle prowess, Shimin Piao Shui was far from Yingzhan Tian. Thus, Xiao Han did not even need to dodge this sword. He could just release his invincible golden body and take it head-on. 53 million cauldron of pure strength, coupled with the invincible golden body, made Shimin Piao Shui's maximum attack power of 10 million cauldron completely insignificant. In the blink of an eye. Pooh, 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 pooh. Endless sword chi, sword intent, sword light, sword chi formed from air, all kinds of treasured swords, rocks, trees, and withered leaves, all slashed at Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's entire body was enveloped by the endless sword chi. Kang, 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 kang. The sound of metal clashing did not stop. However, at this moment, pooh, 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 pooh. Among the sword chi that attacked Xiao Han, a portion of it unexpectedly rebounded. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The remnant sword chi that rebounded caused the true chi realm experts beside Shimin Piao Shui to retreat. Their bodies were cut by the sword chi, and fresh blood spurted out. Hum, 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 hum. The remnant sword chi, as well as the rebounded swords, were like a bomb exploding on the mountain, buildings, and trees of Mingjian Villa, causing a portion of the mountain to collapse, and some buildings to be torn apart. Countless inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, and inner sect disciples were slashed by the sword chi. Instantly, a large number of them were killed or injured, causing the entire Mingjian Villa to be filled with wails and cries of agony. Xiao Han stepped out of the torrent of sword chi and walked towards Shimin Piao Shui. His entire body was spotless and clean. As he walked, the endless world Yuan chi collapsed inwards. His chi could devour mountains and rivers, and everything could be destroyed. Shimin Piao Shui's killing blow did not cause any damage to Xiao Han at all. Instead, Xiao Han's invincible golden body rebounded a portion of the remnant sword chi, causing the Mingjian Villa to become a scene of desolation, and blood flowed like a river. Shimin Piao Shui, this sword of yours is only a. Those under the symbol transformation realm are all ants. Xiao Han said indifferently. All right, Shimin Piao Shui, you will die today. No one in the world can save you. Chapter 295. Those below the talisman transformation realm are all ants. This was Shimin Piao Shui's ultimate killing move. He had relied on this move to create a name that would never be forgotten. He had lived a glorious life, showing off his martial prowess. However, when this move landed on Xiao Han's body, not only did it not pierce through Xiao Han's defense, but instead, the sword chi was reflected back, causing the entire Mingjian Villa to be full of holes. Who knew how many buildings had collapsed, and who knew how many disciples had died? In Xiao Han's eyes, this sword strike had become a complete joke. An extremely clumsy and childish joke. This. How is this possible? Shimin Piao Shui's mind collapsed. I am a sword cultivator. I practice profound sword techniques. My forte is attack power. My attack power is one of the more outstanding ones in the expanded acupoint realm. Even if this sword of mine was unable to kill Xiao Han, it would still cause him to be in a sorry state and even injure him. But why was he able to block it? Only experts at the symbol transformation realm and above are able to block this sword of mine without the slightest injury. Could it be that Xiao Han? No. He is not at the talisman transformation realm. He is definitely not at the talisman transformation realm. Shimin Piao Shui was in a daze. At this time, the mental energy fluctuations from all directions, who were watching the show from afar, also began to whisper and discuss fervently. What's going on? This Xiao Han actually blocked Shimin Piao Shui's heaven-defying sword strike with just the strength of his body. How strong is he? He said that those below the talisman transformation realm are all ants. Could it be that his battle power has already reached the talisman transformation realm? He must have reached the talisman transformation realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to block Shimin Piao Shui's extreme attack so easily. This is too powerful. It is simply heaven-defying. This Xiao Han is a monster. A complete monster. How old is he? At most, he should be in his early 20s. Yet, he actually possesses a technique comparable to the talisman transformation realm. Since ancient times, there has never been such a person in our human world. No wonder he dared to challenge the entire Mingjian Villa. No wonder. So his methods are so forceful. It's over. If the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Pagoda do not intervene in time, Mingjian Villa will be destroyed and Shimin Piao Shui will be killed. At this moment, most of the true Qi realm experts standing beside Shimin Piao Shui had ashen faces as they exchanged glances with each other. Soon. Villa Master, I'm sorry. From now on, I will leave Mingjian Villa and become a wandering cultivator of the Jianghu. I will establish my own sect. A white-clothed middle-aged sword cultivator cupped his hands and said to Shimin Piaoxue. Then he looked at Xiao Han in fear. Xiao Han, this. Okay, you can go. I won't hurt you. Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. The white-robed middle-aged sword cultivator sighed as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Then, he transformed into a ray of sword light and fled 500 kilometers away. Villa Master, I am also preparing to go to the northern region to seek refuge with my uncle. I'm sorry. Thank you, Manor Lord, for nurturing me for so many years. I'm leaving too. Villa Lord, my Majesty Father has always wanted me to go back and inherit his throne. Although it is just a small country in the southern region, it has tens of millions of people. I have to go back and help my Majesty Father govern the country. In an instant, more than half of the true Qi realm sword cultivators that surrounded Shimin Piaoxue had left. Only a few dozen loyal ones were still protecting Shimin Piaoxue. They looked at Xiao Han with eyes full of fear and hatred. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Shimin Piaoxue's lifeless face showed a tragic expression of being at the end of his road. Xiao Han, you little bastard. You actually destroyed my foundation. You will die a horrible death. At this moment, boom, 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 boom. In the mountain of Mingjian Villa, it was like a volcano had erupted. 81 streaks of sword qi rushed out. Within the entire mountain, there were puffing sounds. In an instant, the sword qi exploded. The sword roared and soared into the sky. Within the 81 streaks of sword qi, there were bright moons circling around them. They circulated endlessly and revealed the unstoppable sword qi waves. It was extremely fierce. It could suppress ghosts and gods. Xiao Han was slightly stunned. Mountain guarding sword formation. Defend Mingjian Villa and kill this little bastard. Shimin Piaoxue roared. Mountain guarding sword formation. Defend Mingjian Villa and kill this little bastard. Mountain guarding sword formation. Defend Mingjian Villa and kill this little bastard. Shimin Piaoxue's group of loyal followers also roared fanatically. Finally, they activated the mountain guarding sword formation. Mingjian Villa has taken out all their trump cards. Mountain guarding sword formation. This mountain guarding sword formation was a remnant scroll that Shimin Piaoxue found in an ancient ruin. He spent 60 years to collect endless heavenly and earthly treasures and precious materials. With 81 peerless treasured swords as the foundation, he set them up in the mountain. Once the sword formation is activated, it will be able to attract an earth-shattering sword qi attack. It will kill all living things, kill people, kill ghosts, and destroy everything. Shimin Piaoxue has put his life on the line and activated the mountain guarding sword formation. The surrounding spirit waves were all discussing. In the blink of an eye, the 81 sword qi suddenly formed a sword light that was shaped like a heavenly dragon. It was 100 feet long and suddenly rushed towards Xiao Han. The dragon-shaped sword light shot out by the mountain guarding sword formation was awe-inspiring. When the sword slashed down, the sword power was monstrous. It reversed yin and yang and stirred up the universe. The sword qi shook everywhere like a cosmic storm, sweeping through the starry sky and the 8 desolates. Xiao Han is doomed. This mountain guarding sword formation is activated by the endless top-grade true qi spirit stones and the mineral veins under the mountain range. It can even kill an ordinary talisman transformation realm martial artist. Although Xiao Han's flesh shell is strong, he may not be able to block it. Even if he can block it, he will definitely be seriously injured. Yes, according to the legends, there are a few dragon veins buried under Mingjian Villa. These dragon veins are equivalent to the fate of the entire Mingjian Villa. In fact, these dragon veins are top-grade true qi spirit stones mineral veins. However, every time this mountain guarding sword formation is activated, it will draw an endless amount of energy. Although Mingjian Villa has stored a lot of top-grade true qi spirit stones and a few dragon veins, it is definitely impossible to continuously activate the sword formation. With the resources of Mingjian Villa, They can only activate it 3 or 4 times at most. If they can't kill Xiao Han these few times, Mingjian Villa will no longer have any resources. Xiao Han, you die. Die under the attack of the mountain guarding sword formation. Shimen Piaoshue's eyes were burning with confidence again. Even an ordinary talisman transformation realm martial artist will not be able to escape death. I don't believe that you will be safe and sound. Villa Lord, activating the mountain guarding sword formation like this is equivalent to consuming our resources and foundation. According to the foundation of our Mingjian Villa, we can only activate the sword formation 5 times. Villa Lord, after 5 times, Mingjian Villa's 10,000 years of accumulation will be exhausted. All the disciples will lose their cultivation resources. An elder of Mingjian Villa was deeply worried. Shut up. This is a matter of life and death for the entire Mingjian Villa. Even if we have to exhaust all our resources, we have to kill Xiao Han. However, everyone, don't worry. We don't need to use it 5 times. Just 1 or 2 times will be enough to kill Xiao Han. We will spend 1,000 years to replenish the resources that we have consumed, Shimen Piaoshue said coldly. In a flash, the dragon-shaped sword light absorbed all the vitality between heaven and earth and was about to envelop Xiao Han. Mountain guarding sword formation? Break it for me. Xiao Han's body was still motionless. The corner of his mouth twitched and he gently lifted his left arm. In an instant, Xiao Han's left arm shone with a demonic light and emitted an ancient demonic light. All the demonic energy contained in the 9 demonic veins were all channeled into the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal, directly activating the demonic technique, Azure Dragon's Possession. This technique could turn Xiao Han's body into a dragon. In a certain period of time, his physical body would transform into the physique of the immemorial Azure Dragon. Boom! A piece of amber, beautiful, flawless Demon Emperor Crystal shone on Xiao Han's left arm. It was like the most gorgeous gem in the world. Within the amber-colored Demon Emperor Crystal was sealed a ferocious, evil, and murderous Azure Dragon. Every scale of the Azure Dragon was covered with demonic and evil demon clan talismans, as if there were countless demon clan members praying and chanting. Boom! All of a sudden, the ferocious Azure Dragon sealed in the Demon Emperor Crystal was forced out and merged into Xiao Han's body. 2 became 1. In an instant, a monstrous demonic qi emitted from Xiao Han's body, mixed with the immemorial dragon's roar. The sky and the sun were completely covered by the demonic qi, and heaven and earth seemed to have fallen into a boundless, despairing darkness. Roar! Xiao Han's body convulsed, and the crazy power was generated like a landslide and a tsunami. It caused Xiao Han's aura to rise continuously, without any limit. Inside Xiao Han's body, the sky and earth were turned upside down. Streams of immemorial energy were burning, purifying, filling and roaring, making every meridian in Xiao Han's body like a giant dragon. The next moment... Puff! 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 On the surface of Xiao Han's skin, pieces of shiny green dragon scales appeared. His body began to grow taller. Xiao Han's head turned into a dragon's head. His entire body was covered with green scales. Puff! A green dragon's tail was also whipped out. In an instant, the majestic aura of the immemorial desolation completely erupted, sweeping across heaven and earth. Dragon roars sounded. Finally! Xiao Han's entire body transformed into a primordial Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon that was 100 feet long coiled up in the sky. This Azure Dragon had a long body like a snake, the head of a qilin, and the tail of a carp. It had a long beard, horns like a deer, 5 claws, and a majestic appearance. It was obvious that it had the terrifying power of an ancient remnant beast. An extremely dangerous aura filled the entire sky and earth. This aura was extremely evil, and it emitted a ferocious murderous aura. At the same time, it was high and mighty, representing nobility, supercilious, and disregarding all life. It had a majesty that was above all other living beings. In an instant, Xiao Han squeezed out all his demonic power and struck out the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique, Azure Dragon Possession. This is... Suddenly, Xiao Han felt that the Azure Dragon Possession this time was actually much stronger than the first time he used it. His defensive power had also increased. Now, after transforming into the Azure Dragon, Xiao Han's strength was infinitely close to 100 million, and his defensive power was extremely abnormal. Oh right, I know now. Previously, when I fought with the Emperor of the Sun and the others, my physical body's strength was only 14 million cauldron. Hence, after I changed my physical body's physique to that of the Azure Dragon, I could only burst forth with about 50 million cauldron of strength. Now, my physical body's strength has reached 53 million cauldron. My foundation is incredibly sturdy. When I executed the Azure Dragon possession again, my physical body's physique changed, and the Azure Dragon's strength increased as well, reaching close to 100 million cauldron. I completely understand now. The stronger the physical strength, the more sturdy the foundation, and the greater the strength after transforming into the Azure Dragon body. So, this natal demonic technique of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has such a mystery. Ha ha ha. With a strength of nearly 100 million, I can directly crush people like Ingzhan Tian. However, I can only maintain the Azure Dragon transformation for 10 breaths of time. The Azure Dragon, which was nearly 100 feet long, was entrenched at the peak of Mingjian Villa. The entire Mingjian Villa was plunged into darkness and despair. The disciples of the physical body realm in the villa were all so scared that they covered their heads and fled. Some of them were deeply prostrated on the ground, some were so scared that they became insane, and some were even scared to death. The blood of Shimin Piaoxue and the dozens of loyal disciples froze. The mental energy fluctuations that were watching the show from all directions also retreated in fear. Clang, 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 then the second, third, fourth, and fifth sword chi. The mountain guarding sword formation continuously shot out 5 sword chi, all of which were blocked on the surface of the Azure Dragon's body. They did not even break through the defense. After the 5 sword chi were killed, the mountain guarding sword formation lost its energy supply and could no longer shoot out sword chi. Moreover, these 5 sword chi had completely exhausted all the resources of Mingjian Villa. In an instant, all the spirit flowers and spirit grasses on Mingjian Mountain Villa withered. The mountain range that was full of vitality became lifeless. The original lush greenery began to fade, turning into pieces of grayish-brown mountain rocks. After 10 breaths of time, Xiao Han's transformation ended. His dragon body twisted in the air, and Xiao Han changed back from the Azure Dragon to his human form. This series of changes had drained a significant amount of Xiao Han's physical strength, causing him to feel slightly exhausted. However, his current foundation was too solid. Even though he was exhausted, he was still able to exert a force of around 20 million cauldrons. In a flash, Xiao Han's body moved, and his right hand grabbed Shimin Piaoxue, who was dumbfounded and full of despair. He grabbed his neck forcefully. Shimin Piaoxue, you bastard! Xiao Han stared at Shimin Piaoxue. How dare you force Yunrong to take the poison? Now, Yunrong only has 3 years left to live. Although I have sworn to find the poison for Yunrong, I am not completely confident. If I fail, Yunrong will die. Fine, fine. No matter what, I will kill you first. After being completely subdued by Xiao Han, Shimin Piaoxue's heart surged with endless despair and fear. The dignity and pride in his life had been crushed into powder. Xiao Han, listen to me first. It's just Xiao Yunrong. It's not worth it for you to kill so many people. Let me go this time. Don't worry, I will compensate you. Mingjian Villa has a lot of female disciples. I will give you as many as you want. How about it? Shimin Piaoxue's tone finally softened as he begged bitterly. As soon as these words came out, it announced that Mingjian Villa had completely lost the power to resist and was destroyed by Xiao Han. Shimin Piaoxue was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered by Xiao Han. Go! Shimin Piaoxue's loyal followers could no longer hold on. They all understood that Xiao Han's strength was too terrifying. It was simply not something they could imagine. Even the mountain guarding grand formation was unable to harm a single hair on Xiao Han's body. Moreover, the mountain guarding grand formation had already emptied Mingjian Villa's foundation and accumulation. Now, Mingjian Villa really only existed in name. All of a sudden, the loyal followers all flew away. In the end, all the true Qi realm sword cultivators besides Shimin Piaoxue had left. Only Shimin Piaoxue was left alone with his neck in Xiao Han's grasp. His life and death was firmly controlled by Xiao Han. The spirit waves that were watching the show from all directions sighed. Mingjian Villa is finished. Completely defeated. It was destroyed by Xiao Han. Xiao Han is too cruel. He destroyed a sect that has existed for 10,000 years in just 2 hours at such a young age. SK, if Xiao Han was allowed to grow for a few more years, 10 more years, how powerful would he be? I've long heard that Xiao Han was an expert in demonic techniques. Today I've seen it with my own eyes. His demonic techniques have completely surpassed most of the high demon emperors. This person is really powerful. He gives off a feeling that he is undefeatable. This person is very promising. He will definitely be a great figure in the future. Heroes come from the young. However, I don't know if the higher-ups will have any opinions about him possessing demonic techniques. Xiao Han, let me go. What do you think? Xiao Yunrong took the poison herself. I didn't force her. I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. Shimin Piaoxue begged repeatedly. He knew that as long as Xiao Han exerted force in his right hand, he would be completely crushed and die without a complete corpse. His life was hanging by a thread. Shimin Piaoxue had no choice but to say something that he had never said before in his life. At this moment, boom! All of a sudden, a vast will descended from the direction of the Yaoxia domain. This consciousness was majestic and ethereal. It was like a saint enlightening the world, like a spring breeze sweeping the universe. It had the means of an immortal. This consciousness was vast and mighty, emitting an invincible aura that penetrated the heaven and earth. This thought let out a sound. It was just a sigh, but it made all living beings bow their heads and no one dared to disobey. It's the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Tower. The spiritual waves that were watching the show from all directions of Mingjian Villa immediately exclaimed in horror. At this moment, Shimin Piaoxue, whose neck was being grabbed by Xiao Han, had a change in expression. His originally pleading expression became malevolent. Endless resentment and hatred burst out from Shimin Piaoxue's eyes. He grimaced in pain and let out a shriek as if he was grieving the death of his parents. High-ups! You're finally here. That's great. That's really great. If you were one step late, Xiao Han, that little bastard, would have murdered me. High-ups, listen to me. Xiao Han violated the rules of the Yaoxia world, trampled on Mingjian Villa, killed many of my disciples, and killed 2 Yaoxia in a row. His crimes are monstrous. He has gone astray and become a crazy demon. Moreover, he used demonic techniques without authorization. It's a heinous crime and unforgivable. High-ups, you saw it. You saw it with your own eyes. Now, Xiao Han wants to kill me again. High-ups, please uphold justice. Skin Xiao Han, that little bastard, and pull out his tendons. Kill his entire family, and uproot his sect. For this little demon, none of his family, friends, or sect are good people. They're all crazy. Gu-gu-gu, gu-gu-gu. A strange sound burst out from Shimin Piaoxue's throat. It sounded like he was laughing. Xiao Han, you're finished. The higher-ups of the Yaoxia Tower are here. You're finished. You'll definitely be punished. Moreover, you can't kill me in front of the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Tower. The higher-ups are resourceful. Even if you kill me, they can still resurrect me. Gu-gu-gu. Xiao Han, I want to see how the higher-ups deal with you. The sins you've committed are unforgivable. You won't have a good ending. Shimin Piaoxue is saved after all. The higher-ups are here, and they won't allow Xiao Han to kill again. Xiao Han is finished. The sins he's committed are enough to implicate his entire family. Even the Pure Maiden sect will be implicated. Right, such a disaster is enough to make the sect master of the Pure Maiden sect, Wu Du, suffer. Wu Du didn't teach him well, and his cultivation may be destroyed. The psychic waves in all directions were also discussing cautiously. Shimin Piaoxue, don't speak for now. I'll deal with it. The psychic wave sounded. Xiao Han immediately recognized that this psychic wave was the one who discussed with him, threatened, and enticed him to go to the demon metropolis to assassinate Yen Lang. He also personally agreed to let Xiao Han go and kill Shimin Piaoxue. Moreover, he would frame Shimin Piaoxue with some groundless charges. Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. Let go of me. Little bastard. Shimin Piaoxue finally felt relieved, and he grinned hideously. Let go of me. Still not letting go? Don't tell me you dare to kill someone in front of the higher-ups? Ha 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 ha. Kill me if you have the guts. I want to see how big your guts are. Ha 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 ha. Shimin Piaoxue was completely fearless now. At this moment, you think I don't dare to kill you? I'm here today to kill you. Xiao Han grinned hideously. Suddenly, he squeezed his right hand. Bang! Shimin Piaoxue exploded. He was crushed by Xiao Han. Why didn't Shimin Piaoxue leave a way out? Didn't you hear what he said? He and I have formed a deep enmity, and he is thinking of every possible way to scheme against me. Furthermore, he doesn't dare to fight me alone, and instead instigates and forces the innocent Yun Rong to poison me. Is this what you call leaving a way out? Shimin Piaoxue only had herself to blame. I was forced to defend myself. This Shimin Piaoxue bullied me, and I decided to go all the way. I'll let him see what it means to be a ferocious demon, and what it means to be killed no matter how far away you are. What? You want to meddle in other people's business? Fine, come out, and I'll kill you as well. If you don't dare, then don't talk nonsense in front of me, and go back obediently. If you roar at me again, I'll kill you. I, Xiao Han, am a man of my words. Xiao Han was ready to risk it all. Since he was going to the demon metropolis soon, whether he lived or died, it was up to the heavens. Before he left, he didn't mind killing a few more people. Xiao Han's words were full of arrogance, despotism, and no taboo at all. It was to the fullest. Thus, although the surrounding spirit ripples were full of resentment toward Xiao Han, they didn't dare to say anything. The old man was choked by Xiao Han's words. He was furious, but after thinking about it, he didn't dare to roar at Xiao Han again, afraid that he would be killed by Xiao Han. He looked at the supreme spirit ripples, the higher-ups of the demon hero pagoda, bowed deeply, and said in a trembling voice, Hierivus, you've seen it with your own eyes. Xiao Han is treacherous. He dared to kill Shimin Piaoxue in front of you. He's really lawless. Please come out quickly and uphold justice. Xiao Han has become a demon, and he's good at high-level demon emperor techniques. He must be killed in order to protect the dignity of our demon hero world. Hierivus, please punish Xiao Han. Hierivus, please punish Xiao Han. Countless strands of spiritual force were asking for orders. Keep quiet, I have my own plans. The higher-up said seriously. Shimin Piaoxue, this person should be killed. Dying in the hands of Xiao Han is indeed his own fault. This sentence was simply earth-shattering. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Before this, no one could have imagined that the higher-ups would say such words. Shimin Piaoxue colluded with the demon race and is plotting a rebellion. The higher-ups of the demon hero pagoda have already investigated and collected evidence. We will publish this evidence at a later date, the higher-up said seriously. Betraying the human race and colluding with the demon race is an unforgivable crime. It's not too much to exterminate his entire family. Although Xiao Han's method of killing Shimin Piaoxue is overbearing, it's also reasonable. His words once again created a shock. Shimin Piaoxue colluded with the demon race. However, before this, there were no signs at all. However, every word of the higher-ups of the demon hero pagoda was an edict and could not be refuted. These spirit ripples chose to believe it instinctively. However, there were also some who were agitated and grumbled. But, higher-ups, even if Shimin Piaoxue colluded with the demon race and committed an unforgivable crime, it doesn't seem that it's Xiao Han's turn to kill him, right? What Xiao Han did is no different from breaking the rules. Rules! The higher-ups suddenly sneered. What are rules? In our world, the human race and the demon race coexist, but in reality, it's a world where the weak are prey to the strong and the survival of the fittest. The law of the jungle is vividly displayed. Rules were set by the strong in order to crush the weak. When a person's strength reaches a certain level, he has the right to break the rules and establish a new one. Reality is often very cruel. Rules are made for those who do not have the strength to break the rules. Those who do not have the strength to challenge the rules will only lead to death. Those who do have the strength to challenge the rules, and the rules want to crush them, then the old rules will be crushed. Is Xiao Han a person who can break the rules? I don't need to say more about this. You should understand. Xiao Han is only in his early 20s, and he could challenge the entire Mingjian villa and kill Shimin Piaoxue without any effort. Moreover, you haven't received the news yet. I'll tell you now. In the recent Devil Hero ranking competition, Xiao Han defeated the Emperor of Japan, Xianxia, and the others, and obtained the ranking of 1650. What realm is Xianxia? Talisman Transformation Realm. Xiao Han is not even 20 years old, and he can defeat a Talisman Transformation Realm. Have you heard of such a monster? Even I have not heard of it. Not even 20 years old, and he's ranked 1650. You can only look up to him. Furthermore, Shimin Piaoxue is a person who committed a heinous crime. Xiao Han killing him is enforcing the law. Not even 20 years old, and he defeated a Talisman Transformation Realm. Not even 20 years old, and he's ranked 1650 on the Devil Hero ranking. What a rare character. In all directions, the spirit fluctuations that were filled with resentment all kept quiet out of fear. They didn't dare to say anything more. All right, all of you can leave. This matter ends here. Whoever dares to continue this matter, I will punish them severely and not tolerate them. Of course, if you have the strength to challenge the rules, I will definitely set new rules for you. Leave now. I still have something to discuss with Xiao Han alone. The moment these words came out, the spirit ripples that were watching the show receded like water. Soon, there was only Xiao Han and the upper echelon spirit ripples left in this place. Xiao Han, I have fulfilled your wish, so that you can kill Shimin Piaoxue with your own hands. Are you satisfied with this matter? The high-level spirit ripples smiled. Well, thank you, high-level spirit ripples. Xiao Han smiled. Then, you should also be at ease to complete the task that the high level of the Monster Hero Tower has been planning for tens of thousands of years, right? The high-level spirit ripples said sternly. Now, follow me back, take the secret medicine, and then set off for the Demon Metropolis. All right, the trip to the Demon Metropolis is imminent. I know this, and I am willing to go to the Demon Metropolis. However, before I leave, I also want to return to the Pure Cloud sect to bid farewell to the sect master, my senior brothers and my 2 wives. Xiao Han said. All right, you return to the Pure Cloud sect first to deal with the final matters. Pure Cloud sect. Pure Cloud sect. In the garden. Wu was sitting in the pavilion, flipping through an ancient book, looking very calm and relaxed. Dong Fengqin and Feng Ling stood on his left and right respectively. Xiao Han had already come to Wu Bai's side. Xiao Han, if I am not wrong, you must have some secret agreement with the high level of the Monster Hero Tower, right? Otherwise, the high level would not have allowed you to destroy the entire Mingjian villa. Now, the high level seems to have broken the rules for you. Wu Bai put down the ancient book in his hand and looked at Xiao Han. Dong Fengqin and Feng Ling also looked at Xiao Han. Sect Master, forgive me for not being clear about this matter. Sect Master, I am about to leave to complete the task. I am here to bid farewell to Sect Master, Senior Brother Dong Feng, and Senior Brother Feng Ling, Xiao Han said seriously. What is the task? Wu Bai asked seriously. This. Sect Master, please do not ask. I know what I am doing. Moreover, it is not that I do not want to be clear, but this is related to a secret. Sect Master, rest assured. Once I complete the task and return to the Pure Cloud sect, I will definitely tell the whole story. Xiao Han said seriously. Wu Bai stared at Xiao Han. After a dozen breaths, he smiled and stood up. Xiao Han, you have grown up and can take charge. Good. When are you going? Immediately. Xiao Han smiled. Xiao Han, I wish you success in completing the task. Wu Bai extended his right hand to Xiao Han. Xiao Han's mind shook. He also extended his hand and shook Wu Bai's hand. After bidding farewell to Wu Bai, Dong Fengqin, and Feng Ling, Xiao Han returned to his mountain peak and bid farewell to Jianghu and Lan Shirong. Xiao Han tried his best to coax the 2 girls to be obedient. However, before he left, he could not help but linger with them. After a few hours, the 2 girls collapsed on the bed. Xiao Han then kissed their foreheads reluctantly and left. Standing at the peak, Xiao Han activated the Demon Hero token and sent a message to the upper echelon. All right, higher-ups, I have bid farewell. Now, I can teleport to the evil hero tower. Very good. The higher-up smiled. In the next moment, boom, an inexplicable and mighty spatial energy exploded from Xiao Han's evil hero token and enveloped Xiao Han. A large space rippled and Xiao Han was teleported out of the Pure Cloud sect. Pure Cloud Palace. Wu Bai placed his hands behind his back and looked at the sky far away. Dong Fengqin and Feng Ling stood behind him. Sect Master, what mission is junior brother Xiao Han going to complete? Dong Fengqin frowned slightly. It must be an extremely dangerous mission. This time, if Xiao Han can return alive, his future will exceed anyone's expectations. He will soar to the sky. Wu Bai's eyes were deep. As for what mission it is, I do not dare to make a guess. I still need to think about it carefully. To be continued. Chapter 297. After killing Shimin Piaoxue and destroying Mingjian Villa, Xiao Han returned to the Pure Cloud sect to bid farewell. Then, he was directly teleported to the Demon Hero Tower. On a certain floor of the Demon Hero Tower, in a mysterious room. The room was shining brightly and was enshrouded in divine light. The mist was deep and the air was full of immortal qi. There were thousands of bright moons floating on the four walls, which were engraved with dense talismans. Xiao Han's spirit was tense. He walked around the room for a while. At this moment, Xiao Han, the spiritual fluctuation of a high-level official, also penetrated into the room and made a sound. His voice was filled with unbearable excitement. This really makes me very excited. This plan is aimed at Yan Lang. Xiao Han, you know now that Yan Lang is the biggest black sheep of our human world. His harm is even greater than those great demon emperors. Our human world will be in danger if we don't get rid of Yan Lang. Good. Now, we can finally start this plan. We will name this plan Project Ether, which means to save the heavens. This plan is the biggest secret of the human world. Even the elders don't know the details of this plan. Project Ether. Xiao Han sneered in his heart. However, Xiao Han had to go to the demon metropolis. On the one hand, it was because the demon egg in his heart seemed to be summoned by something. On the other hand, Xiao Yunrong's poison could only be cured through Yan Lang. Otherwise, Xiao Yunrong would definitely die. Then let's start the plan. The high-level official announced in an extremely serious tone. Boom, boom, boom. From the middle of the room. Slowly, a glazed palm rose up from the ground. The palm of this palm. It was holding a pill. This pill was the size of a fist and had a blue luster. However, the demon qi contained in it was simply overwhelming and unimaginable. Moreover, from the inside of the pill, the ferocious roars of the demonic race exploded out. It was as if there were billions of purest demonic race bloodlines sealed within the pill, and they were howling at every moment. It was as if these demonic race could come out at any moment to devour humans and bring disaster to the world. Countless twisted ancient demon talismans. Layers upon layers of pills were wrapped around them. And this. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's body trembled. He actually leaned back. He was forced to take a step back by the demonic qi within the pill. This doesn't look like a medicinal pill at all. It's more like a world of the demon clan, a demon nation. Xiao Han was shocked. Putting aside consuming this pill, even an ordinary Zhenqi realm cultivator would find their mind corrupted by demonic qi if they were to approach it, and they might even lose their rationality. Traces of violence and irritation rose in Xiao Han's heart. At this moment, the demonic egg in his heart emitted a demonic aura of a higher grade, which slowly circulated in Xiao Han's heart. At this moment, the demonic qi emitted by the pill was nothing to Xiao Han. The violence and bloodthirst in his heart faded away. Xiao Han's state of mind became incomparably calm and steady, like still water without ripples. Instead, he observed the pill with great interest. Oh, ha. Xiao Han, you are indeed talented. It seems that the demonic origin energy in your heart can perfectly control the demonic qi in this pill. This makes things easier. It will allow you to successfully carry out the first step of the plan. The voice of the higher-ups was elated. Xiao Han, This pill took us tens of thousands of years of painstaking research and development. As you can see, ordinary Xianxia realm cultivators, even expanded acupoint realm or talisman transformation realm cultivators, will go crazy just by holding this pill, not to mention consuming it. After consuming this pill, your entire body will be filled with demonic qi. Even your internal organs will be surrounded by demonic qi. Your true acupoint will be blocked by the demonic qi, making it impossible for you to release your true qi or use any true qi divine art. It's fortunate that you didn't expand your true acupoint. If you did, the demonic qi in the pill might not be able to block your true acupoint. If a trace of true qi leaked out, you will become the target of all the demons in the demon capital. You will be attacked by tens of thousands of demons and torn to pieces in an instant. Alright, Xiaohan, you can consume this pill now. The higher-up said excitedly. In the past, there were great figures who volunteered to consume this pill. However, they could only endure it for a few hours. After a few hours, they could no longer suppress the demonic qi in their bodies, causing the demonic qi to rush to their brains and cause qi deviation. However, Xiaohan, you should be able to control it. Let's begin. Consume the pill. The demonic qi in this pill is enough for you to disguise yourself as a high-level demon emperor. Even I can't see through this disguise. The experts of the demon world will also be deceived and won't be able to see through it. After I consume this pill and disguise myself as a demon emperor, how do I get rid of the demonic qi in the future? Xiaohan hesitated for a while and asked. It doesn't matter. When you complete the mission and return to the Demon Hero Pagoda, I will give you the antidote. After consuming the antidote, all the demonic qi in your body will be dissolved and you will return to being a normal human. Xiaohan, you don't have to worry about this. However, if you unfortunately fail during the mission and die in the demon capital, it won't matter whether the antidote is the antidote or not, the higher-up said coldly. I see. Xiaohan pondered for a few breaths. Then, he took a step forward and grabbed the pill from the glass-like hand. Wait, Xiaohan, after you consume this pill, you will no longer be Xiaohan of the human race, but a demon emperor. Do you have anything else to say? The higher-up said. Xiaohan stopped moving. All right, I will say a few last words. First, I, Xiaohan, am not a demon, but a human. This will never change. Second, I hope that the higher-ups will keep their promise and help me find the disciple of the original swordmanner, Xiao Yunrong. Third, I, Xiaohan, will definitely kill Brother Yan and come back alive. However, in his heart, Xiaohan also secretly swore. Yunrong, don't worry. I will definitely get the antidote to save you. Also, during this trip to the demon capital, I, Xiaohan, will definitely become stronger. I will be 10 times, 100 times stronger than I am now. All right. Xiaohan. What you said. I know everything. Don't worry about everything. Take the pill, the higher-up said. Without batting an eyelid, Xiaohan put the pill filled with demonic aura and the roar of 10,000 beasts into his mouth. Roar! Roar! As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it was as if there were countless ferocious demons rushing into Xiaohan's body. Then, waves of demonic qi. Wisdom poured into Xiaohan's limbs and bones. Meridians and internal organs. Pores and blood. Cells and bone marrow. All of a sudden, Xiaohan became frantic and uneasy. However, Xiaohan did not panic. He sat cross-legged and guarded his mind and spirit. With a thought, the demon egg in his heart began to wriggle. It was very strange. After the monstrous demonic qi in the pill entered Xiaohan's body. At first, it was very violent, rioting everywhere. It wanted to occupy Xiaohan's body. However, after the demon egg in Xiaohan's heart wriggled for a while, the demonic qi in Xiaohan's body suddenly became obedient. For example, it was like a group of rebels suddenly being suppressed by an emperor. It caused the rebels to become docile and obedient. In the next moment, suddenly, Xiaohan's jet black hair turned silvery white in color. Xiaohan's eyes also became demonic, filled with evil and savagery. Inside Xiaohan's body, a distant and evil demonic song actually sounded faintly. Rays of demonic light appeared from Xiaohan's pores and cells. Demons rule the world, rule the world. At this moment, Xiaohan's face seemed to be chiseled by knives and axes. His sharp and angular face exuded a demonic handsomeness. His appearance seemed to be even more unrestrained than before, and the demonic light inadvertently revealed in his eyes was simply bewitching and frightening. Together with his full head of silver hair, there was not a single part of his image that did not show the word demon. It could be said that although Xiao Han's facial features did not change, and he still looked the same as before, his temperament had changed completely. It was very demonic, extremely demonic. As expected, the demon egg in my heart has a master-subordinate relationship with the demonic qi in the pill. Now I can control the demonic qi in my body as easily as I want. With a slight thought, all the demonic qi in Xiao Han's body gathered in between his eyebrows. Suddenly, a demonic light shone brightly. From between Xiao Han's eyebrows, waves of monstrous demonic qi were released, forming a huge ball that continuously expanded and wriggled. Traces of demonic qi were evaporating from Xiao Han's pores, circulating ceaselessly. As expected, the 50 true meridians in Xiao Han's body were blocked and sealed by the demonic qi. There was no leakage of true qi at all. Now, in everyone's eyes, Xiao Han was definitely not a human, but a demon through and through. If a demon saw Xiao Han, they would definitely treat him as one of their own. Perfect! The higher-ups exclaimed. They were completely stunned by Xiao Han's current state. This disguise can be said to be perfect. Even with my ability, I can't see the slightest flaw. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, in this world, except for yourself, no one will know that you are actually a human. Ha 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 ha. The feeling now is really strange. Xiao Han also murmured. The torrential demonic qi in his body almost formed a nebula whirlpool, constantly circulating. As long as he thought about it, the demonic qi would be released from his body. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels, bones, blood vessels, and meridians were all soaked in the demonic qi. At this moment, Xiao, a silver mask floated in front of Xiao Han. This mask seemed to be made of pure silver. It had a simple and unadorned style. There were many demonic clan runes engraved on the mask. There were 2 holes where the eyes should be. It gave people a strange and terrifying feeling. Xiao Han, after entering the demon metropolis, you can wear this mask. Then, your disguise will be even more perfect. It will be practically invulnerable. The higher-ups were inexplicably excited. I found this mask in an ancient demon clan tribe. Legend has it that in ancient times, it belonged to the son of a demon emperor, who is also a demon emperor. After entering the demon metropolis, you will also need a title. How about you call yourself Silver Mask Demon Emperor? Silver Mask Demon Emperor? Xiao Han thought for a moment and then immediately shrugged. It's okay. Then I'll call myself Silver Mask Demon Emperor. Then, a medicine bottle appeared in front of Xiao Han. Xiao Han reached out and grabbed the bottle. Xiao Han, these are all treasured medicines that can shield the demonic qi. There are 100 pills in the bottle, and each pill can last for a day. Take the treasured medicine and hide the demonic qi. If you deliberately make it mysterious, it will be even more difficult for people to catch you. The higher-ups considered everything carefully. That will work too. Xiao Han put the medicine bottle in the storage ring. Xiao Han, now leave all the things related to the human race behind. Don't carry them with you. The higher-ups continued. By the way, hand over your evil hero token to me for safekeeping. You must not bring the evil hero token into the demon metropolis. You must know this. Xiao Han also nodded. So, Xiao Han took out the evil hero token, the supreme grade true qi spirit stone, the martial arts manuals, everything, and put them in the small room. He only left a storage ring, which stored many heavenly desolate demon fruits. Then, densely packed herbs and heavenly materials and earthly treasures floated in front of Xiao Han. Xiao Han, these are the herbs we prepared for you. They are all extremely rare herbs in the world. Yan Lang is an alchemist. He will be excited to see these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If you give these herbs to him as a birthday gift, he should value you. Maybe he will meet you. As long as he meets you, you will have a chance to kill him. Schwelling fruit, thousand leaves dew, snow peak fruit, fire grass, ice crystal, soul condensing stone, flood dragon blood. The higher-ups gave many rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures to Xiao Han. Those were the gifts prepared for Yen Lang. Xiao Han put these things in the storage ring. Then, swoosh, 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 beams of light entered Xiao Han's mind. Those beams of light formed a map in Xiao Han's mind. Xiao Han, this is the map to the demon metropolis. There are also some things to take note of, the higher-ups said. Well. Xiao Han scanned the map with his mind power and nodded. Oh, so the demon metropolis is outside the evil hero domain. Okay, Xiao Han, let's go. You have to enter the demon metropolis before Yen Lang's birthday. Only then will you have a chance to assassinate Yen Lang, the higher-ups said. Besides, Xiao Han, from now on, you must remember that you are no longer the Xiao Han of the human race, but the Silver Mask Demon Emperor of the demon race. You are an advanced demon emperor. Right now, the way you look at things and your mentality cannot be viewed from the perspective of a human. You have to think of yourself as a member of the demon race. The world of the demon race is more brutal and direct than the human world. The law of the jungle prevails. On your way to the demon metropolis, you will kill anyone who dares to provoke you, be it humans or demons. You are cruel and merciless. I'm not worried about that. In short, you have to be cruel and indifferent in order to gain the trust of the demon race. The more brutal you are, the more those guys will treat you as one of their own. Well, is that so? No matter what happens, I have to be unreasonable and speak with my strength? Xiao Han licked his lips. Yes, cruel, tyrannical, manic, insidious, bloodthirsty, selfish. The higher-up said word by word. I see. I'll set off now. Xiao Han nodded. I'll personally teleport you out of the evil hero domain now. I'll let you enter the area bordering the evil hero domain and the demon metropolis. In this area, you may encounter the evil hero. If necessary, you can attack and kill them directly. The higher-up said coldly. Silver Mask Demon Emperor. Let's go. To the demon metropolis. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.